Good morning. I would love to call the meeting to order for the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. It's Wednesday, June 17th, 2020. So please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, I realize that no citizen input this morning. There were some voice messages, and did call back one of those people, but that was actually related to our agenda today. So we will bring that up later. The first action item, the Government Finance Awards. We have an employee today who had a family emergency, so we will be postponing that until next Wednesday, I believe. So yes, that will be taken off our agenda today. So we go to action item number 2, which is the Smith Rock State Park parking discussion. Chris Doty, our Road Department Director.
Morning, Board.
Good morning.
I've got a PowerPoint that we could throw those slides up there. That'd be great. But perhaps while we're waiting for that, I understand we kind of cast a wide net on participants to perhaps call into the Zoom meeting component here. And the goal again today was to kind of facilitate some of the discussion out there with regards to the issues recently raised by the Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance. And so I believe we may have Paul Garrison from the Sheriff's Office on the Zoom call. I don't know if we have a way to tease that information.
Yes, Paul did say he would be participating.
Okay. And then perhaps some folks with Smith Rock State Park that may also be on the call. Look, there they are. We have Matt Davey, Steve Meminger on the call. And those gentlemen are with Smith Rock State Park. And Redmond Fire and Rescue was also one. Commissioner Adair, I don't know if you had a chance to confirm with them their ability to attend.
You know, I don't know if I heard back from them.
Okay.
I do know that Paul was going to be on.
Okay, great. And then Al Dertinger in the back row here from Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance is also here to participate in some of this discussion too. So, all right.
Great.
Well, I've prepared a background and slides here, if we could throw those up there. So you've seen some of this background before, but I did update it with some recent information. If I could hit the next slide. That's the park itself. Next slide. So a little bit of background. So 1993, the park implemented fee parking, mostly in the existing paved parking areas, parallel parking, pull-in parking that you see out on site there. And at that time is when the county, at the request of the park, prohibited parking on Crooked River Drive. That's the main road off of Wilcox into the park itself. And so parking was prohibited on both sides of the road. And at the time, it was mostly due to the fact that people could simply park there rather than pay the fee just footsteps away. Because at the time, the parking was sufficient for Smith Rock. A little moving on to 2012, a little data point there. The park had, it's been reported, at least 450,000 annual visitors. A couple of years after that is when Travel Oregon initiated their 7 Wonders of Oregon campaign, which promoted Smith Rock in addition to other great places around the state. But it's something that we kind of point back to as a point in time where things kind of changed drastically, in the park in terms of its use. In 2016, the neighbors approached the board in addition to the park itself, just because we were starting to see a fair amount of spillover parking. So the parking would fill up on the park side itself. People would respect the parking prohibition on Crooked River Drive, but they would leave the park and park on Wilcox and 17th and perhaps 33rd a little bit. And again, that's when the campaign of Travel Oregon and the 7 Wonders was really starting to promote Smith Rock, and it was seeing a tremendous uptick in use. So at that time, the park did request from the board a parking prohibition, but the board was not wanting to accommodate that at the time due to the fact that there was really no reasonable alternative for someone to park elsewhere on site or to be shuttled in, and that the thought was people are coming from miles and miles away, and it would be a difficult situation for the park and the board to be put in, having to have parking prohibition on the roads around the state park. At that time, however, the park did construct a 100-space emergency or temporary on-site parking lot in a field near some of their offices, and that did alleviate, some of that initial parking surge that came around that time. Park also established off-site parking requirements for large events. So if you had a large event, you couldn't simply come to the site and park. You had to arrange to get there some other way. So there are a couple things that the park did to address some of the issues. Moving forward into 2018, the park initiated a formal master plan process for the park facilities, put together an advisory committee, held some open house meetings, and as part of that discussion, both as part of the master plan and as a way to kind of address the issues which are still occurring in terms of spillover parking, they kind of floated the balloon of a shuttle bus. Perhaps they coordinate a shuttle bus and find a central place in the Terrebonne area where people could park and then shuttle people into the facility. And that was contemplated, and the board and the park approached the board again and said, hey, if we're willing to do that, would you be willing to then take parking off the roads around Smith Rock State Park to help kind of make that successful? That was the thought. If I could hit the next slide. So in 2019, however, the park did abandon the shuttle concept due to logistical issues, and it's a little bit of what we talked about on Friday in the meeting that preceded this. But the park folks can probably get into some of that as to the rationale at that time, but they did kind of shuttle the shuttle concept.
I just got to ask a question. So I didn't know the park had abandoned that concept, but I thought it was our concept. I remember talking specifically about getting I talked about a stiff funding last year, and I talked about what properties. I remember looking at maps. So I'm kind of surprised they unilaterally decided that wouldn't work, because I think we could do it as a county, a private operator. I'm kind of surprised that if that's an accurate statement, and maybe we'll hear from Mark, but I've never heard it was off the table. I just never thought it was anybody really that had worked on it.
Yeah, so at the time, the park ranger, who's now left, was working on it, and my understanding was they didn't feel that they could find a place where you could park enough people centrally in Terrebonne, the school being on the wrong side of the highway, and it just, for whatever reason, they couldn't.
Well, but I guess that's my point, is it wasn't just up to them, and so I didn't. Again, it's one of these things where one agency's looking at something, but it's a county problem, and there was county commissioners that were interested in solving that problem, I think, and were aware of the STIF program more than probably anybody is, because of except yourself. But anyway.
Yeah.
My point is, to me, it's still open. So I don't consider it closed.
Yeah, and
anyway.
I would agree with that based on the conversations we're having right now.
But for me, it's been open since all this time. I never knew it was closed, and so anyway.
Let's see. The master plan process in 2019 was continuing, and they were looking at the addition of on-site parking as part of that as well, and on additional properties in and around the park. And then also last year, Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance and Al, who's with us here today, said, hey, what about parking on one side of Wilcox and providing, at least one shoulder available for people to walk in and out of the park? And that basically, we walked away from that meeting. It was informational. There wasn't, a direction, that we kind of all agreed to, from my recollection. Another data point, in 2019, we just were informed last Friday that they hit 900,000 annual visitors. So within a span of 7 years, the visitors at Smith Rock have doubled, and pretty understandable based on, I think, why we're here having this conversation. It's the it's the use that's really ratcheted up there. Moving forward into kind of the reason we're here and some of the why we're having this discussion now. In spring of this year with the COVID-19 pandemic, the park did close temporarily per the governor's order, only to reopen several weeks, perhaps months later. But when they opened, it was with limited facilities with the goal of kind of reducing the draw to the park. They closed Misery Ridge as a way to hopefully take away an element of the park to keep people at home per se. Now I understand it's not closed by choice, but closed by Mother Nature with the torrential downpours that they've had recently. That trail needs some repair work, as you can imagine. And so the park did have the overflow parking lot closed, again, to try to soften some of the demand out there, but that just didn't work. People came, and as the folks at Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance can attest to, we're kind of back to seeing pretty substantial parking, roadside parking on Wilcox, 17th Street, and the roads around Smith Rock State Park. So, the Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance did coordinate a petition and put together a proposal that they've delivered to the board regarding, in the state park, regarding, hey, here's some ideas as to how we can restore some livability to this area with, sometimes several hundred cars parked, causing safety issues as well. And so, again, board, we did have that conversation last Friday, with some of the stakeholders, and now we're here today to kind of more of a public discussion about it. So I've just put together some discussion items to kind of, start the conversation, pick up where we left off. Stating the problem first, we have overflow parking on county roads that's created a safety problem, both for the visitors to the park and the people driving on the roads, and then a livability issue for the neighbors as their driveways are quasi-inaccessible at times with the amount of parking that people are crowding, so to speak, and so it's created that livability issue.
Chris, per the pictures that we were given, it's not like they're just parking, but there's like maybe a single lane that's available to get through, and they're walking in the middle of the street. So the neighborhood is
It's
just
literally a parking lot.
It is a parking lot, even though it is, Wilcox. What I don't know if those were most of the pictures that were that we were able to see, but it's huge. Yeah, it is a parking lot. They've turned the street into a parking lot.
Correct. And so from the road department's perspective too, we don't design our roads for a tremendous amount of roadside parking. All that takes on, deteriorates the shoulders, deteriorates the edge of the pavement, creates other issues there. Littering, as mentioned by the property owners, has been a big issue as well, just on the nature of what's happening out there. So I've just put together a couple discussion points, board, for maybe to get some conversation going with the park folks who are on the Zoom call. And then as far as things that we've been asked to consider as a county, parking prohibition, et cetera, on those roads. So first off, as I just threw a note up there, what can the park do to address the issue? Some of what was mentioned last week, increased on-site parking, and perhaps what's the time frame for that? Shuttle service, are they willing to jump back into that with perhaps county help and participation in trying to make that work? What other things could they do to limit or restrict demand? And then, of course, would they be willing, and they said they have, to help enforce any no parking establishment on Wilcox, 17th, and the roads closer to the park. As far as, what the county could perhaps do to help support the park, again, the parking prohibition that's been floated within the Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance proposal, and then also previously by the park, would the board consider that? Again, shuttle service concept support, how could we help as a county in trying to find a place for people to park, and through other relationships with CET and folks of that nature. Variable message signing, so can we we'll certainly need to communicate information one way or the other out there, either through a safety deal and dealing with the conditions as they exist, or other signage to certainly note that, if parking is to be taken off, what the terms of that are. So with that, Chair, I can perhaps turn it back over to you to query the folks on the Zoom call to see if we can have that conversation.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Definitely, it's a huge issue. Apparently, the summer numbers do go down a bit, but maybe this year they won't, because people have been cooped up and they really do want to get out. Would some of the people from the state, Matt or Steve, like to add any additional information at this moment?
Yeah, I'd be happy to chime in. This is Matt. And we did open up both our RV and trailer parking last weekend, as well as the Rex field. And that increased our parking capacity by roughly 250 parking spaces. And we still had, at around noon, 52 vehicles parked out on Wilcox. So the problem, increasing the parking inside of the park, put it at a really high capacity where there was trails were getting jammed up and didn't help relieve the pressure on Wilcox. But we would be, supportive of a parking prohibition on Wilcox. Hopefully that would discourage people. I do feel like there is a limit on how far people will walk into the park. And we can definitely help the county by enforcing that if we can get some signage up out on Wilcox. And the park is always open to the shuttle idea. The current or the past manager was trying to do the majority of the legwork, and I think he was running into some hurdles. But that doesn't mean that we were opposed to the idea continuing forward.
I have a quick question. This is Phil. When you say you opened up 250 new spots, so were they all full and then there was 52 on Wilcox, or are there people parking on Wilcox to avoid paying the fees?
They filled up first. So yeah, all the parking inside the park filled up, and that's when it overflowed onto Wilcox. Pretty rarely do people park out on Wilcox to avoid the fee. Just
Okay.
the distance walking.
Yeah. Thanks.
So, and then also an observation, having 900,000 annual visitors is that kind of over a capacity that you would want there? Or, is that too many visitors for a facility like that? Just the experience for somebody coming to enjoy walking and viewing.
Yeah, in 2017, we contracted a private firm to come out and do a capacity study and a visitor survey. And it determined that in 2017, which even had lower numbers, that we were at the capacity of the handling capacity at the park when we had both the RV overflow lot and the Rex field open. So the 90% of the visitors that were responding to that survey felt that overcrowding was the primary issue with the park, the primary concern. And the park facilities, the restrooms, weren't designed to handle the current load that we're getting. So between March and the end of October, we're putting out upwards of about 8 portable toilets to to take some of the burden off of our plumbed facilities.
And then also, what does enforcement look like if we have a no parking along some of those roads? What does enforcement look like from your point of view?
Yeah, so we've got 3 enforcement rangers that are commissioned to just write citations. So we can just issue a no parking citation. We're not trained
On county roads?
on that. If the county extends the agreement. So we have that agreement for Crooked River Drive. It would just need to be extended to Wilcox.
Okay, yeah, so you would have that capability and capacity, and hopefully it's just a simple patrol and reminder. I mean, not looking for citations, but yeah, you would have that authority though.
Correct, yeah. And over Memorial Day weekend, I was out there encouraging people not to park on the road shoulders and walk in. And the majority of people will turn around with some education. But there's Well, it is long, as soon as you miss it, you know, and you've got a few cars parking out there, it spreads pretty quick and people will start walking in.
And then are you seeing, pardon me, are you seeing it is more tourist out of the area people, national, international type tourism?
The majority of people that park out on Wilcox, I would say, are from out of the area. They've committed to driving to Smith Rock and are more determined to visit. The locals, when they find it that crowded, tend to just leave and come back and visit another time.
Because that was the decision point in the past where it's such a shame to have somebody coming for a tourist facility like that and having them have to turn around and knowing that they're here for a 3-day weekend or a holiday period and it's going to be that busy every day. So it's a tight decision space.
Matt, I find it fascinating that we're talking about amending a document from 1993 that, you know, from what has happened with the park and the numbers and everything. I know a couple of weeks ago you took a snapshot of the cars parked in the lots. A third of them were from out of Oregon. Did you look at things along that line as far as who is actually driving here at this moment?
I was surprised to see so many out-of-state plates coming when travel was really being discouraged over 50 miles to visit a park. So, and then that tends to be the general case too. So we've been seeing that over the last couple of weekends. Roughly a quarter of the plates are out of state, and even a lot of the Oregon plates. If you talk to the people, they're coming from Portland and Eugene and places in the valley.
So I guess the Wilcox and a map for the area again would help for a decision. And I mean, I would probably, knowing that the numbers are so big, so many years, work towards what does more parking limitation look like on those side roads. I'm just kind of setting direction to it a little bit.
Matt, you had said that you have 500 parking spaces. And one of the RV lot could expand a bit more. Is that true? Is that a good clarification?
The master plan wasn't necessarily looking to expand more parking inside. Rather, we've got some safety issues even inside the park with the head-in parking on Crooked River Drive. It causes people to back out into the lane, into a busy lane of traffic. And the parallel parking that goes from the main part of the park down to the turnaround at the north end, that causes people to walk into the road, similar to what we see on Wilcox. So expanding the RV overflow lot was going to happen, but with that, we were going to close the parking, the head-in parking, and some of the parallel parking all the way back to North Point. So it wasn't going to add more spaces to the park in that lot. What we were going to do was add another parking lot off of Wilcox and a new trail that brought visitors into the canyon, and it was going to actually put in a new bridge at the southern end of the park to spread that use out, because we've got such a congested bottleneck that are heading down into the canyon and crossing just the single footbridge and hitting one bathroom right there on the path. So we're looking at actually trying to spread our use out in the park to take some of the heavy demand off of just a few facilities.
Yeah, I spoke this morning with Ian Yurden, and he had mentioned that should be one of the goals of the park, is to spread out the access, the entrance. And it sounds like is that something that possibly could be done? But because of budget cuts, is that a possibility for the state in the next 12 months? Do you have any idea? You don't have any money set aside to do that then?
Yeah, correct. The master plan doesn't come with any funding. So that would have to be approved through the master plan. And then we would have to pursue funding for that. And under current situations, we don't even have the funding right now to replace our only footbridge in the park right now is due for replacement. So that's the highest priority project for the park, is to replace that. That was going to happen in our next biennium. So before we start building any new footbridges or doing any other work, we got to replace that bridge. And a new parking lot off of Wilcox and new trails and the new bridge is going to be a significant funding issue.
Yes.
Is there Friends of Smith Rock organization supporting some capital needs possibly? Is there any talk about something like that?
There had been talk about, having a cooperative friends group. We don't have one currently. There is a Smith Rock group, but they're not affiliated with us. They're a private nonprofit that advocates for climbing in the park and resource improvements. So they do a lot for trail maintenance, but they don't have the funds to bring anything significant like parking expansion to the park.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're 5 years out or 10 years out if you're really for an actual full-on parking lot like you're describing, or what's your best estimate?
Yeah, I would say a minimum of at least 5 years. It's if not longer. Yeah, it would be a significant just planning, design, concept work that would need to go into that, and it would have to be prioritized through our budget folks and the project review board. So those projects aren't even they're not even on the list right now.
Yeah, well, because for me, that would be the best solution. I mean, these others to me seem like somewhat stopgaps if we go towards another parking area that's somewhere outside the park that has a shuttle. It'd be much better to have it in the park. I mean, that'd be easier for the people using the park, et cetera. So, but it sounds like we got kind of a problem that's going to exist for several years at least, or maybe many years. So.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Is there any other comments you wanted to make?
No, I think from the park perspective right now, just dealing with the safety issues of the parking right now in the short term is something that just needs to be addressed before we get into the long-range improvements. Because
of the pandemic, the COVID-19, I don't believe that this year people are going to really want to jump in a shuttle. But maybe, in the future, that's something we could work out. If the Pumpkin Patch, with their 500 parking spots, was interested in part of the year, participating in that, that would be one of the opportunities. Is Captain Garrison on the line today?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Are there any comments you would like to make regarding Smith Rock and as far as the search and rescue? If there's comments about that too. I know we have a lot of activity at Smith Rock for our search and rescue.
Oh, absolutely. I would just echo those sentiments that Matt has already spoken to. And it's not just simply our search and rescue. I mean, if there's a medical emergency that fire or ambulance needs to respond to the area, and we've got this single lane of travel as well as, a myriad of vehicles and pedestrians that are in the area, it creates quite the hazard for not only the responding units, but it also to the citizens that reside in the area as well. And so I think some of these suggestions are very good that Director Doty has mentioned, has floated. I think those are good ideas. We will certainly assist in the enforcement of those things. And I spoke with Sheriff Nelson in regards to the 93 agreement that Commissioner Adair, you mentioned. We certainly endorse that as well. If there's an expanse of that to where it intakes in additional streets that the Rangers can help us with the enforcement of that, we by all means endorse that as well.
Great. Go ahead.
How much patrolling or enforcement activity do you do at the park with regard to any of the parking or currently or other issues?
I don't have those numbers in front of me right now, but we have done additional overtime shifts where we've applied individuals specifically to the area. We would do that again. We do receive quite a few complaints when we begin to get them stacked up outside the current area of enforcement that the rangers are that's outside their purview currently. We get those calls. I couldn't give you an exact number, but obviously when there's an uptick of an influx of tourism, we do see an increase in that as well.
When you say complaints, are most of the complaints about parking, or are they about other things?
No, it would be parking. Once in a while, we'll have other issues with possible people breaking into cars, but that's more in the evening hours. That's not so much during these high peak volumes that we're talking about today.
Well, that's great to know that you're supportive of extending or expanding the 1993 agreement to address the fact that, well, according to what JR said the other day, that the park may be up to almost $1 million. So it's gone from, what, 450,000 just a few years ago to $1 million is quite an uptick in that area.
Absolutely. And obviously, I mean, our calls for service take us out of the area. And so if there's additional enforcement capabilities that are there, that I think that's certainly appropriate, as does Sheriff Nelson.
When we had a meeting on Friday and talked with mostly for the park people and some of the ones on today, there was a concern that although they can give tickets, et cetera, it seems like the further they get away from the park or something, there would be, if we shut down Wilcox, there would be a need for more law enforcement. Are you saying you're supportive of doing that, applying more people to that, so to speak?
We would, yes, we've done it previously. We've used our CAT details. That's a community action target team, which this is obviously, it's a targeted issue that the community has identified as a problem within that area. We would certainly apply that. It would probably be a limited duration initially for education purposes. We'd also put out a social media campaign to educate the public that this is a no parking area with specific guidelines, that these are the areas that you can park in, these are the areas that you can't. We may even want to look at PSAs for just recreating safely within that area. So it would be somewhat of a multi-tiered approach as to how we would want to educate the public. Obviously, we would hope to gain compliance through education, and the word would get out. Obviously, if we took a fairly rigid, strong approach to the enforcement initially. But obviously, the sheriff's philosophy is throughout our organization is we would like to educate first and then actually enforce with actual citations. So that would initially be our approach.
I would kind of guess that with the people coming from out of area, education would mean someone literally standing on the road all day long telling people, no, you can't do this because of this. I mean, because we don't have, I think that's true. The locals mostly go there when they're bringing guests and things because they know it's going to be so crowded. So I think that's right, that most people are coming from elsewhere. And so those people won't, I guess that's how I see you having to perform. Would that be possible? I mean, that's a kind of a full-time job, it seems like.
No, we wouldn't be able to just assign a deputy strictly to that. What I'm saying is we work with Matt and his folks to identify those peak times that they're seeing that we can look at initially to get that word out, that we would have some overtime shifts that were specifically assigned to that, but we wouldn't be able to just solely assign a deputy to that based on our call volume for other calls for service and the type of public safety we're expected to provide in that area. But the additional shifts initially, as I mentioned, also the social media that's put out there, media releases. I mean, people discover oftentimes these attractions such as Smith Rock through their smart devices, smartphones, how they're planning a trip, And if there's advisories that are posted, obviously forewarned is forearmed. But that's just like I said, it's a multi-tiered approach that we would attempt to want to put out there.
Captain Garrison, do you know how many times a month the ambulance has to go to Smith Rock? Is there like an average number? I mean, is it there's 6 times a month? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, I would think it would be obviously in better weather conditions where there's more hiking and higher temperatures. We're going to have people that may suffer from conditions due to the sun and heat that they become impaired due to that, or someone takes a fall. I, off the top of my head, I don't know. We'd have to probably query that through our dispatch center. They'd be able to provide that data very easily.
Okay, thank you.
I can actually, we captured some of that during the master plan process, and Redmond Fire and Rescue has about roughly 10 to 12 responses per season. So from the spring through the fall, when the medics come out, and that's about the same number from the Deschutes County Search and Rescue when they come out to actually assist in the rescue of somebody off trail. So it's about 12 per year, mainly falling between Memorial Day and Labor Day. And then the park itself does a lot of transports from people that can, down by the footbridge, just up and out of the canyon. So we have a few of those sometimes when the weather's hot per weekend.
Thanks, Matt. I was thinking you would know. It just seems like I did meet the park ranger that was at Smith Rock, and he'd gone to Lapine, and he said he was really happy to go to Lapine because it was much less traumatic as dealing with the emergency situations in Smith Rock. So it's beautiful, but it can be dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Al, did you want to add anything? Do you want to come up here and identify yourself? That would be great. You've been sitting here very patiently.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
And if you want to identify yourself and your address, that would be great for our record.
Al Dertinger, house address?
Well, you just-
Terrebonne, Oregon,
That's
Crooked
fine.
River Drive, member of the Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance. And yeah, we've been talking about all the increases. Of course, we see it day to day out there. And, my wife's coming home from horse camp last week, and she has to drive down the middle of Wilcox to avoid cars and people. It takes her, you can't drive more than 5 miles an hour, with people walking their dogs and kids on the street, people opening doors. It's an accident waiting to happen. And we'd like to see that prevent. I mean, we don't want to read about, there are deaths in the park from people falling, people having accidents, but getting to the park, you shouldn't die getting to the park. And second concern is emergency responses out there. On a weekend, if we had a fire like we did back in '96, I can't imagine the chaos of trying to get people out of the park and getting emergency vehicles in. That's a real concern for the residents out there, is having a problem with emergency response vehicles as well. So I hand it to the county to take the step here to start controlling that issue. I'd like to see the park, they're 2 years beyond their master plan, and addressing, controlling the people. I think that's a big issue. I know other areas have gone to permit systems. They're talking about it up on South Sisters, limiting people. And, it's just that they're overused. I mean, that park can't handle 900,000 a year efficiently. So there's got to be some kind of management coming from the park to control the number of people coming in, either through a permit process or advanced reservation system somehow. Shuttling will help, but that's controlling the cars on the street, not the number of people coming to the park. So, I mean, the park and the county have to work hand in hand on this thing.
That was one of the things I got out of the meeting on Friday, was that the capacity is, I don't really know much about the capacity, what it is. I mean, you can go watch. I was doing the math while we're talking. If you had 300 days a year, which is a long season, that's 3,000 a day. If you have 150 days primarily, it's, twice that. So 6,000 people, it's hard for me to imagine 6,000 people out there on a day, or 3,000 even, but I guess it's possible. But
It happens, I mean.
yeah, so I
can stand from my house and just watch cars streaming in during the day on a nice weekend. And, it's very easy because, it's a very popular destination for hiking. Matt said 25% of people climb, 75% of people hike. It's got trails for elderly people, it's got trails for advanced hikers. I mean, it has everything that you would want out there, but even on the survey, the users are complaining about the number of people. So it just seems like we're getting to that point where that needs to be controlled somehow. And I think it would be a more pleasant experience for most people if you didn't have to wait at the bridge to get across, or it was find a place to park. It'd be a better experience for most people if we could control it a little bit better. I'm sure there'll be some pushback on it initially, but in the long run, I think it'd be a better experience.
And perhaps better for the park, too. If we're talking about 1 million people. Matt, do you know the most people that have been in the park in one day? Do you have any idea? Did anybody sit there and count people all day?
I'd have to pull out that 2017 visitor study again. And again, that would be about, 3 years old now. Last Memorial Day weekend, we have a car counter device that keeps track of how many vehicles are coming into the park. And it was roughly around 1,200 vehicles that were tripping that car counter as they entered the park. And it just captures that one way on the way in. You got to deduct a little bit of that for the residents, but not too many residents driving in probably throughout the course of one day. So if you're looking at over 1,000 people, a lot had turned around because they couldn't find a parking space. But you figure around 2.5 people per vehicle, I think is what we see. You're easily at around 3,000 in a day.
So that 1,200 was just one day of Memorial Day weekend?
Yeah, we were seeing about 1,200 each day, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
And you're talking about 2019, correct? Or are you talking
no,
about?
This was just last, the 2020 Memorial Day. So this is still with people discouraging travel. It probably would have been higher had we not been in the travel reduction phase.
I think it would have been another 50. I mean, oh my gosh, 1,200 a day for all 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, sounds like people are staying home. Not. And what was that weather like? Was that good weather that weekend?
Yeah, it was ideal weather, especially for climbing and hiking. It wasn't too hot yet. So our numbers do dip a little bit when we get above 90 degrees. But those numbers have been actually increasing. It used to really drop a lot during the summertime, but since more and more people are coming from out of the area, I don't think they realize just how hot it really does get at Smith Rock when it's above 90.
And the rattlesnakes, too.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't forget about the rattlesnakes. I know. Well, they love rocks.
Yeah.
I know. You have to be very careful. Rocks. Yeah. Yes, warm rocks. Yes. Okay. So Al, did you want to add anything else?
No, I just appreciate the county working on it with us, because we have been talking to you in the last few years, and it seems like it's getting to a point where we need to make some decisions, and I appreciate you guys taking the lead on this thing to do it. And, the community works with the park. We're neighbors. We want to be good stewards of each other. The county's a big factor in that. So it's a three-way process that we all want to work together to find a good solution to this. And I do appreciate all the efforts to make this happen this year. So thank you.
Oh, thank you for getting a hold of us before 4th of July weekend. So, because I will be on Saturday, won't it? So it could be a big day at the park.
Thank you.
Chris, you know their neighborhood had suggested to do Wilcox, Northeast Smith Brock Loop. This is where they were saying to do no parking. Then 17th, 31st, 33rd, and then Northeast Smith Rock Way. Did you feel that was
Yeah.
too much?
Well, I think, that's been the big question. If we prohibit parking out there, how far out do we need to go to keep people from parking and then finding their way into the park yet again? So, I think what the Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance identified, makes sense. Not all those are county roads. Some of those are private, and so, that's a different issue. As far as what's in our purview, 33rd, 17th, Wilcox, and Smith Rock would be the roads that we would probably want the board to contain within a board order if that was your wish. So, it's 5.5 miles of county road. What we would probably do is start from the park entrance on Wilcox and do some limited signing for a reasonable distance out to kind of convey that no parking message, rather than throw 5.5 miles worth of no parking signs in and around all those roads. So let's just chase the issue, see how far we need to go to truly keep people from parking before we have to go through the signage piece of it. But having the board give us the authority to sign that would be our thought. At least, Smith Rock Way even, has that potential. So,
Were you saying the loop or the way?
Smith Rock Way.
Way and
Loop is, I believe, the private.
Smith Rock Loop and 31st are a private road.
okay, that one is. Those are both the private.
Controlled by the residents on that road. So that would be their effort to control parking by doing their own signage on that one, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So Chris, is there any capacity on any of these roads to do something similar to what we did at Harper Bridge?
I would say, in terms of adding roadside parking,
Yeah.
we do have probably more limited space to work with. Wilcox is a little more elevated in spots. It would involve, probably buying more right-of-way or slope easement, kind of like we did, I guess, on the Harper Bridge and Spring River Loop. It has that potential. The biggest difference being there's no parking, at Harper Bridge, and people were heading to that one spot. Here, there's 500 spaces that are already filled, and this is the overflow piece of it. So,
Well, I guess the way I'm breaking it down is if there was capacity for parking, and I don't know if you've been down there, Al, or anybody else that's listening, but it really is, we've developed paved parking, and people are using it pretty well, and nobody's walking down the street, in the middle of the road down there, because they even have more of a traffic problem because it goes so fast through there. But I just think that's worth looking at, because it sounds like, if a shuttle, I'm still interested in a shuttle. We'd have to find a property that would work, and a provider to do it. But whatever we do, it's a multi-year problem for the park, and I don't think it's our choice to just, as a county, to decide how many people use that park. I don't think that's my purview, and I personally am really reluctant to start cutting off the access to the park, because I know how many people like to go. They don't just go there for the hiking, they go there it's one of the most beautiful spots in Oregon. And so it's a whole thing, and so
the place
that to me is a separate issue from how do we make it safer for people to park somewhere, and the road thing did work in Harper Bridge so far, seems like. Maybe we can't do enough spaces to make a difference, but we could have made a difference last Saturday where there was 40 to 52 people using the road. So
probably if we were to ever consider that, it would be starting on Crooked River Drive itself, in terms of adding parking there versus, because it's already there on half the park, and this would just be extending it further to the south. Keep people from, continuing to walk in and around Wilcox, which is a little more higher speed through road. But,
Well, the other side would be, could we develop one side of Wilcox for walking? I mean, where you build a shoulder on one side, so it's it's safer. That's what I saw in Hawaii was along some of the, I took pictures when I was there a couple years ago because we were thinking about it down there, and it was like they just paved another, 10 feet, and there wasn't enough maybe for parking, but all the bike traffic, all the walking was there. I mean, it was really safe along the shoreline.
And that was part of what Terrebonne Neighborhood Alliance did suggest at one point too. Everything's on the table if you'd like us to explore that. I think back to some of what the park's trying to say but not coming out and saying it, they really don't want to facilitate as the park managers, more use. They want to try to make it inconvenient for folks to get there, through the parking prohibition to help, limit some of what, the visitor issue is.
Well, except they're planning to add a whole new parking lot, so I guess I don't know that that's true. I mean, that's why I say it's up to them, but
It is.
they are working on a plan for more parking, and I'm just thinking of the interim, because this is a big part of our community, in our economy now, and so, I'm sure there's businesses in Terrebonne also that, benefit from the traffic, and so I don't know the balance with what the park can do. I'm just saying, how do we, looking at other options for solving the transportation.
Well, as a county and a road authority outside of this area, if we start putting direction to, parking limits, that's going to put direction to this. And, we did bounce off this a couple years ago, and it just didn't seem to be the right time. Master planning was going on, kind of the big picture, but seeing these rising numbers and steady numbers, if we make a move, other things will happen around it. I'm just thinking we could set direction to this by talking about the Wilcox parking limits.
Chris, does making parking on one side of Wilcox help the situation at all? Or would the entire road need to be no parking? I mean, just looking at Wilcox is
Yeah.
the main.
So there's pros and cons to it. Certainly, parking on one side and having the other available for, pedestrian activity is one thing, but it probably, which side do you place it on? Which property owner gets to deal with all the cars on their side, all the pedestrians on their side?
Which side has the least property owners?
Yes.
Yeah.
And one of the
Was it
problems, one of the problems with that is, how do you get the people out of there? They don't know how to leave one side of Wilcox, if they have to go up to 33rd and out, or go down to First Street and out. I mean, so you get people turning around in driveways to get out, and it becomes a traffic flow problem at that point of exiting Wilcox. So.
The other issue too is you have pedestrians now, somewhat directed to walk on one side of the road, when in fact, as a pedestrian where there aren't sidewalks available, you're supposed to walk, facing traffic, and now we'd be.
No matter what you do, yeah. It'd be two-way
half the
traffic walking.
Half the pedestrian flow would be in not facing traffic, so it's, it's a safety issue there, still.
I know it's even in
Build-
parking lots now that people don't, well, even on my street where I live, a lot of people walk and people don't necessarily get out of the way. They can just kind of keep walking right where they are.
I'm hesitant to say this, but I mean that, there hasn't been, we haven't seen a lot of incidents out there because, it becomes a parking lot, because people, as drivers, as much as we all, scoff at that people making bad decisions, they are going to slow down their speeds. They are going to, have a different expectation of being able to drive 45 on Wilcox when all that activity is taking place, just like you do in the Costco parking lot. So, it's certainly awful to look at out there. It's not what we want in our transportation system, that activity happening on rural roads where we don't have the facilities to accommodate them. But, the drivers have adjusted and.
So a question for Matt, what does the park full scenario look like, and are you doing that today? As in with the parking areas and stuff?
Yeah. when we hit capacity, so we fill up every designated parking spot, and then we open up the Rex field. And at that time, once the Rex field fills up, we have a little barricade that has a sign on it that just says parking lots are full. Please only park in designated spaces. And so that goes out at the junction of Crooked River Drive and Wilcox. And yeah, the biggest issue is when people start walking in, and it's when they're walking on Crooked River Drive too, on the way into the park. That's where you've got a lot of people circling around looking for a parking spot. They're getting frustrated. And some of them, end up exiting the park with that frustration that, they might be driving over the speed limit too, as they're finally giving up on their hope of finding a parking spot.
With the kids in the
At
back
that
seat
point-
and the wife in the passenger seat. Oh, frustrating.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people walking into the park have dogs on leash, and those retractable leashes with the dogs running right out into the lane of travel too. So at that point, we just start patrolling for safety issues and we've seen people actually move some boulders that have been, placed to keep people from parking on the road shoulders within our overflow lot and down at the North Point turnaround. So we have people getting creative and trying to get off the road by moving actual rocks. And we're doing more of that, dealing with the people that are getting creative over there and encouraging them to, visit another time too. So
And then the people that were very creative in raising money with paying, private parking, apparently that wasn't allowed. So yes, so that's no longer available in your community, apparently, according to the conversation the other day. Right?
My understanding.
So, Chris,
Yeah,
in your opinion, then, if we just made Wilcox all no parking on both sides, is that going to be enough?
Well, I think Wilcox and 17th and 33rd would probably, be sufficient. Throwing Smith Rock in there would be helpful so that we wouldn't have to come back to the board in the future should parking end up there. And that's where it would be more significantly unsafe on that particular road. But I wouldn't put it past users to park out there. That said, we wouldn't sign that until we actually had a problem, if that was the board's desire.
Okay, so you said Wilcox, 17th. Did you say 33rd? And you didn't say Smith Rock Way then?
Smith Rock Way would be, yes.
Okay, so what their group is actually suggesting, you've looked at it and you feel like that's,
I'm thinking that, I wouldn't put it past users to end up parking on Smith Rock Way, hitchhiking in, or doing a drop-off and a bike ride in, and moving that problem. That's been the
I think it's guaranteed to happen. I mean, if you drove 3 hours to get here, or 6 hours, I think about when I go to the coast, there's a couple places I like to go at the coast that sometimes get filled. Well, then you can go down the coast and there's one kind of like it. This does not really, we don't have one down the road at 3 miles. You can't just let's just go over here and take a different view of Smith Rocks. It's like, that's it. And so I think people are going to do exactly what you're saying. I think if I'd come all the way here, then I get here and I can't park, because you're there to hike anyway, so the way you justify is that, come on, kids, we're going to hike anyway, so get out, or if it's
Never
just
in the best
you.
shape gets to go park the car.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I see all this. I mean, people, we do it for other things. We do football games, and we walk a long ways to go to stuff. So I don't know.
Is it
or couldn't
starting to?
people Uber in? Like, hey, park here. if you
It'd be a
want.
good Uber business.
Yeah.
You park.
I mean, is Uber available in your neighborhood, do you know?
It may be soon.
And that's part of what, we kind of talked about a little bit on Friday, was some of what's stopped people from being creative with getting to the park has been the fact that you can still park. You just got to walk.
Yeah, and that was my observation, that this will trigger other things. Matt, is there a kind of a drop-off circle already, or would that pop up pretty quick? Drop off 3 people out of a vehicle and drive away?
We don't have a designated drop-off site. That was going to be part of the master plan, was
Yeah.
a visitor center with an RV shuttle bus drop-off location. There is 15-minute parking that can act as a drop-off spot at the very end, the North Point turnaround of the park. But that's not right next to a bathroom. People tend to drop people off right near the bathroom, it creates another bottleneck issue
Yep.
right there.
And then for climbers, are they mobile enough, or I'm just thinking, you know, the equipment, little bit of ropes or whatever. Do people, are they able to hike with all their equipment, or is that more of a vehicle, closer vehicle access?
The climbers definitely like to park as close to the canyon access point as possible, because they are bringing in a considerable amount of gear. So I've seen climbers that have parked out on Wilcox. So those climbers that are coming from Seattle and Portland will do the jaunt,
Yeah.
or they'll drop people off with all the gear, and then they'll have
Yeah,
one
because
person
it'll all start, that kind of activity.
Yeah.
Right.
There are a lot of opportunities. I mean, I see a lot of private sector opportunities to get people from somewhere to the park if they wanted to do it. I mean, you could. So anyway, well, I don't want to make a decision today. I want to look at it one more time. I was going to go up there on Saturday, but I want
early.
to be. What's that?
Get there
Get there
early.
Well, I guess I won't park, but I could drive
How early?
drive around.
Does the park, is it open 24 hours a day, or is it like 7 a.m., or what time does it open, Matt?
The park is signed open dawn to dusk.
Dawn. Oh, that could be like at 5:15 or something now.
Yeah, this
Okay.
morning it was
Yeah, it's our longest day, isn't it, soon?
Saturday, yeah.
Yes, so we can be there really early.
But Matt, for the commissioner's sake, if you were to pick the worst time to go out there to see it at its worst, what time do you think you want to head out there?
Yeah, Saturday or Sunday between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m.
Yep, Saturday at noon, that's what I figured.
Commissioners, if I could just offer, I haven't heard it mentioned, but, you know, as long as we're kind of looking at all options, this may or may not be an option at all, but just it's worth mentioning, the county does own a sizable chunk of property near Smith Rock State Park. It's about a mile and a half as a crow flies south of the entrance. And I'm not sure of the topography. It's 240 acres, but it's more or less landlocked. But if all options are on the table, if we're looking at a long-term, say, off-site parking shuttle scenario, zoning aside, it's EFU, so there may be some zoning issues, but as we know, there's sometimes overcomable. But I just introduce that into the discussion, FYI.
So what road is that off, Tom?
It's south of Smith Rock Way. It may be on the, I know that it's kind of a valley where the river is, and then it kind of rises up as you head south, maybe kind of up on a bluff. I can't remember for sure, but it's non-irrigated. It's just sagebrush there, but it is
it'd be interesting to look at.
pretty big chunk.
So maybe we could get that address to
Have
go
a
this
gondola.
weekend.
I don't know, you can get to it. You may be able to see it from
Oh.
up at Terrebonne before you go down the hill, kind of across the way. But as I said, I believe it's more or less landlocked.
Oh, it's
right now.
landlocked.
Yeah, so you'd have to, if you were to ever develop it, you'd have to figure out access, how to get to it, which would obviously add to the cost.
Okay.
240 acres is a lot of land.
People's.
Okay, well, maybe we can look into some of that.
Well, Al, you could probably look at that and see if, you know, just as a neighborhood type
Yeah.
view.
Up on Equestrian Acres, up on top, beyond there, or do you know?
Yeah, it's almost due south of the entrance of Loop, about, like I said, mile and a half. I can show it to you on a map sometime if you like.
Yeah,
In fact, I'll send kind of a map to each of the commissioners and to Chris and the other stakeholders, just so you see where it's at and see
Okay,
the.
yeah, I'd be willing to take a look at it.
So it could be Smith Rock South or something?
So, Matt, I have one other question. Do you have access to whatever the prior ranger, what work he did do or she did on the shuttle idea? Is there a folder or file or something?
Yeah, there is a file that Scott Brown had put together on the shuttle, and I, the main hurdles he ran into, was the logistical offsite parking issues, and then finding interest in somebody that would actually want to do that business, because I think he was looking at a private concessionaire to run that shuttle.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Great discussion.
yes, I know they would love something to be done this year and not go on another 30 years. Chris, does next week work to bring this back then?
Certainly, yep, whenever you.
Okay, and we'll do our homework this weekend, and if you see us driving around and very angry people looking for a parking spot, just wave us on, Matt. Just tell us.
Well, I'm not going to walk in.
You're not going to walk in? Oh, it could be a perfect weekend for a walk in the park.
I'm
So,
going to drive through.
okay, well, we'll come down this weekend then and take a look at what you deal with on a daily basis. So we'll bring that back then and have a clearer idea.
So if there's any chance of anything being done before the 4th of July, which would be another
I know.
heavy use time, because that's going to be, I think, a 3-day weekend there.
Yeah, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yes.
Well,
Okay,
wouldn't
so-
the trouble be with that is just signage? I mean, if we made some quick decision, what would we do to advertise that?
Do a- like
So
a
we would,
reader board?
yeah, so permanent signage, it's going to take some time to get that installed, but we could do a temporary with A-frames and laminated no parking signage. We would put a variable message sign out on Wilcox, where most people are going to see it coming into the park saying, no parking on these county roads. We'd do our best to let it be known. And it would take a board order that we could, prepare and come with at some point if you were so inclined.
Okay, so it's the 24th, next Wednesday. So there is a possibility then before 4th of July, if we do have a vote then, next Wednesday, after we'll be down.
If possible, I might suggest Monday. On next Wednesday, we already have 3 public hearings
Oh, gosh.
and a very long agenda, plus we've got a joint meeting scheduled that late afternoon with Lapine as well.
Okay, so let's move it to the Monday, the 22nd. Is that one okay? I think that meeting starts at 1, doesn't it, Sharon? Okay, so our Monday meeting does start at 1?
It starts at 10, sorry.
10? Okay, all right.
I think I'm going to be at an AOC Legislative Committee meeting starting at 1:30 that day. So that's just going to be another item later at the end of this meeting. So AOC Legislative and Board meeting that afternoon.
Yeah. Is it a call-in or is it
We're
live?
at 12:30, I think it starts. Yeah, 12:30.
Is it a call-in or a?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I probably would be at that too. So we need to talk about our schedule.
Okay,
And
so
I actually have it's before the 10 o'clock, I guess. There's one in the morning too.
Yeah.
so-
Okay, well,
Okay, so it's moved to Monday. Maybe we'll have to move our meeting to 9. What's the other call-in time for you?
I
Commissioner?
think it's 8 to 9.
Okay, so we might have to, if we start our meeting at 9? Does that work?
Well, so anybody that's following this, or if you want to give us a call about another backstory thing that we're missing here today, please do. So this is Wednesday, tomorrow, or any time. Give us a call. Give each one of us a call. Make sure there's a connection here, because if we do make a big decision on Monday, it'll be kind of a quick decision.
Okay. I don't have anything that early on. 9 maybe could work. 9 to 12:30? Is that okay?
Yep. Yeah. Because
Okay,
I'll be able
so-
to run up to a meeting.
Right, if we can start at 9 then, Monday morning, that's better.
We're moving back an hour. Okay.
Okay, great. Idaho time.
There you go.
All right. So thank you. Thank you for everyone for participating today. Appreciate it. And thank you, Al, for representing your community. And
Good discussion.
okay, so now we're behind. Okay, Chris?
Still here.
Yes, you're still in charge.
Another presentation, a few slides to throw up there. I have Cody and Peter Russell on the Zoom call as well in case there's any questions. But board, what we want to do today is kind of walk you through our transportation system plan scope. So we've entered the process to update the TSP, and part of that's developing a scope of work. What are we going to do and accomplish, how the process is going to go. Before we bring you, though, a contract to approve that's has a fee to it and everything like that, we want to make sure you're comfortable with the process and how we want to go about doing this, the makeup of the advisory committee, if that's something to discuss. And so with that, just kind of want to walk you through these scope items, touch on a few things. So where we're at, we issued the RFP, the request for proposals. We did receive one proposal from Kittleson and Associates, which is not surprising, just given their presence here and the amount of transportation planning work they do. We've developed a draft scope of work with them, and that's what you have in your packet, and that's what I'm walking you through here today. Once we're comfortable with that, we'll then negotiate a fee, bring the board back a contract for approval, and then get the ball rolling, notice to proceed, and away we go. And again, the purpose of this conversation is just to make sure you're okay with kind of what we've lined out in the way of scope items and the participation pieces. So, next slide. The TSP, again, is really our transportation system policy for Deschutes County. And really what we're looking forward to the most, the road department, is a new capital project list through 2040. Transportation system plans are 20-year look-aheads in terms of what you want to do over the next 20 years within the system. It will include financial estimates and analysis, so how much are the projects going to cost, how many resources do we think we're going to have available to dedicate towards construction of projects. And finally, it's going to incorporate a lot of that transportation planning work that's taken place since our last TSP update. So everything from what the cities are doing in the way of their TSPs and kind of coordinating where we're connecting to what ODOT's done in the way of planning in certain areas, down to safety audits and maybe some of the more granular studies we've done in our corridors, making sure that we've grabbed all that planning work. But most of all, TSP is a very public process, and so a lot of the scope deals with that, making sure that we're hearing from the public about what they want, reporting back as to where we think we're going, and get feedback. We'll include it. Oops, if you could stay on that slide for one more second. We'll include an advisory committee, is at least what we have in the scope to date, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. An agency partner committees, so it's making sure that all the other jurisdictions, that we're including them in this process, not including them in the advisory committee, kind of making that more citizen-based, but making sure that we are getting input from the agency partners. Then, of course, a big public outreach component to get input. So I'll take you through the individual scope tasks, some of which are not that exciting, but I'll focus on the ones that I think we need to talk most about. Project management is just what the consultant's going to kind of need to do to manage this project. The second item's the big one, is public involvement. And so what the scope contains are a variety of online, so virtual open house, and possibly in-person open house events, and ones that are geographically focused. So at the road department, we have 4 different primary planning areas. We've got Lapine Sun River, we have the General Bend area, we have Tumalo Sisters kind of grouped as a planning area, and then Redmond Terrebonne. And so the goal would be to dispatch some of this public process either to those locations, or if we're doing a virtual one, focus those conversations around those smaller areas so that we're not dealing with things that people may not be interested in, and we're focusing on geography within the TSP. An advisory committee is being proposed in this scope. So that would include what we're hoping for that to include, and again, we'll detail that in a second, but a board member, so one of the 3 participating on this committee, in addition to a planning commission member, with the goal of kind of creating some history and some ownership in the process, so that when it does get to the commission and to the board, you have some connectivity to that from at least one member. The advisory committee would be primarily citizens, so people that would be interested in participating in a committee of this nature, and with the goal of grabbing folks from those individual planning areas, so that we've got some diversity in the geography of it. So people, we can grab a couple from La Pine, Sun River. They can help kind of focus in some of the comments on what may or may not be planned in that area and so on. And then modes, what we're talking about when we talk about modes, generally bike and ped. A lot of TSPs deal with rail, deal with air, airports and things of that nature. Ours will briefly mention that, mostly tying in planning work of others. But for the most part, we're planning our rural transportation system components and just referencing, whatever other transportation elements exist out there. So really just bike and ped being a part of our advisory group. Item C there is agency partner coordination. So ODOT, obviously, all the cities and, having a representative participate there. And I can think of like Sisters, for example. I know it's approached the board about, some areas where county and city of Sisters impacts are located, especially at Locust and Highway 20. So making sure that we're tying in the cities and they're, potentially, we're scoping projects that are the same. And then federal agencies, Forest Service, BLM, et cetera. Cascades East Transit would be another agency stakeholder, agency partner. Then the thought would be, as kind of a part of that also public involvement, is that, we're doing at least 2 workshops, both with the Board of County Commissioners at various check-in points, and then also the Planning Commission as well, so that you're not just hearing about it today and then seeing a delivered product, but you're kind of brought along the process. Next slide. Scope task number 3. Consultant will review the current TSP and all the applicable plans and policies, again, kind of incorporating all the other planning work that's taken place into our transportation system plan. Item 4, looking at the existing conditions of our system and then doing a future needs analysis.
Just a note, so Wickiup Junction Refinement Plan is a project that's going on, so it's basically the north part of La Pine, not the overpass specifically, but kind of the refinement of that area. And also Bend Transportation System Plan is being kind of finalized right now too, so that's been a big project for the city of Bend. Also a question, Deschutes County TSDC methodology, what is that?
Transportation System Development Charge.
Oh, okay, SDC, yep.
We'll get to that part here.
So it's just the way TSDC was written, I couldn't figure that out. Yep.
So as part of, again, scope item number 4, doing that future needs analysis. So that's taking into account the amount of growth that we're going to experience in the county over this 20-year horizon, taking a look at where we may have capacity issues in our system, and then planning projects to address that capacity issue primarily. So, looking at our existing TSP, we're building signals, roundabouts, intersection improvements at a variety of intersections today. There's going to be more intersections, with 10 more years of growth tagged on to the end of that TSP that will start to need some improvement as well.
When was the last TSP update done?
2012. Yep.
So you do it every 10 years, is that the goal?
Yeah, I think, fast-growing cities probably every 5. For Deschutes County, I think 10 years is serving us well. As we're developing all the projects on our current capital improvement plan, 10 years has been a good period, but we're starting to see kind of some of the tail end projects hit our plan that, maybe there may be higher priorities that we don't know about yet. So 5 to 10 is very typical.
Well, with more growth than expected, the TSP projects almost get built quicker. So, and there's always plenty of needs out there, but what was envisioned in 10 years starts to age quicker as the growth is happening.
Correct, yeah. And now that we've got, more robust funding in our capital program, it's exceptionally important that we're grabbing everything that we need to understand we need over the next 20 years so we can have our priorities in order.
Yep.
Alternative development analysis, scope item number 5, so that's where, you know, you're specifically identifying what's necessary. Also, as a part of that, we want to have that discussion about our road moratorium policy. And again, the county has had a road moratorium in place since 2006, where we have not accepted new local roads into our system. Mostly what we've done there is prohibit local improvement districts from forming to build new roads that then we would have to take over and maintain. Clearly that, you know, doing that, you know, taking on more local roads would cost a significant amount of resources that ultimately would come out of the capital side. And so we need to kind of have that conversation about, you know, capital projects and addressing needs there or addressing local improvement opportunities. And so that's the time to have that conversation. We've been wanting to talk about this for a while, but again, you know, getting all the cards on the table in terms of the, you know, how that would one element would affect the other, you know, needs to happen, you know, at the TSP level.
So Chris, we have like, what, is 900 miles of county roads? Is that the right number?
Correct.
Okay, but how many of those are gravel?
200.
200 are gravel, okay, really?
Yep.
I just had a call last week from somebody asking about how do you get roads included in the county maintained system.
Yeah.
So people still ask about it, and you know, it's out there.
Absolutely.
And
400 miles of local access roads in the county that aren't maintained by the county. There's, I think, 120 miles of those are in special road districts. There would be a pretty significant impact should that road moratorium, you know, be lifted, but it's a conversation having in the context of overall transportation that you can at least ratify or, you know, pivot from.
So when that moratorium was set in place in 2006, wasn't that when we were like at 2,500 building permits and things? I mean, wasn't that like the top of the prior economy?
Yeah.
Okay, and we decided then at the top, we're not going to do county roads.
Mostly it had to do with long-term projections for transportation funding, really calling into question our long-term ability to maintain local roads as it pertains to doing things on maintaining a collector and arterial system. And, you know, things have changed. However, you know, some of those underlying issues still exist. And basically it puts the question of, you know, are we going to maintain more local roads, hire more staff, buy more equipment, do all those things to, you know, maintain new local roads, or do we want to make improvements to the system and
could we
address the deficiencies that are coming our way?
Could we have a possible community meeting for road districts as part of this, or a little call for road districts? Because that's where people need to understand. This is, you know, an LID is X, which can be quite a bit per parcel. Long-term maintenance is this, and it could put it in perspective, because that's where the discussion happens sometimes, is a road district. So, I mean, this could be an action in here, is to, you know, just have one powwow of road districts. And I've bounced off of that a few times over the years too. It's like, man, you know, and I go to them, and I'm sure you have, you know, take these calls all the time. But I've gone to some of the road districts, and yeah, just getting the good facts out to the current board members of the road districts.
Road districts have it figured out. You know, they're generating revenue to maintain their roads. It's the local access roads that aren't within road districts, or one neighbor wants to chip in, the other doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
One neighbor wants it maintained this way, the other doesn't. And the biggest thing we can do as a county is just encourage people to get along and be good neighbors, recognize where they, you know, the county's not going to maintain those roads, and they need to, you know, come to agreement with their neighbors on how they want to do that.
What I'm referring to, yeah, moratorium analysis, maybe, you know, just a letter to the current road district boards saying this topic's being discussed at this meeting and this date.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that may be a deliverable in this document, is what I'm proposing.
Scope item 6 is financial analysis, so that's just looking at all the resources that could be made available to invest in our system over the 20-year period, and trying to figure out, you know, what that number is going to be. And a lot of that's going to come from existing staff. We have a great idea as far as State Highway Fund, SDCs, grants, Federal Lands Access Program. You know, within the TSP, I foresee us putting together specific projects that would be great candidate projects for flat funding, other things like that. And so we'll be getting a little more granular with the TSP in that regard this go around. Next slide. Thanks. Item 7 is a transportation system development charge methodology report. So out of the TSP, comes the data that's necessary to establish what the SDC could be. And again, SDCs are paid by new growth to pay for their share of system improvements necessary to accommodate growth. And so what we're not proposing is that we establish the SDC inside the transportation system plan, because that is another process specified by state statute, where we grab a different group of stakeholders, home builders, developers, things like that. But we will get all the data necessary to try to put that together. How much is growth share, potentially going to be? How many trips are going to be added to the system? And so we've asked the consultant to kind of give us the data necessary to then have the SDC discussion separately. 8 and 9, putting it all together, the TSP, and documenting it, and 8, and then 9, the adoption process, which is, as I think you're aware of, having seen a few individual TSP amendments recently, you go to the Planning Commission, prepare findings, adoption ordinances, comes to the board, ultimately the state, also acknowledges the TSP. So, with that, board, that's kind of the process that we've asked this consultant to propose on, how we want to see this process move forward. I've got one more slide that talks about the advisory committee, and this is the makeup that we're proposing and where you can provide feedback on right now if you'd like. But we have more time if you want to consider it. So 1 board member, 1 planning commission member, 2 citizen members from those various planning areas, and then 1 BPAC, Bike Ped Advisory Committee member, to get us to a group of 11, a pretty manageable number. In the past, when we've included various agencies on here, I've kind of sensed that the board likes more of a grassroots committee rather than input coming in from agencies or advisory committees. We'll still get their input through just directly reaching out to them as part of that agency stakeholder group, but they won't be voting on anything. And that was our thought in how to put together this advisory committee. With that, let me know what you think about what the scope looks like. Is it meeting your expectations? Are there things we need to put in or take out that you'd like to see before we actually bring you the contract and with a number attached to it? And not looking for, if you're willing to head nod today, great, away we go. If you want to sit with it another week or so, we'd be happy to come back, or you can maybe reach out to us directly, and we can plug in various, whatever your concerns are and move forward.
Well, it's good to take a moment and really just kind of think of the scope of this, just the basic questions of what kind of a time period we're looking at. So adding 10 years to the horizon is very valuable, knowing that it's about a 10-year cycle in Deschutes County. Do you expect it to shorten? This is our TSP now, but would the next one kick off in 5 years, or would we be at that point, or is there any way to know that information?
I think the current TSP has served us very well. We're starting, we've built or moving on most of the high priority projects, a great number of the medium priority projects at 5 to 10 year. Now we're getting into the low priority projects.
Yeah.
This new TSP will come in, kind of reset everything, reprioritize all projects, bring new ones in. We're putting together a list of projects that we've identified that we see as foreseeable, that aren't necessarily in the TSP or in the capital improvement plan. And the consultant's analysis will put more projects into bear. The Transportation Safety Action Plan we completed several years ago, identified some safety projects that be great candidate projects. We have bridges, that we're kind of handling as staff, that we're going to want to put into the capital improvement plan as we have been managing the sufficiency ratings and foresee the need to replace them or perform maintenance in the 20-year period. BPAC, I think, is going to have a lot to say about you know, bicycle specifically type improvements they'd like to see in the county. I know they're working on as a group, you know, kind of a way to get around central, you know, Deschutes County cities using county roads. And are those roads, you know, can we add facilities or make improvements to provide kind of this network of bike connectivity? I know they're going to want to chime in on that.
Speaking of biking, I think I forwarded you the email from Lower Bridge that we had all the biking, and the road is actually, according to that letter, not 28 feet wide where it should be, and yet it's been designated scenic biking by the state.
Yes, and that's a topic for another meeting. I do intend on getting back with
Sheila?
With Sheila, and then through you, though, Commissioner, to kind of address those concerns. But there's a history of the Scenic Bikeway program and what it obligates us to do and not to do. It's probably worth talking about at some point as well.
So I'm looking at the 10-year capital improvement plan, and I was told by someone recently that 19th Street was actually somewhere on it. It's not on it?
It is not. No, this was removed by the board probably in 2013. Peter may chime in.
And I was involved with that also.
Yeah, so it actually did not make the when the TSP was updated in 2012, that project was removed.
It was removed?
Yeah.
So, and it's a big commitment, and it's, you know, one of those items that was a hot topic as I was even running for office before I became a commissioner. So, but it's coming around again, you know, and not 19 specifically, but connectivity from, you know, Fairgrounds to Quarry to Deschutes Junction, you know, whatever the big picture is. So that'll be a good topic to discuss in this TSP update.
One of those projects.
Yep.
Yeah, that will certainly.
Yeah, we lost at the Land Use Board of Appeals in 2008, and so that took 19th Street out. There has been discussions with the city of Redmond and developers about taking it down to Quarry. I haven't heard so much about going down to Deschutes Junction, but Chris is right. It's not in our current TSP because of an earlier land use decision by the Land Use Board of Appeals.
Okay, in 2008 then?
Approximately, yeah, I think it was 2008 when we had that, 2008, 2009.
Okay, all
So
right.
as I say, I just remember it was a moment that it was acknowledged that this is not in the TSP, as I say, I guess. So that was when we were adopting it.
Okay, because you all realize that the government is actually talking about doing $1 trillion plan, and I do believe that Deschutes County needs to get really organized and do how we, you know, impacted bringing in the 60 million for the road. Definitely, not that I'm in favor of more government spending, but if they're going to spend the money, it would be really ideal if Deschutes County could get some of that, considering our growth and the fact that our single-family residences, the permits are almost back up per my conversation this morning with the building department. So things are going to keep happening here. And anyway, Chris, I mentioned that to you. I just really think if we could come together and talk to our congressman about it, it would be ideal.
Yeah, I think positioning ourselves to take advantage of whatever program emerges as far as stimulus for transportation. And I think I've had some conversations with Commissioner Henderson offline about, what's out there, what could we do? And yeah, there's opportunities on the horizon.
So, I mean, that's actually coming out on national news. So we've got to get ahead of it.
It's the third time in this administration we've gone through this cycle, so whether it gets done before the election is, I've kind of gotten skeptical. But yeah, I've heard the recent news stories, and I've always thought we should have a list and get it organized, but we'll see if it gets done this summer. I mean, they're talking about it again, but they talked about it in 18 or 19, and talked about it in 17 too. So.
Well, there might be a reason to kickstart an economy that was just shuttered for a couple months. So we'll see.
Right.
Okay.
I know you have mentioned it in the past all the time, but when I saw it at, on the news, and I'm going, okay, there it is.
So with that, you've got the scope in your packet there. I'll perhaps wait a week and make contact with me individually if you have any thoughts or additions or concerns about that. And after a week, I'll don't hear back from you, we'll start to work on that fee proposal with the.
Well, is that the right place to be? I mean, or are there any,
Yeah.
we could get there.
I read it last night, but it's the first time I've even thought about it.
Okay, so you want to, yeah.
Is it?
I was just wondering, if we were all quiet, maybe we're all leaning towards it and not saying anything. That's all I was. Because this is just an approval to get this document out to proceed with the contracting.
So, did you want to make a motion?
Oh, well, if we're ready for that, that's kind of what I was trying to figure out.
Okay, well,
It'll come
Well,
back
so,
as a fee proposal for your approval too, so there's.
yeah, so this is input to the final fee proposal. So I would support proceeding. I don't know that we even need a minutes motion at this time.
do we need a minutes motion, Dave?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so,
The contract will come back for board review and approval.
Yeah.
all right, great. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your morning.
So that's direction to proceed then, instead of
Well, it
bringing.
isn't from me, but you can.
But, and I was just trying to figure that out. So, do you want to wait a week?
We already said it, so, yeah, I just wanted to look at it, I just hadn't, I mean, I looked at it last night with the rest of the packet, so I hadn't really thought about it, but if there's some direction, this would be the time we'd give direction, I guess, and it might be an offline conversation, but it still might be a conversation, but it might, I don't know whether we have to bring that back to the board or not, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not pressuring the board for a decision.
Yeah, no, and I was just saying if there was no.
And, but if, I'm seeing some comfort level on this side and maybe wait a week and you'll
Stand by for a week.
yeah,
take a look at it and we'll talk if.
yeah.
Stand by for a week.
I just had a couple questions, but I didn't want to, we're way behind schedule, so I didn't want to ask, I was just going to ask them later, but.
Okay.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so now we need to leave our Board of Commissioners meeting and reconvening as the governing body of Deschutes County Service Districts.
Well, actually, Chair Adair, you're going to continue to also convene in the capacity of the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. So you're going to do it all. It's a joint meeting of all your service districts and you, so that the city can make a presentation to the districts all at once.
Okay,
This would be countywide districts, 911, Deschutes County, and then the public safety line items. Because I'm thinking this is not Black Butte Ranch or Sun River
Well,
Service.
you're the governing body for those. Now, I don't believe.
But this
it
would,
impacts
yeah, they wouldn't have any.
This proposed development.
So this is a catch-all for any districts that we would represent.
Yes.
And those specifically are Deschutes County, the Countywide Law Enforcement District, 911, and Extension 4-8.
Extension, that was the one I didn't mention. Okay.
So Commissioners, City of Bend, Matt Stewart, the Urban Renewal Manager, I believe, is teed up, ready to go. So you've had a number of presentations from Matt, and I believe Councilor Livingston and Councilor Piper from the city some months ago on this, different elements of this plan. Specific to today, this is a presentation on the financing plan for the core area urban renewal district within the city of Bend. You have a packet of information, the formal letter transmitting the finance plan to you. So this is your opportunity to, make formal comment back to the city on different aspects of the plan, its size, length, project list, and so forth, that you've heard presentations on before. There's a deadline on when those formal comments are due. It's a little over a month away. Also, I know that Matt and representatives of the city have met with the sheriff on this separately, and Sheriff Nelson may also be online and may wish to make comment to you also regarding the plan. So with that, unless there's any general questions,
Well, the scope of today, what the sheet said was core, it says a presentation. I don't know if I know enough to comment much. I mean, because I haven't really looked, I looked through what we got in the package yesterday, but I haven't. Is this our only time to comment, or is this the time we're gonna get more information and then?
no, the deadline, I believe, is the July 23rd.
That's
for
the deadline.
comment. So today is just a presentation for you to understand, ask questions, and if you'd like any follow-up, we can certainly chase that down between now and the deadline.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Matt, are you going to make your presentation?
Yes, I am here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Tom. Commissioners, thank you for having us. As Tom mentioned, Councilor Livingston is on the call today as well. He serves as the chair of the Bedford Urban Renewal Agency. I also have Elaine Howard with Elaine Howard Consulting. She helped us put together the plan report itself and also possesses a wealth of knowledge with urban renewal TIF across the state. So they'll help me assist with any questions you guys might have as we propose this district moving forward. So as Tom mentioned, yes, this is the formal kind of opportunity to comment. So we're providing the briefing today, and then written comments will be due July 23rd, and I'll talk about more of that's scheduled towards the end of the presentation. But today we just wanted to overview what we are presenting or what we're bringing forward as the core area TIF plan report and what that means moving forward. I'll start with just kind of a brief background as well as the proposed boundary, which we talked about in January when we were last here. I'll get a little bit into kind of the specific or more unique components that are within the plan, and then the components that are really applicable to that finance reporting that Tom mentioned in the report. I'll briefly go over your Urban Renewal Advisory Board's recommendation that they provided to the Bend Urban Renewal Agency, which included their resolution to kind of kick us into this formal public review. And then lastly, I'll go through that adoption schedule and what that looks like from a comment period for each of the taxing districts.
So, Matt, Commissioner DeBone here.
Absolutely.
At some point, or maybe, I mean, can we define what tax increment financing is, just kind of as an introductory statement here? So one of the things I worry about is, and I've kind of bounced around this a little bit, is that it's easy to talk about how we're going to invest these dollars, but where they're coming from. Do you have this in your presentation?
Yeah, and yes, a little bit, but it's probably better if I introduce it now. So tax increment financing, the way that works is what we call freezes the tax base. So we freeze the property taxes within a defined area for a certain year. So in this year, we're defining them as the 1920 assessed value. So that's the certified assessed value that the assessor puts in place last October. So each taxing district would still receive that same amount as they would over this past year for the next 30 years. But as property taxes increase, either due to state law, which...
Well, in one moment, so it's proposed for 30 years at this point.
Correct. Yeah, and I'll talk about duration here in a little bit too. So for over the 30 years, everyone still gets the frozen base. So the same amount they're receiving today, they would still receive that for the next 30 years. And you're correct. That would be each taxing district that's applicable to this area, or overlaps is the term we like to use. As the property taxes typically increase, whether that's through state law, measures 5 and 50, which usually about 3% is attributed to that. That 3% would come to the tax increment financing district or urban renewal district and come to the agency. As new property is developed, that typically increases more than 3%, that money would also. So any increases in the assessed value above that frozen base would come to the tax increment financing district to be spent on identified projects or project categories in the plan itself.
So I want to follow up because I have the same questions that Commissioner DeBone is. Are you saying then, so I own a house over that's still part of this district because there are houses in it, and if that, a lot of houses, there's a big gap between assessed value and market value. So if the assessed value goes up past 2020 and in 2021, that 3% on that house, the person still pays that, but it just goes to this fund instead of to all the entities?
Correct. So your property taxes wouldn't change out of normal. It's just where it's directed.
So the owner doesn't get a benefit. It's just this entity gets the
the intent is that we're improving the area, so the owner would benefit from an improved area, unless their property could directly benefit from a project itself.
Okay. Thanks.
So just a little history. As part of our 2016 expansion, as part of the UGB process, we identified not only places where the city would necessarily grow, but also areas that we called opportunity where they actually be able to grow up. So there are 4 that are within that red circle there that were part of the central area or core area Bend. Post UGB, we issued a return on investment study, and this really looked at what tools could be available to leverage public dollars to help these areas meet their goals. what came out of that was that urban renewal could possibly be a very successful tool within the central area within the red.
Pardon
That
me,
led to a
Matt,
series.
one more time. So we were provided a set of slides, looks like they're different than.
We're
the
not
ones
matching
that-
you
I
at
just
all.
added this one. My apologies. I added this one just to add a little bit more context.
Okay, so that's a new slide to the deck that we might
Yes,
have.
my apologies.
Just making sure.
Yes, it's just a little history. We kind of went through this in January, but I'll do it again. So 2018.
Yeah, I think, just so you know, I mean, we heard this in January, but we're not nearly as familiar with all of this as you that have been working on it for however many years you've been working on it
I understand.
with multiple meetings. So, I mean, I noticed you even abbreviated the
Everything's-
title page like we knew what a TIF was. So just, yeah, keep that in mind as you're presenting, that we're more basic than you might think, because we don't do this as
I
a
don't believe
county generally. I don't think we've done it in the last, I don't know when we did it last, so, okay, thanks.
No, absolutely. So in 2018, council and the Bend Urban Renewal Agency sort of put together similar actions that said, let's go ahead and evaluate this area for urban renewal, for the feasibility of having an urban renewal district. So in 2019, 2020, we put forth the Urban Renewal Advisory Board. So they've met about 8 times, starting in February 2019, including here in March of 2020. And at the bottom there, I highlighted some of the goals that we established for those 4 opportunity areas that we're trying to achieve over the next 5 to 20 years. And that's what we're really trying to get to, about almost 2,000 new housing units, and almost 1,600 additional jobs within those 4 areas. So TIF, or the Urban Renewal District, is really trying to leverage those public dollars to create a return and meeting those housing and employment needs.
So, yeah, before you switch there, 2016 Urban Growth Boundary Opportunity Area. So instead of growing the city, the idea is to add density in this core area.
Correct.
Is that correct, 2016?
Correct. So looking to how can we manage growth within our existing boundaries instead of expanding.
And that's the vision of a statewide land use system that basically asked you, or you referring to the city of Bend, asked the city of Bend to provide more density in an existing footprint. So that becomes part of the UGB approval at the state level, correct?
Correct.
I mean, so it's kind of,
Or-
it's a requirement of the planning.
Yes.
To densify.
Yeah.
Created our comprehensive plan in 2016, and we moved forward with our urban growth boundary analysis. These had to work together, and what came back from that state evaluation was we needed to grow up more and increase our density within our existing footprint rather than expand the city boundaries itself.
But I'm just acknowledging that, with a
Yeah.
worldwide pandemic, there's great ideas in history in the statewide land use system, but, the public acceptance may change for density like this. So, I mean, it was just an awkward moment for us, but thanks for listening.
No, and sure, I think history in 2010, we tried to move forward with a greater UGB expansion that really expanded more of the horizontal way outside the city, and that
Yep.
was rejected by the state.
Yeah.
So this is an effort to sort of reconcile that rejection, which again is trying to increase the density within our existing footprint.
Thank you.
Yeah, Matt, I'll jump in here.
Yeah.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. When the city, when the original urban growth boundary proposal that the city had submitted to the state was remanded because the state said you're not using your land within your existing boundaries efficiently enough. And so we made efficiency measures in a lot of our codes, in the development code, but then we also looked at these areas. So any of these areas that you're seeing on the screen, with the blackout lines, with the hash marks, those were identified as areas where you could add density and not greatly impact existing neighborhoods, because these were either, for example, like number 7, completely undeveloped. And there wasn't really any housing or anything in that area. But in this core area, what we looked at is that there really wasn't, I think actually when we get to a map of what the boundaries are for this tax increment financing district, you'll see there's actually about 250 units of housing or less in the area. And so we can add this density without impacting existing neighborhoods, because I think part of the reason why a lot of people live in Bend is because of the character and feel
and we didn't want to impact those existing residents. And so that's why you have these areas, or what we called opportunity zone or opportunity areas, not to be confused with the federal tax law that are now opportunity zones, which actually overlay a fair amount of this area. So there's a lot of dual opportunity there for density, to increase what really was in the past an industrial area, and now it's over the years it's changing. But there are benefits to having these, instead of taking, say, parts of Aubrey Butte, which the state wanted to do, and densify Aubrey Butte. We actually consolidated some of that density into specific areas where they would not be as impactful on existing neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Just to kind of reiterate, so through the process, the initial study area that came out of the return on investment analysis in 2017 looked at about almost 670 acres there on your far left.
We don't
Part
even
of
have that, excuse me, but we don't have that slide either.
Yeah, I apologize. These two were just added after some commentary.
Oh, brother.
This is the only two, I promise. And again, this is just, I was just trying to provide a little bit more history to the process itself. The Urban Advisory Board then, as Justin mentioned, we try to lessen our impacts on the neighborhoods. We actually excluded some residential in this area, and now we're left with our existing boundary, which is the 637 acres here within the core area. And that includes those 4 opportunity areas. So the eastern downtown, the Core Pine site, just to kind of the southwest there, the inner highway green with 20, which kind of extends out towards Pilot Butte, and then the Bend Central District, there, the larger area in the middle.
Well, we do have that slide. So, question.
Back.
Central Oregon history, what's KOR for Core Pine? I always thought it was CORE, like the core of something, but what's KOR?
I wish I knew.
See, somebody's got to know. Yeah, so it'd be good to know.
So are we dealing with the slats? I mean, with the slash lines? Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about everything within the red?
The greater urban renewal boundary is the red. I was just highlighting those opportunity areas that we did as part of the UGB expansion with those hatch markings.
Okay.
But, so yeah, to follow up on what Commissioner Dare asked, so you're pointing those out because they pre-existed what you're really trying to do now? Those 4 areas?
This was the decision in 2016 as part of our urban growth boundary. These were areas we identified that needed to improve their density, but also be more efficient. And so that's why we're utilizing a tool like urban renewal to sort of help stimulate that new development to make it more efficient and to promote housing and jobs.
So they're kind of 2 different processes then.
One led to the other.
One led to the other. And the other is bigger than the original area. That's what you're saying? With paint red lines?
Yeah, so when we first looked at this in 2017, it was actually a bigger area, and we've actually reduced it as part of this by about 30 acres. It is a little bit smaller.
So is the 637 acres the red outlined area or just the hashed area?
The red area.
The red.
And is that going to be the tax increment financing area?
Yes.
So then you're going to take the taxes from that larger area, the increment finance taxes, and invest it in the hatched area?
We have to invest we have projects identified in the entire red area.
In the entire area?
Yes.
So the opportunity areas are just defining subsections of it so you can talk about it as projects?
Yeah, and my apologies. I was just trying to relate to how we got to the greater red. The opportunity areas was really the motivation from our urban growth boundary and comprehensive plan that led to us to study this area, and just kind of showing that while we're calling for 2,000 houses within those hatched areas, we're probably looking at another 500 the general red area itself. So it was really just intended to sort of show the history of this, that it's not something we just thought about last year. This has really been about 4 or 5 years in the making.
Great. Could somebody find out the history of KOR for Core Pine? It'd just be fun to know that.
Tony, I can't answer that question for you.
Great.
But I can't. Sorry.
Oh, you can't. Oh, I was hoping.
Sorry. I got your hopes up there for a minute. Really, the way to look at this is that the hashed areas are really land use. And the land use is creating or has now created the need for a financing mechanism to put infrastructure, and we'll define that in a little bit, is really the need for infrastructure that needs to be in these areas. And instead of looking at each of these land use areas, which are the opportunity areas that were defined in their urban growth boundary, instead of doing those all individually as far as tax increment, it made more sense to really combine them into the central core, tax increment financing area. And so really, as Matt mentioned, the land use piece kind of led into the financing piece. So we need to have infrastructure, and we need to create an environment for development to come in. It very similarly, like what the city had actually is, relatively successful urban renewal area or tax increment financing area. Those terms are interchangeable in the downtown area. That largely the biggest project in that was the parking garage, but that led to, and that area also went down and put in infrastructure and created the Colorado-Arizona couplet. And so the development that you're seeing today in the Colorado Arizona area, with whether it's the box factory or the grocery store or the other developments that we're now seeing kind of in that Colorado Arizona area, really wouldn't have occurred unless public investment came in and created that infrastructure to create that environment. And so that's what we're trying to do in this area, is put in infrastructure that needs to occur, and then also create streetscapes and create that environment that will then result in the building that will match what the land use has conceptualized in that area.
Thank you.
And so I thought I'd just highlight a few of the components within the plan itself. One is the project categories, or where we're anticipating to spend that additional tax increment revenue. The maximum indebtedness, which is really the amount of money we can spend on projects. The amendment process. And then two things that I know are important for this discussion, especially as we look to recover out of this economic crisis, is the duration of the plan, and then a tool that the urban ALH can use, which is under levy. So we're really looking at spending a bulk of the dollars on transportation, streetscape, utility infrastructure. So Justin just alluded to creating the necessary environment that development can succeed in this area. A second highest category is really affordable housing. So how can we get affordable housing within the city of Bend itself? Something we've really been pushing for as a community, but also can we help those developers not only in the offsite infrastructure, but possibly be another tool to help them create affordable housing projects within this area. Looking towards business and redevelopment or development assistance, this can be anything from facade improvement programs, which were hugely successful for us in the downtown, all the way up to working with private developers to provide workforce or even market rate housing to meet our housing and job objectives. Open space, facilities, wayfinding. This allows us to work with the
Okay, so it should be a lot larger number from using the tool, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So open space, working with the Bend Park Recreation District, looking to acquire land that could possibly go towards, creating necessary parklets, or not maybe a 4-acre park, but more smaller 1-acre parklets that fit more of an urban environment. And then lastly, plan administration reporting. This really helps us analyze not only certain projects and the priority of those projects, but also just make sure we're meeting our statutory requirements in terms of financial reporting and public reporting.
Matt, I have a question, and this may be for future response or whatever, but can we define affordable housing? And I know not the term, but is there some analysis about what housing type is being proposed and how is it defined to be affordable? As in the difference between a $250,000 construction on a low-cost lot for a single-family house is going to be different than a multi-story apartment. So is there any backup to that, and how we define this density as affordable housing?
Yeah, so the way we've defined it in the plan is we say project funds may be used for activities that support development, redevelopment, or rehabilitation of transitional, low-income, and affordable housing projects, as well as for other facilities that support vulnerable populations. So you could use it for just a one-off. We do, as mentioned earlier, we do have about 250 to 300 existing single-family homes or residents within this area. So So this fund could be set up as a rehabilitation fund that could go towards improving those properties for any individual homeowner. Ideally, we see it being more used in conjunction with our existing affordable housing fund, where we're looking at probably multi-unit buildings that are coming in to support a certain AMI or area median income price level in terms of affordable housing.
So it's
Also-
truly offsetting the cost of construction, so you can do a long-term, low cost of a
Correct.
rental of an apartment, but it's not low cost of land, low cost of construction to get somebody in their first mortgage or anything.
I wouldn't say for an individual single family. No, that's not probably what we're ideally looking at this for. I think this would be more for, we'd want to look at this for ensuring that we have a deed restricted project of 20 years that says they're going to provide X amount of affordable housing. This also can be used because we highlighted as facilities and vulnerable populations. It's not just 60% or 80% AMI. It can be a range of area median incomes. Also can be used for transitional housing, as we see with homeless facilities. So we can use this money very broadly within that category of lower income.
So is that defining this place as a transitional vulnerable population area? Or, I mean, because I think if there's a possibility to have a really vibrant, mixed use business residential style place, also location.
I think that's definitely where we want to go. I think at the same time as our community has expressed a very strong interest in making sure that everyone who lives in Bend or wants to live in Bend has an opportunity to do so. As you know, the Franklin undercrossing and the Greenwood undercrossing are where most of our services, typically in that vicinity, are being provided. So being able to support them with the infrastructure that they need in place and the services they need, we might be able to help those institutions set up those services within this area and be around those people.
Well, and Matt, some of these questions, I mean, you don't really need to answer. I'm just kind of going down some of the paths here. So some of them are political. I'll acknowledge that.
I appreciate that. But there's definitely, it was something that was really important by the community as we look for warming shelters or anything like that. They tend to be, within the central area of Bend is where most of those kind of congregation occurs. So how can we help adjust that and make the community brighter and better as well?
So I'll follow up with Commissioner DeBone. So, but really, the whole idea of this development, a lot of it has to do with more prosperous side of urban development, correct? I mean, like if you go down where the parking garage, that's a pretty nice area of Bend now with the stores underneath it and everything. Or Colorado, Arizona is, a nice, I mean, it's upscale areas in my mind now. I mean, it's improving it. So it's kind of what I think you're saying is it's kind of counter.
Just thinking it through, when you say have an item about affordable housing, and then, as I say, that's the juxtaposition of a cost-effective parcel for a single-family home, So then, and I apologize, my beginning is a multi-story apartment, affordable housing, and it's really subsidized, deed-restricted affordable housing.
And you provided almost a perfect example when you highlighted the parking garage in downtown. Oh, sorry.
That's right.
The apartments adjacent to that parking garage in downtown are affordable housing units. So you can really mix that in very well and create that vibrant community around it. So it doesn't have to look out of place by any means. Those are deed restricted. That part of that is, attracting people to the area and creating that environment where people want to be tends to lead to commercial success. So just emphasizing commercial or market rate housing projects may not always be the right case. If we can create people from all levels of income, that will spur development even further. And that's what we saw with the downtown parking garage and the affordable housing component to that.
Thank you.
You are correct. Affordable housing projects, if they are deed restricted for 20 years, would not be producing the income that you'd see out of a market rate project. There's kind of that loss leader philosophy with that.
And you mentioned 20 years?
Ideally, that's how our affordable housing fund currently operates. Is we in return for the funds provided, they are deed restricted for 20 years to meet that average median income requirement
And it's a 30-year tax increment financing proposal?
that we're putting forward. Yeah.
And I'll jump a lot of the funding. So one way is to look at the funding part of the urban renewal piece of funding is that it's not going to go in. I don't envision that because I don't think there's the funding to, the amount of dollars to do this is to really go out and buy a site and develop something as an agency. Really what I envision this, these funds to be used as is really more as gap financing. Most of your affordable housing projects, deed restricted affordable housing projects have anywhere from 10 to 15 funding sources. And a lot of times they have just a gap. And as far as the projects go, it could be a relatively small gap, but it's still significant dollars, anywhere from $500,000 to maybe $1 million a gap. At the city, we've done a lot of things, whether that's, blanket, exemptions for, system development charges. We have our affordable housing fund. We receive funds from HUD in community development block grants. And a lot of those already have mechanisms in them to ensure that those units are affordable for a very long period of time. And some of those requirements are upwards of 50 to 60 years. And so we're not going to recreate a category or different guidelines with this fund. This will actually, these dollars will probably actually run through the city's Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and then they will make recommendations back to the Urban Renewal Agency on how to allocate those funds. And they do this on a yearly basis with different funding cycles, whether that's for the affordable housing fee or community development block grants. And so they're really adept to this, and they have a lot of experience doing these kind of things. And so we would rely on their expertise on which projects to fund or where to put these dollars.
Thank you.
So just to highlight the maximum indebtedness, that's the amount of money we're allowed to spend on projects. So again, over that 30-year life plan, we're looking at $195 million. That doesn't necessarily include the interest on debt. And we get into the finance portion later on, I'll kind of talk about how that gets financed as well.
I might just bring it up at this moment, Matt, that including the county library, we're talking about losing money from core services of $59,114,713. So, it's significantly more than the Juniper Ridge URD, significantly more. I think it's like 10 times more. So, and thank you. Just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, and I can talk about later when we get to that section too.
Oh, good.
So we do have two amendment processes. One is a substantial amendment, and this is really dictated by state statute. So if you increase the area by more than 1%, or you want to raise that maximum indebtedness, you essentially have to go through a public process again, like we are doing with adopting the plan. Other amendments typically categorized as, so that just has to move through the agency themselves, the urban renewal agency, and passing that by resolution. But what we did include a little bit more language was around the duration of the plan. So we are intending that we would only collect revenues for that 30 years. So by 2051, everyone would go back, and hopefully we've increased the value of this area exponentially, so we're all benefiting. We would not initiate any projects after 2051, and therefore we'd actually have to pay off all the debt by 2051. This is a little bit different than what you see not only with Juniper Ridge or Murphy Crossing, but even other areas around the city and the state, wherein we usually have a termination date that just says you cannot initiate any projects. But what that means is you may take another 4 to 7 years to pay off the debt to finance those projects. So we really made a conscious effort here to stick to a hard deadline. We think that would, from responses from other taxing districts, that they felt that was more comfortable for them in their long-range planning efforts. So really, if you compare this to other urban districts, state, we're really looking at a 25-year plan, and then we pretty much spend the last 4 to 5 years paying off that remaining debt to meet that 2051 deadline. There is a tool, especially as we're in this moving through the economic crisis around the coronavirus and how we evaluate each taxing district trying to apply money to their levels of service. We do have a tool that's called under levy, and each year, and Borough will do it tonight as part of their normal budgeting process, they have to elect to collect the tax dollars or that tax increment financing every year from the assessor. We can actually choose not to do that. We can actually choose to take a lesser amount. So this is a tool in our toolbox as we look into the future and we look at the economic recovery that Borough can choose, hearing feedback from other taxing districts, to say this year we're not going to take as much because we know that's going to affect levels of service. So we have that ability in our back pocket as we move through this together, as we come through the kind of the economic recovery of what we've experienced the last few months.
Hey, Matt, this is Shane. Can I ask you a quick question?
Please.
In the history of the urban renewal districts, has the city ever chosen to take a lower amount or not pull an amount during the fiscal year?
I don't believe as a city has not. I might ask Elaine for a little history on other districts, as she might know across the state, but we have not as the city, no.
But I was just curious about City of Bend, but thank you, sir.
So kind of the TIF report is really the financial portion of the document itself. So I'll kind of relay some of those cost estimates to each of those categories I referred earlier. We'll talk about the funding capacity and the estimated funding over time. We'll go into a little bit more breakdown for each of those taxing districts and what that impact itself. I added just a little note here regarding compliance. So for a jurisdiction of Bend's size, or population of our size, you are not allowed to use urban renewal that would exceed 15% of the total assessed value of the city or 15% of the total acreage. So I just added that even with Juniper Ridge, Murphy Crossing, and this proposed core area, we'd only be about 4.3% of our assessed value, and we'd only be about 7.67% of our total acreage. So we're well within our statutory requirements, and I know that's come up in other conversations, so I thought I'd add to it here. In terms of project category funding, as I mentioned, we're really looking at a lot to go towards the infrastructure itself. So how do we create the environment that's going to create the housing and also the jobs? So transportation, streetscapes, those are major components that we see being beneficial to increasing the development potential within this area. Affordable housing would be about 18% or $33 million. And as Justin mentioned, this would really more be gap financing funding. So how can we support multiple developers coming in the area and kind of get them over the hump with their financing? Business and development assistance, again, we're looking at 15%. And I think it's important to remember that transportation, streetscape, and utility, will cover a lot of the off-site costs that developers usually talk about. So they usually get impacted by having to provide all those off-site costs themselves and absorb that. But if we're able to kind of take that off the table, that might ease their ability to enter in the market and actually redevelop this area. Open space, we're looking at about 10% or just around over $10 million mark. Again, that goes towards hopefully creating the parklets and the open space requirements to give people a place to be. And then plan administration is pretty much on the kind of the lower end at 5% itself.
Matt, when you said open space is 10 million, is that?
Maybe just over.
Okay, but it says it's 18.8 million.
It's 18.8 million. In today's dollars, if you adjust for inflation, it's about 11 million. My apologies.
Okay.
So for today, the assessed frozen base, as we talked about earlier, is about 439 million. So each year that we're looking at for the TIF over the total 30-year period would be about 237 million. Again, we'd only be allowed to spend 195 billion on projects. So the difference between the net TIF, the 237 and the 195, that gap we can use to pay off the debt. In today's dollars, the 195 million translates to about 111. So when we talk about how can we fund projects, we typically put it in 2020 dollars just because that's how we're able to achieve estimates and knowing how much a project might cost. I just kind of provided a brief breakdown of where we thought that money would be spent. We've really tried to stack this in the early years to get this place going. So we're within that first 10 years, we're looking at just over $35 million going towards projects within the first 10 years. That means when we look at the next 10 between year 11 and year 20, we have less amount spent on projects as a lot more of the money will go off to paying that initial debt. And then as we get to the last year, we have about $20 million going in that first section. And then we're really paying off debt towards the end of the term to close it out at 30-year mark. Graphically, it kind of looks like this. So we see a lot more spending kind of in the early years by 2031. And then we kind of taper off as we use that money to pay off the existing debt for hopefully those improvements.
On the one before the graph, so the 237 million net, year over,
Year-over-year expenditure.
what's YOE mean?
Just so it's not adjusted in today's dollars. So it's just what we've accounted for inflation and other costs.
So are you taking the whole 439 and raising it 3% each year for 30 years?
We're estimating that we have an average annual growth of 5%. So currently the market is doing about 4.2%. In order for us to meet our housing adjustment, we have to average about 5%. So we're looking at these, if we're able to invest this 195 to 237 million in strategic projects, then we can actually leverage that into an additional $500 million in assessed value to reach that 5% gain.
But it seems like if you're doing 5% for 30 years, that's more than 237 million. It'd be.
Sorry, so
you'd be, wouldn't it be? Or
sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. The assessed value is for the entire area. So at the end of the day, we're looking at the assessed value to be almost 2.1 billion after the 30 years. The net TIF is just that 3 to 5% year over year. That's how much that totals. I mentioned earlier, this is just a breakdown of the impacts of each of taxing districts. I just highlighted the 4 for the county. As you mentioned, you brought up the library. So yes, you're about 48 to 49 million. So you're going towards it. The city itself, we're looking at 51 million. And then the school districts, although it's at 87 million, because they are state funded, that impact is really only about 2 to 3 million to them over the 30-year period. So this kind of a breakdown of what TIF really does. So as I mentioned in the beginning, you have the frozen base. So that's about a 439 million. So everyone will receive the amount of tax that they receive today over the next 30 years. Our goal is to increase the assessed value to about 2.1 billion. If we didn't do that, or we didn't make those investments to reach that 5% average annual growth, we'd really only have an assessed value at the end of the day about $1.6 billion. So our goal is to leverage the 195, 237 million to create that extra $500 million in assessed value in the area. And if you'll recall, as you alluded to earlier, assessed value and market value are typically different. We usually assess a property at about 54 to 60% of the actual market value. We're really now pushing almost $800 million more in market value within the area. So we see this as a way to leverage public dollars to create investment at the end for everyone to benefit over the long term. I just wanted to highlight URAD's recommendation. They asked the Urban Renewal Agency to move forward and also for council to adopt. They did highlight a few areas that they wanted to consider post-plan implementation. One was of those existing units within there that we don't use these public dollars to displace those housing units. So we don't want to build a new project that would mean those housing units would be lost, what we call a no net loss housing policy. They also asked that future advisory committees be composed more of people located within the area and look to compensate them, as these are some of our lowest ranked census tracts. And then they really want us to prioritize affordable housing in those early years. So again, these are kind of post-plan implementation as we start generating this first round of TIF dollars, which we're really not looking at for another 3 years. Then BURA moved forward with their resolution on May 20th. And what that does is it moves the plan and report to what we call the formal public review process. That means doing a formal transmittal to each of the taxing districts and operating on a consultant conferred basis. So we have been going around to all the taxing districts when they've asked and kind of doing this presentation and inform them of what is coming along, like we did last fall and over the winter. We do have to perform a county commission briefing, which we're achieving today. We do a review with the planning commission for conformance with our comprehensive plan. So what we talked about early on in this discussion. And then we move to a non-emergency ordinance hearing for the city council, as they are the adopting jurisdiction. They have to do that within 2 votes, and we're looking at that in August. What does that mean in terms of schedule? So May 20th, we had the BURA hearing. We met with the planning commission on June 8th. We're here today on June 17th. As Tom alluded to earlier, we're asking for all the taxing districts to provide written comments to council on July 23rd. And I should note that as per statute, council has to review all of those written recommendations. They have to accept, reject, or modify those as part of their ordinance. So they do have to formally address them at the first hearing there in August. We'll look for the second hearing on August 19th. Again, the end goal is to capture the assessed value as it is today. And that means we have to have it to the assessor prior to October 1 before he recertifies for the 2020-21 tax roll. That is our goal.
So can you review that again? Taxing districts, written comments due. And then
Due
it's in
July
August
25th.
5th, City Council.
City Council, by state statute, has to review all of those comments at a public forum. And the way the law reads is they have to accept, reject, or modify them as part of their adopting ordinance. So they will review these comments, and they can choose to request changes to the plan itself, or they can proceed as the plan is recommended or written at that instance at the hearing.
So is that set for August 5th or before?
That's set for August 5th right now. It's what we're holding the date for.
So that, I mean, you mentioned that verbally. It'd be good to have it on the slide saying accepting comments officially.
Apologies.
Well, the comments are due the 23rd of July, of which they will be addressed publicly on August 5th, correct?
That's correct.
Hey, Matt and commissioners, this is Shane. Thanks for letting me tune in. I didn't want to interrupt your presentation. I had a few questions. I just wanted to make sure you were through with your presentation before I asked some questions.
Yes, go right ahead, please.
And Councilor Livingston, good to see you. I want to air this out right from the beginning. First of all, Matt, you have been very helpful, very kind in your explanations, and readily available. And Councilor, I know you and trust you, and you've always been helpful and a great listener. My concerns are not with the projects you want to do, because I think they're great. My concerns are how you want to fund them, specifically the Sheriff's Office tax districts. And I just want to share some concerns and some questions behind it. And just from the research my partners and I have done, and the foundation for the legislative concept that became law, and the areas of blight, and is this the best way to fund this? When I look at it, I'm a voter person. I have 200,000 bosses, and they decide if I'm going to continue serving them, and they vote on the funding mechanism for the Sheriff's Office. And we worked hard to get that funding mechanism in place 15 years ago after being on a levy system. And just like any other service, as this community grows, our office has to grow in order to provide those services. And so I always question something that can bypass a voter approval step. And I completely respect Vera. I completely respect those that sit on that board. But some of the questions I have, those represented on the board, will they benefit from the decisions they make? Are there people that sit on that board that aren't directly sitting in this district that would be absorbing those taxes from other funding districts, so that there's a different viewpoint? But so it's just, I always love a transparent system. I know that on the city's website it says there's no tax increase, and I do understand that from the city's perspective there isn't. However, there could be if Sheriff's Office services and future funding is affected to the point where it could potentially affect our tax rate, and so we would be the ones that would have to adjust our tax rate. So in looking at the timing of the situation, I know the city's budget is being gone through, and city government's doing a great job as they try and navigate some of the budget losses. But just looking at, we've had COVID, and right now, just in the law enforcement spectrum, we're all trying to move forward and see how we can make adjustments and changes to the profession so that we can continue to do a good job at what we need to do. And what will that entail? Budget-wise, we're blessed and we're in fairly good shape thanks to our bosses voting in the tax measure.
So those are some of the things that weigh on my mind, and looking at it from the view of how can this be funded. Deschutes, and I would say specifically the county seat, has a lot of attraction here. And side note, I was born and raised here. I've seen it change tremendously. It's a wonderful, beautiful place to this day. But I look at some of those things, and so Deschutes, or Central Oregon, grew at a rate of 21% over the last 10 years, while the rest of the nation grew at 6%. And I see some of the growth and the development here. And from my view, I don't think we have a hard time attracting folks to come here and do projects and move here. And so when I look at it, and I consider, and I know the city's tax abatement program last year used that program to the tune of a couple of $100 is what the city showed abatement-wise. And I know other communities use tax incentives to fund these types of developers or assist these developers. So that's some of the input I have. And then when we start talking about 30 years, that's a long time. That's a long time for growth to be diverted, and not just the money from the tax district, but the future growth that's created by the development the city does. We also miss out on that. And that's concerning as I plan to the future. I look at some of these timelines, 5 years or 10 years, because what I mentioned, it's not the only community that's going to be doing urban renewal districts. City of Redmond plans on adding an urban renewal district for I think $80 or $90 million, and so there's other communities that are wanting to use this tool, and I want to make sure that the tool's being used for what the legislature intended, because I feel very uncomfortable with this process. It has nothing to do with the city of Bend. I think the process is not transparent and upfront, because the folks I work for voted the tax districts in to support public safety. And so when I look at those things, and Matt, I appreciate you mentioning the school district. The school district's funded by the state, which, I go into the state is going to have budget woes, and that's funded by taxpayer money. And so when I look at some of these things, I start going in this circle about where the funding's located and how that's being obtained. But one of the examples for me that I have a lot of trouble with is Juniper Ridge as an example. To begin with, I know the county ceremonially sold that to the city of Bend for $1, I think in the early 90s. And then now an urban renewal district got attached to it. When I look at how that balances out, maybe the county should have sold that land for $80 or $90 million, and some of that sheriff's office money could have been subsidized there. So I'm not disagreeing with the injection to get the growth. I'm questioning if this is appropriate. And I'm not saying I'm dead set against it. I'm airing my concerns here. I appreciate the affordable housing piece, but just from my standpoint, it looks like that money is absorbed, and I don't much know where the money has gone for Juniper Ridge. And Matt, I know you just got here. I'm just stating some thoughts on my mind. I don't know what that money's been spent on, but I can tell you, your sheriff's office services, as well as the city of Bend services, have been out there quite a bit over the life of Juniper Ridge, investing more money in making sure that stays an area that complies with lawfulness and ordinances. And so talking about Juniper Ridge, it's having a long-term urban renewal district. I wonder where some of that accountability will come from. And I look at how I hold my teammates accountable for decisions. And look, I'm not saying we won't make errors. I'm not saying the city can't invest in a project that won't materialize or won't go well. It's just at the end of the day, when I look at the Juniper Ridge, who's being held accountable for what's occurred at Juniper Ridge? And when I look at Murphy Crossing, I see a little bit more opportunity and a better use for the urban renewal district dollars there. But those two districts have accounted for about $18 million in sheriff's office tax district combined over the last 15 years, and we've still got time to go. There's been no mention about closing one or both of those districts out. And so when you look at the urban renewal districts, it doesn't just affect that community where those folks want that growth. It affects all 200,000 of my bosses in this area, because they may get an unintended consequence from how the sheriff's office is going to fund a program if we don't have that revenue. So I appreciate you hearing me out. I have done more research since we visited, and I wanted the commissioners to be able to hear it. And I don't know if you're aware of the Portland State study, but they mentioned some, and actually you brought some of these good ideas up, but the Portland State study mentioned narrowing the definition of blight in the use of these urban renewal districts. And again, this is not directed at present company. This is directed at the Oregon legislature. You always have unintended consequences, and I know you as my partners understand that. But you limit the number of years, increase the transparency in reporting, and then of course, Matt, you brought this up, and I 100% agree with you. So provide for representation of all affected taxing districts on those urban renewal boards. So, look, I'm not trying to be a cog in the wheel. I disagree with an urban renewal district concept as I know it today. I am nervous about public safety and the fact that these funds will be drawn, to the sheriff's office. It's going to be 19 million and some change. And then I don't know if you set the sunset on that urban renewal district, do you get additional time? Does that 7 years technically to pay off any debts that you might have? Does that 7 years go beyond the 30 years? No, it has to be within that window. Okay.
Yeah, the way we are writing it is it has to be at that 30-year date. So we have to be done. We will be done. So in 2051 you get your money back. That's how we're writing it.
Just from me looking at this, it's like if I get it, this will be done regardless of what I say. I get it. I just want to weigh in on this fact, because from the standpoint of being locked in 30 years, not knowing where the money goes, you have great plans. I don't disagree with anything you're showing here, but not knowing where that money goes, not having a mechanism to shut that money off, to me, it just seems like it would be so much better and so much more efficient and well-designed and transparent to use me as a debit card. Hey, Shane, Sheriff's Office tax districts, we want to pony up for this specific deal. And so I'm just putting it out there, because 30 years is a long time to have that locked in. And then we get another situation that we view at Juniper Ridge causes me concern.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the comments and the time that you've put in with Matt, to learn about what we're doing or what's being proposed. And to be honest with you, there's in a lot of aspects, I agree with you as far as urban renewal goes, and it's been abused, and particularly, in the largest city in the state. And what you see is that you see urban renewal areas that kind of go on in perpetuity. They always figure out ways to readjust and make plan amendments, and they just never close out. And to be honest with you, I have been skeptical about urban renewal as a mechanism, because I think it has been abused. I think the plan that we have here today, though, is actually the right way to be using it. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to make sure that we had a hard stop as far as that 30-year mark, that we're not going out and obtaining financing past that, and the fact that we're making a commitment to make sure that everything is paid off within 30 years.
And Counselor, I want you to know something. I have no problem with the plan. I disagree that this is the right way to use urban renewal district as I know them at the present time. I think the intention was different, and I completely respect your view. Okay, I don't have any problem with your opinion on it. I feel like urban renewal was to freshen up rough parts of cities, specifically metropolitan areas, so that they become more livable and probably more marketable and raise property values for the benefit of the community. So I disagree with urban renewal as a funding mechanism for the plan. So I just wanted to clarify that aspect, Councilor. And I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I believe that came through, but I appreciate the clarification. As we look at the area, though, your average lot size is about 17,000 square feet. So it's, call it, a quarter to a third of an acre. And when you have lot sizes that are that small, it makes it very difficult for one project to fund the needed infrastructure. And some of the infrastructure isn't on or off. It's, once we get to a certain level, we have to, increase sewer capacities, or we need to do different things. And so that's one of the reasons why we're kind of looking at it more as a collective area, is because the lot sizes are small, and it's going to take some assembly of lots to actually get some of these projects to even go. And I will say that during my tenure on council and on the Urban Renewal Agency, I've actually advocated for the evaluation of closing out some of these districts, because the state law does allow for green fields to be considered blight, and so you have undeveloped land. And I would argue that that's not necessarily blight, but those mechanisms were put in place before I got there. So we've had to deal with that, evaluate that, and we've actually, evaluated closing Mercy Crossing. I think with some of the activity in there, we're actually seeing that there might be a reason to actually keep it through. But that really came about, to fund, a piece of transportation infrastructure that was in the city. And that's the reason why that came about. As far as Juniper Ridge, I agree, that, one, it was bad timing, because it kind of came about the same time as the Great Recession did. And so there was a lot of slowdown in development during that period of time. But at the same time, the city has put restrictions in there that have limited development and kind of hindered development in that area. So it hasn't been as successful as it could have been. We're trying to right those wrongs. We actually have a committee that's looking at all the development code, the zoning codes, CC&Rs, everything that had been implemented in there, and going, okay, where are the barriers so we can make sure that we end up with more development. And we're actually kind of reevaluating our approach to that, and how do we do development? Because to be honest with you, I'm not a fan of government being developers. I don't think that's a good way to go. And so we're actually reevaluating, and instead of us doing development and selling individual lots, we're shifting that to, okay, let's do larger chunks, 10, 20, 50 acre chunks. Let somebody else develop that. They can deal with how to implement the infrastructure. Because to be honest with you, the city hasn't done a very good job at the development, because typically we're kind of hamstrung on how we actually fund and put in infrastructure, and that those funding mechanisms just haven't been there in that Juniper Ridge area. Now we are seeing a lot more activity in that. I think in the coming months you'll be able to see that there are people coming in and that are interested in some of those lots. So I think you'll start seeing some change in Juniper Ridge as we're moving through some of those changes.
This is Commissioner DeBone. I have a question about a tax rate that's applied less than the maximum. So we have that in a couple of these tax rates. So our maximum rate is $1.28 on our general fund rate, and it's 6 cents less currently than that maximum. What does it look like if it's changed over the years? Is there a point in time that something's locked, or if we add a penny back or 3 pennies back, is it add to the tax increment financing pool? Or
Commissioners, you would continue to be the board that establishes the tax rate that are levied for each of the districts within this area. A higher tax rate obviously would increase the overall property taxes that are collected within this area. So then that percentage would increase. So we're frozen no matter what. So increased tax rate applies countywide, so you would earn the additional revenue outside of the core area, but the amount that's levied within the core area would go to the urban renewal district.
And when they say this money is paid back, but it's never paid, the property taxes we are not collecting are never paid back to the county. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's not paid back to the sheriff's office. In fact, the sheriff's office is impacting, it's 89% of what the county would be losing. So, yes, Sheriff, I hear what you're saying. It's almost $20 million for the sheriff, law enforcement, countywide.
I mean, if I can answer that a little bit, one of the things, yes, it's accurate to say that it's not a direct payment back, but the way that we actually pay back, and to me, I think we have to look at this as an investment strategy, and the city is a partner in this as well. I mean, we're $51 million of impact over those 30 years. But what we're trying to do, I think what we tried to do through this plan is show, and I think we've been conservative in our growth rates, of achieving 5%, because there have in the past, prior to I think it was 2015, you actually saw more development in this area. I can't remember what the percentages it was, but it was significantly more than 5%. And so what the payback is that we're actually going to grow the tax assessed value of the area greater than what it would naturally occurring. And so it's really more, to me, it's looking at as an investment. Or we're going to take these dollars and invest it in public infrastructure, and some in development assistance to make sure that this area grows and that you actually end up with a greater return on investment at the end of this plan by increasing that tax assessed value. And so to me, it's more of an investment strategy than anything.
And Counselor, this is Shane again. I understand that. My concern is that there's always another urban renewal district. So I appreciate what you're saying. And then it's so far out there, 30 years, can I react as an office quick enough to maintain services, or what money we would need from those taxing districts to do what we need to do? So I absolutely appreciate what you're saying. To me, those are just questions more than something I would have a lot of comfort in. I mean, I would want to see some of the numbers pre-boundary adjustment for Juniper Ridge and what that looked like, the return on that investment. And the other mechanism to this is something that's just a little bit different to the city, is that my bosses voted specifically on those taxing measures to fund sheriff's office operations. And so it's something where they had a direct voice in what that money's used for and what their expectations are. So that's just my concern. And I'll tell you, sir, if it went to the voters tomorrow and they voted, hey, no, Shane, that's fine, I'm good with that. That's my nexus there. But some of the, just some of the other concerns about those situations, those weigh on my mind. And I do appreciate you saying, I drove by Juniper Ridge the other day and I see the new buildings going up, and I'm thrilled to see that development in that area. But thank you. I just wanted to add that other thought.
Yeah, thank you.
Tom, do you know the cost of Juniper Ridge to the county?
Commissioner, no, I'm sorry, I don't have that information with me.
I thought we got Juniper Ridge from the BLM, and we were the mechanism really to transfer it to the city.
Oh, we did. I thought Commissioner Adair was asking about the foregone tax increment there.
Right.
Oh, I thought you meant.
That's what my question was. According to my letter I'm looking at, it was like it cost the sheriff $1.6 million for Juniper Ridge.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to look it up. My apologies.
Anyway, that's a letter that I've been given. So, this is significantly more than that, if this number is correct.
In that, the one thing I will point out that these numbers are based on a 5% growth rate. And so these are not numbers, if we don't do anything, if we do nothing, these are not what the numbers would be, because that's not really what development's happening. So these would be significantly changed. But what we've seen is that we've seen no new development in this area since 2016. And so, at having a fairly hot real estate market over the last 4 years, we're not seeing any development. I think there were some barriers in the code that was adopted, and those have since been changed. And so I think you'll probably start seeing some of that. But what you're also seeing, I think, why we're not seeing any development is that you have seen some people grab up property, but everybody's kind of waiting for somebody or something to happen to be a catalyst to actually start moving the area forward.
Well, wouldn't it make sense that nothing's happened for the last 2 years? Because if you bought that property, you'd be waiting for this urban renewal district to go in so you could your price would go up. I mean, that's why I wouldn't sell it.
Yeah, having
right
this
now.
discussion stops all activity.
Stops activity, yeah.
Right.
Counselor?
As Justin alluded to earlier, this area hasn't generated over the life, as a city average, we look over the last 10 years, we're doing average annual growth of almost 7%. This area has done less than 4%, and then within the last 10 years has done 4.2. So once we implemented some new code changes that created the Bend Central District, as Justin alluded to, in 2015, we pretty much came to a halt with a lot of the development within this area. We saw a little bit of a bang in 2015 as we saw kind of the like Palm Distillery and other operations move in, but we have not seen any significant investment. So this area is actually underperforming the city as a whole. So even us assuming 5% is still lower than the actual city average of growth. So we're not trying to set an excessive expectation here like we did with Juniper Ridge and Murphy Crossing prior to that recession. There wasn't, kind of went in a little bit too strong. With this one, we are looking at what if a recession occurred in our modeling. And so therefore we're setting it up as if it is. And just so happens we are going through a little bit of a dip right now at the beginning, but we think we're pretty robust in our estimations that we can weather that storm and still be able to perform.
Counselor, this is Shane and Matt. Is there any way to have open discussions about, instead of just a one-way withdrawal, no questions asked to the urban renewal district, are there ways to have discussions about, hey, here's this phase, we have these developers interested in some gap loan or some cash injection to revitalize an area, and then it's just a phase process or an annual check-in, because that would help me be more in line and more at ease with what's going on here. Because again, I have zero problem with the plan, and I have zero problem with how you both are explaining the situation. I get it. But just the whole blind withdrawal over 30 years doesn't work well with me as it sits now.
Yeah, it's the way the law is, I think as you alluded to earlier, there's probably a conversation with our legislators on how that legislation is written. The way it's written is pretty straightforward, that you're creating the district and you're establishing a maximum indebtedness. So the duration is sort of an afterthought to the maximum indebtedness. By law, we don't have to say when it's going to end, but that's typically best practice. By law, it's just whenever whatever that maximum indebtedness, however much you spend on a project is done, that's technically when the plan is supposed to go away. So I wish there was a better way under the law to do a phased, but the way it's written is that I can't. I
No,
activity to figure it out.
And I appreciate that, Matt. And I thought by law there had to be an end date to the urban renewal district.
It's just the maximum indebtedness has to be established. So once that maximum indebtedness is met, then there doesn't have to be. But we see it as best practices to always have an end date because of discussion here. Is we don't want it to go in perpetuity. That's not a safe. Doesn't go over well.
And I want to thank you, Matt, and I want to thank you, Counselor and Commissioners. I want to thank you for letting me ask my questions. I have to go to another meeting, but I really appreciate the conversation, everyone.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Appreciate it.
I mean, I guess, so, I mean, to address maybe, it's obviously not exactly what, the sheriff is looking for, but there is accountability through the Bend Urban Renewal Agency, which is the council. I mean, so you do have 7 elected officials that are accountable to the voters. And so if people don't like what we're doing, obviously there's elections and, they can vote us out. So, I mean, I think there is accountability to voters. This isn't just, blindly happening without any, it's not like, the government, or staff are moving forward with this. And, once we get adopted, it's all being held, worked on and done behind the scenes. Any of these development agreements have to come before the agency. We have to approve them. So there definitely is accountability throughout the process. And one of the things that we have discussed is actually providing an advisory committee and including in that advisory committee to the agency. We could also include, no different than we did with the current makeup, is that we can include the taxing districts in that as well. And so that way the taxing districts can have input throughout this period as well.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you very much for the presentation today.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Matt. Sharon, do you want to see if we can get those slides that we weren't given?
I'll send him a message.
Send
Thank
it
you.
Right now.
Yes. Okay, so now it's 12:50.
You would need to reconvene in
Yes, we need to.
Deschutes County.
Okay, now we're going to reconvene as just Deschutes County at this moment. It's now 10 to 1. Should we reconvene for lunch and meet back at 1:30 then? I know we have our COVID and then we have our afternoon agenda. Tom, have you heard from anyone? Is the COVID update? Will Carolyn be available at 1:30?
I have not heard from her, but I can certainly check. I don't know if I'll hear back in the next minute.
Okay. All right.
Not available right now.
Huh?
She had to exit the meeting.
Oh,
She's not available.
she's not
Okay.
available now, but
Okay, so maybe she will be at 1:30 then.
yeah,
Okay.
we'll try and line that up.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, this has been another important day. Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon. We are reconvening our meeting, June 17th, 2020. First, I want to announce that we are at item number 5. So any of you that are on the call now for the public hearing, we're projecting that's going to be between 2:15 and 2:30. And what we would love for you to do is please send in on chat that you want to make comments on the public hearing. If you do, so we'll have your names and everything. So for all of you that are on the call for our public hearing, please send in a chat comment to Stephanie with your name and explaining that you do want to address that issue. We are currently on item number 5, and we're going to reconvene right now. I believe George wanted to say something for just a couple of minutes on your tracing Oregon State project. So Dr. Conway, would you like to take it off?
Yes, thanks, Commissioner. Just an update since it was asked about last week. The trace results were released not long after last week's meeting. There were 615 individuals tested, reasonable response rate 68% of 342 households were asked. There were no positive tests among those 615. And the estimated prevalence at that time, so this was May 30, 31, the estimated prevalence at that time was around 1 per 1,000 residents in Bend. So we interpret this as reasonably good news. We know there are outbreaks. We know there have been cases in the recent past. So we know that it hasn't gone away, but this does show evidence that it hasn't gone widely spread in the population as of now, a little over 2 weeks ago. In the context of very rapid increase in a number of places in Oregon, we're still very concerned that people protect themselves and others by wearing face coverings, maintaining social distance, and doing good hand hygiene.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Conway. I think I saw the week chart today, and we had 3 cases for the past week, the chart that came out maybe yesterday afternoon or something. So I thought that was excellent news for Deschutes County. Yes, we aren't seeing enough people that are wearing their masks when they are in circumstances that do require it, and social distancing is important. We as county commissioners are aware of the numbers that are happening to Union County, and so just reminding people in Deschutes to please social distance, have clean hands, and wear your mask when it's appropriate, when you're in circumstances where you need to protect the people around you and protect yourself. So that's our
one
message.
question, Dr. Conway. One of the metrics, one of the things that's tracked, and one of the goals is to have a testing rate amongst our population. So, seeing that we have hundreds of tests or whatever we want to see, how do we keep that number up, or is that the goal right now? And you and I discussed this yesterday, the fact that there's no testing available for somebody that just wants to get tested right now for a current infection. But yeah, what does it look like in the next week or two and month or so just to keep the testing numbers up?
Well, can you see a display on your screen now?
Yes.
These are our weekly testing numbers. They're maintaining the 1065 3 weeks prior includes the first 291 of the trace specimens. There's yet to be 325 added to that same week. So if you deduct that, that was in the 700s. So we continue to go up in availability of testing. I think that we meet the de minimis requirement readily with which would have required the county to be around 600 tests per week. On the flip side, we don't have as much testing as would be good to be able to test people that are just widely, that are just mildly symptomatic or that believe they've been exposed but don't have any symptoms and aren't in any contact. So we would like to see much broader availability of testing. But as far as the reopening criteria, I don't think that's a problem right now.
Well, in the next few weeks, we might not even have a few hundred people that end up getting tests. If we have low numbers, people are going to lose the motivation to think it's a high priority, and then unless we're testing, population at long-term care facilities or actively testing. I know that it was just announced the Red Cross. I just saw it said or I guess it's antibody testing. But I'm just thinking naturally we might not have a testing cohort right now just because people aren't too worried about it.
Actually,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I did get a letter from Carrie this morning regarding the nursing home testing that they have done, and the employees were on a voluntary basis, and so were the actual residents. She said it went extremely well, and all of that testing, I believe they tested 3 facilities a week ago, and they're going to finish up 2 more this week, and it's all been 0. So, but she said she was really pleased. So we're getting something done there.
And
I don't think
what we're doing is, is that the testing? Us doing, or not us, but the community doing long-term care facility testing.
Well, we've been piloting a long-term care testing, long-term care facility testing approach for the state here. We've been quite vocal about wanting to do that routinely. So this was the beginning of that pilot. OHA is doing their best to come to a broad testing stance for long-term care facilities. I did put a different display up here, and it shows that Oregon, as many have heard, has had quite marked spikes in the last few weeks, and most particularly just in the last week and few days, we had a record number yesterday of, I think it was 285 in the state. So there probably will be a lot of revisitation about what's going on. We're aware of outbreaks, as the Commissioner mentioned, County, in Lincoln County, and others. So many of these new cases are around relatively large outbreaks, but there are a number of counties that are still really facing substantial challenges.
Right.
We don't want to be one of those, so I think that we should take advantage of this relatively low, broad prevalence that we believe is the case from the TRACE study, and maintain all the things that will help protect us so that we're not in the same circumstance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Conway. We're running quite late today, so thank you for those numbers, and we'll wait to see where the 324 tests get put into one of the weeks then. So it hasn't been put into last week, so maybe it'll be put into next week's numbers.
Well, actually, we have heard they'll be putting it into that last week in May. They have located those other tests. They were the ones being re-entered, and they should.
So they're going to put it retro then?
Well, they're based on the date actually tested. So they'll, as far as we understand, they'll go in that week.
Okay. So that number should jump up then by 324?
The number from that week, that last week of May, should go up concomitantly, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nathan, I see that you're on. Are you on for the emergency declaration, or are you on for health?
I am on for the emergency declaration. I think.
Okay. We're not quite there yet, but.
Okay, I'll wait patiently.
Thank you. Well, sorry.
No problem. I got work I can do here.
Okay. Did Carolyn Egan ever get back to us? Then you said that there was someone else that could?
I don't see her on there, but I think Karen from Neighbor Impact can speak to the
okay.
child care progress so far. As you, Commissioner, recall, we contributed $50,000 along with the City of Bend towards stabilizing that industry for the benefit of businesses reopening and just in general. So I think hopefully she's able to speak to how that's gone.
Karen, would you like to update us?
I can. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We had the opportunity to go out and hand deliver 34 checks to child care programs in Deschutes County. And we have quite a bit of gratitude and appreciation to return to all of you, to Bend and the county of Deschutes as well. We were able to give 23 checks to registered family and certified family providers. We were able to give 6 checks to certified centers who had already received a small amount of funding, but not really enough to get them through, and funding to 5 centers that had received no support whatsoever. And the checks ranged from $2,300 for registered family and certified family up to $5,000 for certified centers. And we were able to distribute 19 checks to Bend, 12 checks to Redmond, and 3 checks to Lapine. And the general consensus was that people had been waiting for support, but they weren't really sure they would receive any, and there was just a lot of appreciation.
Great report. It's exciting.
It's nice to know that we approved it and the money already has been handed out to the community. That's excellent news. I know that actually, approving things and not seeing the money are usually two different things. So you've done a great job. Thanks for making those healthcare, childcare providers a little more financially stable today.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Okay, so I think we need to go on to item number 6. Is that anything else for COVID? Oh, the emergency.
Well, we had one further item on the COVID, somewhat related, was, if you recall, on Monday, the board authorized county staff to work with Jefferson County staff to hammer out the final details of the IGA. Health staff met with health staff, and then legal met with legal, and the final document that is agreeable to all the staffs was put in your inboxes this morning. So if you're prepared to give authorization, Tom can sign that. I will note that in the interim, Crook County reached out and would like to do the same. They've seen the IGA and the current form that I provided to you folks, and they're amenable to proceeding on those terms as well. I directed them to the board chair to make sure that it was discussed here with the board before I would push anything out officially to Crook County.
Right. Yes. Judge Crawford and called me and asked if they could, be part of this, and also Muriel, their health director. So,
So how does that work? Is the motel occupied now by Neighbor Impact?
Yes, there are some people that have been lodged there. I don't know if Chris Weiler's on. He could probably give you the details, but I do believe there are a few people in the 23-room facility, and Tom might have information on that too, but it's nowhere near at occupancy, is my understanding.
Is it there? And then I guess the follow-up question is that their plan to go ahead and fill it up over the next few weeks?
I don't know that they're able to, that they have people that want to go in there.
What I've heard through health staff is that they're actually having trouble filling rooms, that many of the vulnerable homeless folks that the facility was designed to hold are just not willing, not desirous of going to the motel to stay. They'd rather stay where they are.
See, that doesn't surprise me at all. So I guess my question was, then the next part is, what happens if we did need it and we need it in Jefferson and Crook? Is there some allocation of rooms, or?
Deschutes County has priority for placements, and we have total discretion on providing placements for Jefferson County, and then if you're agreeable, Crook County as well, and they understand that. And I think they've reached out through their health people and our health people and have heard what Tom just indicated, which is, at this point, there's plenty of room availability, because that vulnerable population that isn't necessarily positive but is vulnerable for those other factors isn't showing any real interest in being housed there.
I wonder if they will, with added knowledge, if there'll be more people that are because it is pretty new in the cycle. It's only a couple weeks old.
So I spoke to Scott Cooper about this, and he said there was like 6 or 8 people vulnerable, not COVID positive, just vulnerable, that fit the scenario and have been housed there. There's also a subset of people that really want to be there, but they just don't fit the criteria of the more vulnerable. So then there's the COVID, COVID positive person would be a different scenario. So yeah, it's underutilized at this point, which is good, and the weather's nice too. I mean, we're not in a deep winter situation, which is good.
We did get snow last night, though, I think.
It was 31 at my house, yeah, this morning.
So I had one suggestion, Dave, on page 2, just a clarification on the item 7. You have about where, unless county is timely reimbursed by neighbor impact, that entity agrees to reimburse county for all costs incurred by county in lodging an entity resident under the terms of any applicable rental agreement between county and neighbor impact, right? I mean, that's what sets the terms. Is our agreement between us and neighbor impact is what sets all those things?
Well, actually, it would be the rental agreement between us and the motel, and then neighbor impact was going to be, in essence, paying that, and so this was put in there to provide that if neighbor impact doesn't timely reimburse or make that payment, that in this case Jefferson County would make it, and then they could go deal with neighbor impact to try to get themselves.
I guess my question is, do we need to identify what
Sure.
who that rental agreement might be, so it's between us and the motel or whatever it is.
I could add that clarification.
Just so it's, because then you go on to define what the terms are, but, okay.
I'll indicate with motel.
So this basically says if we don't get reimbursed from neighbor impact, they reimburse whatever our obligation is, yeah.
Exactly, and that way they can chase after neighbor impact for the money. We don't have to.
And did you feel that any indemnification we need from Jefferson County and now Crook is included in here?
Yes, that was, and they were very good about that in recognizing that in addition to indemnifying us for any of the standard things, they're also agreeing to indemnify us for the actions or anything associated with the residents that they place, that are of theirs that are placed, including anything associated with COVID-19, so transmissions. So they were pretty amenable to what's a pretty broad indemnification clause. And then those other portions in 7.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, that was, those were the logistics hammered out by the health staff after you folks gave the tentative okay on Monday. So I guess I'd be asking if that's okay, if you could authorize Tom to proceed with signing that, and then if you're prepared to likewise mirror that for Crook, or if you want to have a further discussion, but they're on the email to me hourly asking if we've heard anything.
Okay, well,
So I'll move approval of that document as discussed, which is agreement with Jefferson County.
Document 2020-427.
Okay, I'll second that, and I'd amend it to say, and to extend to Crook County if,
I was going to think it's separate action. I mean, this document's
do
for,
we need a separate action?
Either way,
yeah, okay, either.
Either way?
if Commissioner DeBone's comfortable with the amendment, then
Yep, no, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay. And further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
yes.
And the chair votes yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Get that taken care of as soon as I get out of here.
Hey, great. Okay, Seth, quit texting Dave. All right, so, okay, we are now at 1 PM. John?
Yeah. The 1 o'clock item, yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Senior Assistant Legal Counsel John Lairdy. I'm here to report to the board on an issue that has come up recently regarding the significant shortfall in video lottery revenues that have been allocated by the state to Deschutes County. I'm going to keep this brief for two reasons. One, out of awareness for your timeline, and secondly, because I anticipate that I'll have more to report on this shortly. But basically, under Oregon law, 2.5% of the state lottery funds net revenues from video lotteries are supposed to go to the counties, and the Department of Administrative Services is supposed to allocate those revenues on a quarterly basis. As you can imagine, unlike Scratch and Play or Oregon Lotto, where you can go into a convenience store or a grocery store or a gas station and buy a ticket, in order to play video lottery, you need to be generally at a restaurant or a bar, most of which have been closed due to COVID-19. As a result of that, the actual revenue that the state has seen in the last quarter from video lottery has plummeted. And it's the state's position that under Oregon law, if revenues are insufficient to pay down both the lottery bond debt service and the statutory allocations to the counties, that the Department of Administrative Services can reduce those allocations as necessary. So basically, any debt on the lottery bonds gets paid first, if there's a shortfall so that there's not sufficient revenue to cover what has been forecast to be paid to the counties in video lottery funds, we get the short end of the stick. As a result of that, last quarter, in the last 3 quarters, the counties received approximately $236,000 a quarter in revenue from the video lottery. The Department of Administrative Services sent the county a letter a little over a month ago informing the county that for the 4th quarter, that amount cut in over half, down to about $117,000. So we're looking at about $120,000, $130,000 shortfall this quarter. A number of counties have put together a working group to look at this issue, to see if there's any remedies that might be available to counties to claw back some of this lost video lottery revenue. And we're going to have a meeting in the near future. I anticipate that I'll be coming back to the board after that meeting with more information as to what, if any, path forward might be available.
So one of the thoughts along those lines is to understand the bonding history, and I don't know how deep, you're talking about a working group and stuff, so just the knowledge of the bonding history, because it looks like it ends up being a end of session, legislative session, Christmas tree bill kind of item, and I'm just thinking out loud about what I think I've seen, where, hey, I have an idea. How about if we borrow $40 million from future lottery revenues, and then we'll go be able to distribute it and spend it and help economic development? So there's this scenario that sounds about right, but we just got kind of burned pretty hard on this, not knowing that this was the outcome of a shock to the financial system, which stopped the lottery. So, as I say, it was voted on at the state legislature, these debt issuances, but as counties, knowing that we can't have local gaming because we've made a commitment in our partnership with the state of Oregon, we just got the short end of the stick maybe on this one. So, let's study it a little bit more. There could be a legislative fix where there's no more commitments like this that set this kind of priority where, when in doubt, take these revenues away from the jurisdictions that are the partners.
How much did it amount to total that the state took from all the counties? Do you have any idea?
My understanding was it was a straight 50% across the board. I think that there's the legislature allocates in advance based on forecasted revenues. For the 2019-2021 biennium, the legislature allocated a total of $50,230,000 for the biennium.
So that'd be about $6 million a quarter.
Yeah.
So that would be maybe $3 million they took out.
My understanding, right, is they chopped the allocation in half across the board to all the counties. So yeah, I think you're right as far as that number goes.
Well, I was reading in the Oregon Constitution. I was looking up something last week, and there's actually a provision in there about their right to take half the lottery. I don't know if this is what they were operating on, but I was surprised. I was just like reading along, and here's this provision. So
yeah, there's kind of a 3-tiered process for how the lottery fund is allocated. First is the debt service on the lottery bonds. That has to be satisfied first. Second, there's 3 constitutional allocations that are in the Constitution. And after that, there's about a half a dozen statutory allocations, one of which is the allocation of the 2.5% of video lottery to the counties. Mm-hmm. So we kind of, like I said, we're kind of at the bottom of the priority list, and the state's position is that they're authorized to make up any revenue shortfall by reducing the statutory allocations. So that,
Well, and then,
So my view about your working on it is if it looks like they're gonna keep doing that each quarter, the more quarters they do it, the more important it is we work on it, I guess. I mean, wake it up for one quarter is one thing, but if they're gonna do that going forward. I know it's been a big issue at AOC about trying to get something locked in. That was an issue last legislature, I think, wasn't it? Wasn't that one of our priority
we keep
bills?
trying to, yeah.
Yes.
So then the other thing that happens is the causes. I mean, like veterans. Oh yeah, let's support veterans. We want to support veterans. Outdoor schools. Some of these other things that people say, well, if we had resources, we can do good things. Let's ask for lottery dollars, and then it happens. So let's say that all of a sudden the pool really gets watered down for the, the good needs out there, but it's pretty awkward sometimes
Maybe
too when we
can,
get that short end.
In the next short session, we can somehow get their attention that way or something. Because it's been so excessive this session, what they've done.
Yeah.
This would be a good case for
Open
us
it
to
up
go to our
for discussion.
legislators and say,
yeah, I was surprised in doing my research to learn that video lottery revenue accounts for over 75% of the total lottery revenue for the state annually. So you can just imagine, given the drop in video lottery revenue due to bars and restaurants having been closed, what effect that's going to have on the lottery fund in general.
Yeah. Well, and, remember we're talking about gambling, and this can be an addiction and a very disruptive in somebody's life. So this is, the scenario in some of these bars is people just get in there and they don't know how to stop, and it can be an addictive behavior too. So I've always felt that this is just not a good thing to promote. Some folks that see the dollars flowing, and I've heard it from lottery commissioners. They're like, man, we just got to grow this pie so everybody can have more. But what the downside is promoting this, gaming that can be very detrimental to some people's lives.
Well, then we might add that they kept the pot shops open the whole time because look at the revenue the state got. And the complications for youth and marijuana use are not exactly ideal. So yes, we've created more problems, in the last couple of months. Undoubtedly with alcohol sales and marijuana sales, we're at the highest levels. So, but the state might have got that revenue, right? But we're not getting ours.
Well, yeah, thanks for giving us the legal point of view on that.
Yeah, sure. So like I said, I'll be meeting with this working group, and if anything comes of it, I will be reporting back to you in the future on what options may be available.
Sounds like the short end of the stick. So, to quote you.
Oh, that was me, I think. Yeah.
No, he said it.
Or did he say it too? Yeah.
He said it because I
We all
wrote
said
it
it.
down. Yes, you said it first, and then you might have said it too.
I did say it, yeah.
I know. Well, that's the phrase we can take out of today's meeting. So, anyway, thank you. Great. Nathan, are you still available?
I am here. Let me start my video. Here we go. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so close to the screen. Okay.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I think I'm here on the agenda related to the May 30th severe thunderstorm and the damage as a result.
You look much more refreshed. It must have been all that fishing or whatever you were doing.
Yeah, it was nice. I was able to get away from town, get out of town for a bit. So
Great.
Thanks for delaying my presence. So
No.
I'd like to share my screen, and we'll just talk a little bit about this storm and give you a little bit of background information. Is my screen up? Okay, looks like it is.
It looks good.
So thank you. I know Commissioner Henderson had some conversations with some residents out in the Lower Bridge area. Came to our attention that they received some pretty significant damage, particularly from hail, but as a result of that severe thunderstorm. And I had a chance to make some contact with a few folks yesterday as well, and also the Farm Service Agency, which administers the emergency disaster loans if a is achieved either by the president or the department or the Secretary of Agriculture, or I believe also the agency administrator for the Farm Service Agency can also make a declaration. My understanding is with the local director of the FSA here, they have submitted damage assessment up through their chain of command, particularly for Jefferson County, but they are accepting information for Deschutes County. So I'm going to forward them some information when I receive it to help also bolster that claim. The nice thing about a declaration is clearly Jefferson County took the brunt as it relates to damage, particularly agricultural related damage, and that these programs, primarily it's the emergency farm loan program, which gets triggered, is available for not only the county of declaration, but also contiguous counties. So that would open the doors for anybody in Deschutes, Crook, or let's see, Wasco, Wheeler, to also be able to get relief if it's appropriate for them. A little bit about this storm. It started actually really intensified down south of Deschutes County and moved north and kind of glanced west of Bend, seemed to kind of lower in intensity, but then re-intensify. And I'm going to show you a screenshot of the this is a radar image that it's from 2:15 p.m. on May 30th. And if the interesting thing about radar in our county is Central Oregon is a known void of good radar coverage, and it has to do with a lot of science around how radar works and where it's located. But essentially they can see the mid to upper level portion of the storms, which in this case does show a pretty significant hail core. And if that hail core is by the kind of the white area, and it's kind of outlined by that black dotted line. And so that's taken kind of showing most of central Deschutes County going along the 97 corridor. And that shows likely 1.5 to 2 inch hail, which certainly meets which certainly corresponds with some of the reports we received out of there. And then here's a little bit of a zoom in of that core. As you can see it, if near the top of that hail core, you see that little triangle. I believe that's called La Follette Butte, I think is the name of it, if memory serves me. But that's right there in the area of like Faith, Hope, and Charity Vineyards and Lower Valley Turf and that area. And so you can see that hail core is really focused in right on that area. And then it proceeded to go north into Jefferson County, where it continued to probably stronger. And if you can see there was a local storm report, River Ranch area, I believe, that was reporting almost 2 inch hail and 67 mile an hour wind gusts. And so obviously significant wind. And the Pendleton Weather Service, I spoke with them up there on Monday or Tuesday, and they indicated that they believe winds were easily could have been in the 70, 80 mile an hour range, as well as that hail. So that really is the reason for the amount of damage. And certainly I know that Commissioner Henderson saw it, as did I, and there are some pictures out there. So that really does support a request of the governor to submit a request for a declaration on behalf of our folks in our county that received damage, particularly or agricultural damage, and to support the Jefferson County declaration request. So any questions?
So Nathan, I saw the letter that Annette had sent to us yesterday afternoon, I believe. So yes, she's kind of putting all of the counties together. That the governor would be sending out. I'm not sure if anything else besides Jefferson and Deschutes had damage. Do you know? Did it go up to Wasco? Did it continue on?
No, I'm not aware of the amount of damage, but I could certainly reach out. I believe Annette is connected with those those managers as well. I think it's likely the way these thunderstorms kind of intensify and then decrease in intensity. It's possible that maybe there wasn't the significant amount of damage up there, but certainly, I went up on the Sunday after the storm and helped offer some support to Jefferson County's emergency manager, and I saw the damage I saw in Jefferson County was significantly worse than what I'd seen here. And but that little section of that northwest or northern Deschutes County there really got hit pretty hard. So it's possible that other counties received significant damage, but they would benefit, even if Jefferson County gets the declaration, they would benefit from the declaration.
Yes.
So, Nathan, have you seen the letter that was drafted?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Okay, so we got that after I had talked to you this morning. I talked with Kelly Simlick and he told me about it, and then it was in my box. So, one question I had, I don't know if somebody, maybe Annette drafted it or something, but it actually in the second paragraph leaves out severe crop damage and destruction. I mean, it has everything else listed, but nothing about crops, which is really the only thing that got damaged in Deschutes County was the crops. I mean, it didn't do the other things really. So I was just wondering if that was left out on purpose or whether it needs to be added in.
No, I would suggest that we add that in.
Okay.
And it's possible too that there is some damage in ag damage in Deschutes County that just we aren't aware of too, that would include some of those other types of facilities. But yeah, I would recommend that we add that in, and then.
So I just use the word "and
work with
severe
it.
crop damage and destruction."
Yeah, I think that makes a tremendous amount of sense.
Excuse me, and severe crop damage and destruction. Sorry, couldn't read my handwriting. And then there's a couple of other typos, I think, but what I understood, I talked to Commissioner Simlick in Jefferson County, and he said this has been at the governor's office actually for a week, he thought. So I don't know much about it beyond that.
Yeah, and I touched base with the Oregon Office of Emergency Management, and they're getting in the loop on it also. They're usually tied into these. So we'll in the next 24 hours, we'll cross all the T's and make sure that it gets submitted through all the channels and that it covers us appropriately.
Great. That would be excellent. Because I know that Cindy at Faith, Hope, and Charity was really worried about her vines. I haven't talked to her the last week, but someone was saying that they're actually coming back. She thought they might have been ruined for 2 years.
Well, I got pictures of them.
I had sorry.
Yeah, I've got pictures of them. Yeah, they did start coming back within a week. There was little buds coming out, but she's not sure if it's every place there was, but it had stripped them completely. And then I got pictures that show how they're actually starting to come back with little growths and stuff.
Well, the other little vineyard right by the road when you drive Lower Bridge, that vineyard, part of it looked like it was pretty stripped when I drove by. And the other, it's just like within the same small, 5-acre field of vineyards or whatever it is. Yeah, so some of them look stripped and some of them didn't.
Yeah. Well, I was out there last night and talked with Cindy, and fingers crossed the vines look like they're recovering, but undoubtedly there will probably still be some loss as a result. But
they had been like this high.
Yeah, there was, yes.
They're totally down to the vine itself. There was nothing, and that's just a week's growth, is what she said.
I know. I don't know. I can't imagine. I have to see. Well, thank you, Nathan. If you could take care of that for us, that would be excellent.
Yep. We'll wrap that up and get a bow on it.
Okay.
So is there an emergency declaration, or just because Jefferson County's done one,
I don't know. Do we need to do a declaration?
My understanding is
it does not require a declaration.
There's little to nothing to do with it. So,
Yeah, okay.
according to his email.
Well, we got some good coverage on that. I mean, now we're thinking through what really happened and who's affected.
Great. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
and absolutely. Thanks for having me, and thanks for getting that information to us so we can work on it. Appreciate it. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay. So, we're now 2:15, perfectly on time for our public hearing.
Or so.
Where's all the people?
They're in
the
and on Zoom.
Oh.
Okay, so do we bring them in now? Are they coming in, or?
I can.
Couple.
Well, you want the parties in, so, yeah. You can ask him, it's gonna be Cameron and Carol. And I don't know if Jeff Kleinman's here, I think he's on the Zoom. I don't know, here's the Zoom link.
You know, for things like this, I'd just as soon ask major players to, I mean, we've got plenty of room and for some 5 or 6 major people to be in here that are, it's easier to kind of follow up with them when we're not having to interrupt them over the.
Will's first, so we can start with him.
Oh, Will, I just wanted to say congratulations. I hear it's been 2 years that you were the senior planner. Did I hear all those wonderful things about you this morning?
Yes, so we have a rotating lead, and I finished my 2 years in that rotation, and it was a pleasure to do, and I'm also enjoying the return to just regular planning responsibilities.
Congratulations.
All right. Thank you.
Just
commissioners, oh, go ahead, please.
Just one moment. We're getting
We're bringing a couple of people in, I think.
couple parties into the
So
room.
can we talk about this, because I am concerned that it's going to become, it's really easy for people to sit in their office. We've learned that, to sit in your office and be participants in this. But as a public meeting, I really would like the major people to try to come here. Are you guys, do you guys feel that way? Or, because I feel it strongly, but what do you guys think?
But having more people in this room, you're saying?
Well, I mean, there's, yeah.
Opening up that wall possibly, too.
We even do that if we
We
want.
could open
but
up the wall.
There you go.
But I mean, today, we've got, that's 15 feet from anybody, and that's 50. I'm just saying, I'm just talking philosophy with the board, I guess, right now, but I think we need to start thinking about this with regard to hearings and public meetings, because I don't know how people that aren't on Zoom watching TV follow what's going on Zoom. I tried to do it this Monday when I was home, and there's that lag time, so you listen to one and watch, they don't connect, so the Zoom doesn't follow. It's just awkward, and this is a public meeting, so.
Can
So would you like us to open the room?
we? That'd be excellent, don't you think? Thanks. Thank you, Sharon. Maybe Dave can help you?
But I guess I'll try it again. But I'm really talking about going forward generally. What are we going to do? Because we've got new rules, and we're still doing it like we did it when we had different rules. And so what do you guys want to do? I mean, I know do you not agree with me on this, or do you want everybody to stay on their
We
Zooms?
have a mix right now where people can be online or they could be here, and this is the first time we've had people, more than about 2 or 3 people wanting to be in the room with us. So that leads me to a conclusion that the mix is good. Are you saying don't do electronic?
Well, I think electronics is easy for people because I've found it easy myself, because you can, you could, if you're not on, you can listen, but it's harder to engage as a commissioner with everybody because it's, the talking's more,
Yeah, so is your
don't look at
proposal
somebody
to
and say,
say
hey,
let's
what do you
not
think?
Electronic anymore?
No, I'm just saying, encouraging people to come to our meetings is what we have enough room for it.
We can certainly do that. I know there are some people, obviously, who are still very cautious with respect to the virus, but if we have social distancing and can maintain it in this room, we can provide a safe environment, but I don't know that we can require people to be here, but we can certainly encourage people.
Well, we could require our people to be here if we wanted, for one, but I'm not really trying to require, I'm just trying to encourage people to, they're.
Well, and that's fine. I'm not opposed to that.
We can do
way
that.
Closer together in that room than they would be in here.
And now they can even spread out. And there's, 5 or 6 people.
So do they need to spread out more?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We're doing 20-foot spacing.
Well, feels like 3 to me. I'm kidding. No, this is better.
Now they can see what's behind the curtain.
Yes. Okay. So you're saying that actually would be nice if Will was here? But he's not.
Well, for future reference, I mean,
Yeah.
he's the major presenter, yeah. I'm just really talking about the long going
Okay.
forward stuff. I mean, I'm not asking anybody to do anything different today, really, even.
Okay. So we're ready.
Are you ready, Commissioners?
Yes, we are. I'll start in. I was just kind of waiting for Sharon to, she just has a few things she's doing, but we're
Thank
good
you,
to go.
yeah.
Okay. This is the time and place set for hearing on file numbers 247-19-000881-SP, 247-20-000279-A, and SB 247-20-000282A. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Good afternoon. For the record, this is Will Grove, Deschutes County Planning Senior Planner. Got a longer opening presentation today. We're going to do our normal hearings opening as well as discuss how a Zoom meeting works. We're going to use some of the prior templates that we've worked from this, before the board with this. So the hearings body, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, will take testimony and receive written
Will,
evidence concerning.
probably
Yep.
just a little bit slower and a little bit more clear, just because of the audio system.
Oh, thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, just a little bit.
The hearings body, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning an appeal of a site plan review for a golf course. The address of the property is 67205 Klein Falls Road, Redmond. The applicants, Central Land and Cattle Company and Cameron DeLashmet, are requesting approval of a golf course. All testimony shall be directed to the hearings body. At the conclusion of the hearings body will deliberate towards a decision or continue the hearing or deliberations to a date and time certain. How the Zoom meeting will work. Parties are requested to clearly state any procedural objections to the hearings process as part of their testimony. Zoom participants are either panelists or attendees. As the meeting begins, all microphones are muted to prevent audio feedback. Attendees can view panelists. At the start of the hearing, panelists will be the board and county staff only. At the start of the hearing, attendees will be the applicants, the general public, and the media. Panelists are on video. As the meeting begins, the hearings body and staff will be unmuted, and the chair and the staff will read the opening statement. So that's what we're doing now. Staff will present its report on the case file and answer any questions from the board. As there is no sign-in sheet for remote testimony, parties must provide their name and mailing address at the start of the testimony. The applicant will be elevated then from attendee to panelist and gives its presentation, answering any questions from the board, and then will be demoted back to attendee and again muted. Appellants then will be elevated from attendee to panelist and give their presentation, answering any questions from the board, and then likewise be demoted back to attendee and muted. The chair will next accept public testimony in the following order. Those attendees participating in person will go first, then those attendees participating by computer, and finally, those attendees participating by telephone. For computer attendees, the chair will elevate one public member from attendee to panelist, unmute their microphone, and accept their testimony. That person will then be demoted to an attendee, muted, and the next person is selected, and the process repeats until all those participating by computer have testified. For telephone attendees, the chair announces the last 4 digits of the phone number and requests whether that person wishes to testify or not. The announced attendee is promoted to panelist, answers whether they wish to provide testimony. If no, they will be demoted back to an attendee. If yes, they will provide testimony and are demoted back to attendee and muted. The last 4 digits of the phone number are announced and the process repeats. The applicant, as the party bearing the burden of proof, will then be afforded an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony. If requested by the hearings body, staff will provide closing comments. A full written version of the hearings procedure is available on request. And Commissioner Adair, we're now returning to the script. Commissioners must disclose any ex parte contact, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
So I'm not aware of any biases or ex parte contacts. The parties, some of the parties have been here on numerous other things. I've been to the site once back in 2007 or 6 or something, but no other real contacts with regard to this.
So long history of the public meetings, public record, and this topic since I've been in office. I did have a conversation with Mr. DeLashman. He called me about phase 2 opening, so it's not anything to do with this application. So as I say, we were on the phone one time recently, but that's all. So yeah, no conflicts.
And I've had no conflicts, and I've actually not been to the site, though I have driven Klein Falls on numerous occasions. So I know where it's located because it's been in my driving circle. So I have nothing to disclose. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, members of the hearing body based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Open the hearing. I see none. I'd like to open the hearing and direct staff to proceed with brief staff reports. And before we do that, we need to have our time allocations taken care of so everyone is aware of how much time they have.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
This one, we did not previously establish a time for the party's presentation. Do you have a preference for the applicant, the appellants, and general members of the public for the amount of time that should be allocated to them?
I don't know. Do you think 30 minutes for each is adequate?
So we would go, typically in that case, we would go with 30 minutes for the applicant, 30 minutes for appellants each, and then 5 minutes for general members of the public.
I don't know, or we've done 3. Is 3 not adequate?
You're correct, 3 is typical. So 30 minutes for appellant and applicant, and 3 minutes for other members of the public.
Okay. All right. And then what about the rebuttal at the end?
Those tend to be shorter, so
okay.
perhaps no more than 15 minutes for applicant rebuttal.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. So the application in front of you today are those file numbers previously referenced, and this is an application for the site plan review for a golf course and associated lakes. This is an 18-hole course, and it's important to remember that later site plans will be required for overnight lodging units, the clubhouse, the meeting rooms, and the restaurant at the destination resort. The proposed golf course will be located south and west of Eagle Crest Resort in Redmond, and this figure shows generally where the golf course would be located. Of course, Thornburg has an extensive land use history. It's a destination resort approved under Goal 8, and it has received final approval for both conceptual and final master plans. It's just under 2,000 acres and just under 1,000 residential units approved. The Board of County Commissioners has participated in some of the prior planning for the resort here, specifically the Phase 1A tentative plan. That's the initial subdivision that lays out lots in the subdivision. And after the board approved this, it was appealed to LUBA, and LUBA remanded that approval to the county. And then something unusual happened, and I'm going to describe it as 2 different paths. So the LUBA remand that was remanded to the county was appealed to the Court of Appeals, who found that they did not receive a timely appeal of that decision, and that decision in turn has been appealed to and is before the state Supreme Court, with our last information being that that's tentatively scheduled for September. During the same time, the county took up the remand from LUBA and approved that remand, and now that approval of the remand has been again appealed to LUBA. So you'll hear some testimony about the timelines and the procedural issues. This is to give you some general reference to how that got laid out. Approvals and appeals. So staff approved this application administratively. The board chose to call this up to be the initial hearing body, and timely appeals were filed by both Gould and Central Oregon Land Watch. The key issues on appeal are the order and the timing of the site plans, the status of the mitigation water, as well as the site plan criteria. So at the end of this hearing, the board will conduct the hearing, receive testimony, and you'll have some options at the end. And those will be to continue the public hearing to a date and time certain. And that could be the board's next meeting date or a subsequent date. You could close the oral record and keep the written record open to a time and date certain. Or you could close the public hearing, both oral and written records, and if you so choose, begin deliberations. And with that, that concludes my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
Nope. I think that, thank you, Will. So.
Seems like the audio's dropped.
Okay.
Now it's back on.
Oh, that's much better.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, Commissioners, so those packets that you've received, in addition to what you're receiving from the public at this point, I provided you with about a 1-inch thick packet of materials that would typically be presented by hand at the hearing. Yep, that's that one. So those are those materials that I've received in the past day and received electronically. I wanted to have those before you, as you would typically receive a hand copy of that as people gave their testimony.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Am I on here?
Yeah, you may want to just get a little closer to it. But.
Is that better?
Oh, there you go.
The materials that I gave to you, there will be a chart, and all of the numbers to this, Will had put together a summary of the appeal and the various issues by both Nunzi Gould and Land Watch, and in his report or his memo, he had those issues numbered. And I have just followed those numbers per his outline. If it is a issue raised by Gould, it's got a G. If it's an issue raised by Land Watch, it is numbered LW followed by the number that Will had assigned to it. Along with this, there is a bound set of materials that you'll see the front page says Exhibits Introduction. And it's broken down into 5 separate sections, and there's exhibits for each one of those. And in large part, those exhibits are all things that are already in the record, But what we've done is we've pulled individual pages that are referenced in the presentation and in this chart, quotes, and they're highlighted so that you can have an easy reference back and forth to look at those as you go from the presentation to the exhibit or the chart to the exhibit. And what I'd like to do is just go through a presentation, this PowerPoint that you have that's bound in front of you. There's some of that that I'm gonna skip. Correct. I'll skip that just for time, but it's material that you can refer to, and it also goes back into, it references exhibits as well. So if you'll just open the PowerPoint up, I mean, just a little background for Commissioner Henderson and Commissioner Adair. Primarily, the bulk of this property has been in my family since 1953. There's other pieces that I acquired starting in 2005 to aggregate the entire resort. In 2004, we began preparing the CMP application, so I've flipped to page 2 right now. We began preparing the CMP application, and that was submitted on February 18th of 2005. Since that time, there's been roughly some 30 appeals, 31, 32, of the CMP, the FMP, the BLM right-of-way, the tentative plan, the water rights extension, the water conservation plan, and this golf course site plan. We've been in numerous jurisdictions, including here, at LUBA, the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court 3 times, the Marion County Circuit Court, the Internal Board of Land Appeals for the U.S. government, and Water Resources. There's you got a couple of pages that deals with Gould, some family history, and then if you go to the No Right Way to Do the Wrong Thing page, in the material in the introduction, the first page in the introduction material, there's a memo from one of Gould's attorneys, Carl Lanuta, where he says that Gould is convinced that there's no right way to do the wrong thing. So this isn't about complying with code or making sure that we comply. It's simply about stopping the resort. She doesn't believe that that a resort is a appropriate thing to take place. She doesn't agree with the laws that allow them, obviously by Mr. Anuta's statement. And as a result, she protests pretty much everything and every action that we got. If you go to the second page, page 3 of that, it's a filing by another of Gould's attorneys, Jeff Kleinman. And in this, he's talking about any change in the type of use or the place of use or the point of diversion must be approved by Water Resources. And he says these are contested case proceedings before Water Resources. Ms. Gould intends to initiate such a proceeding, meaning a contested case proceeding, if an application for transfers is filed. In other words, we're a long way from the time that building permits could issue here. And the significance of that statement, so we are approved with a final master plan that allows for Big Falls water rights, other water rights to be used in exchange for our mitigation. And what Kleinman's saying is even if we're doing something that's already approved, that's been litigated ad nauseum, they're still going to protest that for the purpose of keeping us from being able to build the resort. Also, she's opposed the extension of our water rights permit that we'll discuss quite a bit here our water management conservation plan was opposed. She even opposed a transfer, an internal transfer at Big Falls where they were trying to move water from one piece of their resort to the other. And it kind of begs the question, is everything that we're doing so wrong? Are the impacts that we have, I mean, are we really outside of the norm and the acceptable standards on everything? And the answer is no. In fact, I mean, we create far less impact than the code allows. Deschutes County Code allows 1.5 units per acre, which on our land we could have about 3,000 residential home units. We have 950, so we're about a third of what's allowed there. The code requires a minimum of 50% open space. We have over 65% open space. And between all of our roads, I mean, it's all, we have purposely done this to create a tremendous amount of native open space. Our golf course that is being the subject of this right here is a minimalist golf design. So the course was designed by Ben Crenshaw and Bill Coor, who 15 years ago started a movement back into minimalist golf design where the focus is on less impact to water, trees, the natural environment. A typical golf course irrigates 120 acres of water. If you look in our Exhibit AA, that is on page 12 of the introduction exhibits. It shows that we're using 84 acres of water. In virtually all cases, we have less impact to wildlife, less impact to water, less impact to traffic than we could or that would happen in many other cases. In addition, we voluntarily in 2005 offered to indemnify our neighbors, anybody within a 2-mile radius, for any impacts that they had to their wells because of our resort, which is an unprecedented thing. I mean, nobody else has done that. I'm on the page Thornburg's wildlife plan now. We developed a wildlife mitigation plan that at times I will refer to as the WMP, specifically to meet the standards in DCC 18113.070D, which states that negative impacts on fish and wildlife resources will be mitigated so that there's no net loss or net degradation of the resource. About that wildlife plan, ODF&W said the wildlife habitat impact assessment submitted by Thornburg in their final master plan is the most complete conducted for the siting of a destination resort in Central Oregon. And that's in your Exhibit AC-1, page 1. ODF&W concluded that the wildlife management plan met the no net loss standard. And then they went in the same exhibit, AC1, they also discussed the resort's proposed fisheries mitigation, saying that it should mitigate for potential impacts on springs and seeps and provide a net benefit to the resource. So we're not just meeting the standard, we have exceeded it. We're providing a benefit to the fisheries resource, habitat and quantity and quality. Thornburg experts, Newton and Tetra Tech, both concluded the fish and wildlife mitigation plan fully mitigated and would provide a net increase to fisheries habitats. And those are in exhibits 13 and 14 in that same set, introduction set, are there. And Newton in particular, over the course of the last 10 years has done some 15,000 pages worth of technical calculations on the temperature impacts of our groundwater pumping. So when they say that we're going to create a net benefit. It's not just a guess. There's substantial scientific data to support that. On page 18 of the introduction, Newton concludes that project mitigation would be exceeding impacts for more than 72 years. And that's a technical thing that is based upon when impacts actually hit from when you start pumping. But under these facts overwhelmingly show that Thornburg is providing mitigation far in excess of its impacts, which should completely dispel concerns about the stream impacts in general, and especially due to summer usage. Even though that's the case, most of our complaints have been about water, fish, and wildlife. While ODF&W and the experts agreed that the resort resulted in a net benefit to the fisheries resource, Gould claimed that we had impacts to Weich's Creek that weren't mitigated. And we disagreed, but we offered to put in additional mitigation into Weich's Creek at a cost of $300,000. And that, after doing so, Fish and Wildlife stated about the original plan, we became satisfied that the resort's mitigation plan was meeting the no net loss standard. In fact, that it was providing a net benefit to the fisheries resource. Although mitigation to Weich's Creek is not needed to meet the no net loss standard, ODFW believes that doing so provides additional benefits to Weich's Creek and to the fisheries resource. So before we did that, we're providing a net benefit. After we do it, we're providing more. Every other resort's water mitigation was limited solely to what Oregon Department of Water Resources requires. Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife was never in it. And part of the reason for that is the impacts of the fish plan were calculated based on resort development versus dry rangeland. So all of those impacts looked at fully developing the resort versus simply doing nothing and having dry rangeland. It didn't consider that the use as rangeland wasn't feasible, that running cows there, fences were cut, population had come in, the cows were out, gates were left open. And our land has always been zoned EFU. Farming isn't outright permitted. We have water rights for 2,129 acre feet of water that allows us to clear it, irrigate it, farm. And to do that, we don't need no fish, no wildlife, or Weich's Creek mitigation. There's no need to comply with any DCC water standards, and the only mitigation we need is water resources. Farming has more impact than the resort does. We'd use the same amount of water, but farming concentrates the water use during the irrigation season, where the resort spreads it out over the whole year. And again, we're creating less water impact at the critical time in the summer with the resort versus farming. And that's why no other resort had to mitigate for any fisheries, any springs, or any seeps. We should have been treated similarly. On the wildlife side, the resort's developing 1,068 acres per the wildlife plan. Our 2,129 acre feet of water, we could farm 710 acres. That means the resort, to develop it as a resort, develops 358 acres more than we would farming. But our fish plan and all of our plan fully mitigated for developing all 1,068 acres instead of just the resort's extra impact of 358. We're already doing 3 times as much mitigation compared to the excess of using our land as it is permitted to do right now and farm it. These mitigation battles have cost millions of dollars to resolve. We've done far more than was needed or required. We've provided net benefits to the fisheries and resource. We've provided 3 times the mitigation that we should have had to. And still, there's no right way to do the wrong thing. which brings us to this. So the overview of these appeal issues. There's a whole bunch of this stuff over the last 15 years that we just keep doing over and over and over again. Numerous issues were resolved in the CMP and the FMP. They keep popping up. They popped up in the tentative plan. They popped up in the golf course. So those are barred from being raised again under the theory of collateral attack. And in Exhibit 8 of the material that you have that's labeled collateral attacks, Liz Fancher has written a letter and cited the cases. It's well documented, numerous LUBA cases that uphold the theory of collateral attack. The collateral attack issues revolve around the availability of water and mitigation water, the content and the timing of our mitigation plans, the open space, drainage, wastewater disposal, and even the population of Bend. Other issues relate to the ownership of the land, the extension of the water rights permit, including the Supreme Court case, impacts to water quality, the location of the notice where we posted the sign, segmented approvals, parking, a 9-hole golf course, which doesn't exist in this plan, and rock outcrops. The impermissible collateral attacks include attacks on the CMP, largely around 18113.070K, and to the side of that is a staff memo number, which is Will Grove's number. Source of water is groundwater. The mitigation sources are Big Falls, COID, and other sources in the general zone of impact that's set out in the fish mitigation plan. There's also attacks against the FMP, the method of assuring compliance with wildlife plans set by Condition 38. LUBA found that compliance with this is determined by the annual review, and specific details of how compliance will be achieved, not by the site plan or the tentative plan review. On DC 113070K, the water availability, that was settled in the CMP, which required water be available for all proposed uses at the resort. In 2006, the BOCC found the water availability standard has been satisfied. The board also noted that the 2005 hearings officer also found water was available, that the resort wouldn't have measurable impact on surrounding wells, and would have no impact to nearby surface waters. And that is in the board CMP decision, pages 70 through 72 and 74. And that is in your materials as pages 11, 12, and 13. Interestingly, in the board's decision, they noted that opponents had hired a hydrology firm, Ecologic, to prepare a water report. And the findings that the board found were supported by the opponent's own consultant, who mirrored the same thing. So this issue of water availability, that was conclusively settled in the 2006 board decision. Yet that's been up so many times. I mean, we have relitigated that over and over and over again. Every one of those times is barred, and it should never ever pop up again. The CMP had both lakes and golf courses. So one of the claims in the Gould appeal is that we've got this new 9-hole golf course, and and we've got lakes that we haven't shown the availability of water in those. And Exhibit B and C that is in this same packet are exhibits from both the CMP and the FMP recreational amenities plans that both show golf courses, extensive golf facilities, and lakes. So those were already included. They were included in the 2,129 acre feet of water. On the CMP on condition 10, although we agree we need to comply with condition 10, the Gould appellant has saying that we're not complying with condition 10 because we haven't secured water from Big Falls Ranch. And that's a collateral attack on the CMP. The CMP found that water is available for mitigation. It even spelled out that the Big Falls water was available at that time in the CMP. The FMP decision rejected Gould's claim that Big Falls Ranch water wasn't available. And condition 10 itself is a reporting and an accounting process. It doesn't require that we provide water now. Condition 10, I mean, they're trying to mix condition 10 and condition 38, but condition 10 says we provide an accounting of what the mitigation is. So the chart that I just showed you, Exhibit AA, that shows we have 84 acres of water. So if you were to look at that chart, it's a mitigation debit table. So it shows what our total mitigation obligation is, and it's got the tentative plan, how many acres of mitigation we're using for it, and the golf course, how many acres we're using for it. And so as we go through in this process, we'll provide that to you every single time we do an application so that you can see what our mitigation obligation is and how much mitigation we have, how much we have left, what's remaining, what we've used and what's remaining. And as we actually start using it, we will put in what we have deployed in mitigation and what the source was. Another thing they said is our water is not available for mitigation. So it's a little unclear, but I think because there's liens on the Big Falls Ranch, or there's liens on the Thornburg property, or we have mortgages that we don't have the right to use our water. And that isn't a standard that is applicable. But what's happening here is they're trying to add language to condition 10. They don't like what condition 10 said, and so they're trying to rewrite it. And that is an attack on the CMP, and it's a failed effort that happened in the tentative plan to Hearings Officer Olson, to Luba, and the same thing that they made in front of the board to you under the tentative plan.
Excuse me, Sharon, are you timing it?
Yes.
Okay, how much time do we have left?
5 more minutes.
5 more minutes.
Okay. Condition 38, they're making a claim on condition 38 as well, and the same reasons it doesn't have, that we don't have the Big Falls Ranch water. They've made a claim on drainage, that it's not clear that no natural drainages exist. That was standard 18-113-070J. That was resolved in the CMP. Wastewater 070L was resolved. And then there's a claim that tax lot 8,000 isn't owned by Agnes DeLashmet. It's owned by the trust, and that there's no signed application. And in your materials, I provided you an agent of record form, but that property is not in this application. They say the notice wasn't posted in the most visible place, but they submitted pictures that show that it was visible from the road. Under the extension of the water rights permit, this is a kind of a big thing. Water Resources has issued a proposed final order. They have made repeated statements to the county that we have a water rights permit, that it's in full force and effect, that we can pump 9.28 CFS of water, but this keeps coming up over and over again. Many claims that they make about the extension are false. That we could have certificated the water, but we didn't. Water Resources noted that a reason that we didn't certificate water was we didn't use it because we didn't have the land use approval to use it. They claim that we requested the extension after the permit expired, which is false. Water resources materials show that it was permitted, that we applied for it within the time frame. They say that no extension exists, which is false. Water Resources issued a proposed final order. They sent it to a contested case. They're going to defend that proposed final order. They say the permit is expired, although Water Resources twice has issued claims saying that, or has issued statements saying the permit is in force. They say that we can only pump the amount of water used prior to the permit expiration, which is false. The permit didn't expire. It's active, and we can pump up to 9.28 CFS right now. They say only if the extension is granted can wells be dug or water pumped, which is false for the same thing. The permit is in full force and effect. They now, after losing in front of all the bodies on all those arguments, they now claim the facts have changed because after the original ruling, the facts changed, that Water Resources withdrew their final order. The thing that they're overlooking is Water Resources hadn't issued the final order when Dan Olson issued his tentative plan decision. He closed the record on 9/25 and 18, and the final order was issued on 10/26 of 18. So a month after the record was closed, the final order was issued, and then Gould protested it, filed suits in Marion County Circuit Court and the Court of Appeals against Water Resources, and so they withdrew the final order and sent it to a contested case hearing so that they wouldn't have to fight lawsuits in two different cases. Staff reliance on the decisions issued before the withdrawal are legally in error. That's false. I mean, the tentative plan decision wasn't, like I just said, it was issued before. It wasn't included in the final order was not included. And this case depends on the Supreme Court, and they're citing the fact that an element of their appeal to the Court of Appeals that wasn't timely went to the Supreme Court. It deals with the water rights, the extension. And they're false. The letter from Liz Fancher deals with that. Again, they have cited no law or no case that would support their position. They make a claim on our drainage, on our site plan and rock outcroppings that cite 18.124060, and that standard deals with surface water drainage. We don't have any surface water drainage in the golf course. The only surface water drainage is on the roads, the road that will serve the golf course. And as part of the tentative plan, which was a CMP requirement, we filed a erosion control plan. So this standard isn't needed, although we have refiled that same erosion control plan as part of this. They say the site plan must address rock outcrops. Our site plan, page 3.1, shows the potential impacts to the rock outcrops. It shows every rock outcrop, how many square feet of rock it is, and what our estimated impact is, and once we're done, we will update that. There's a claim on parking and bike parking, and they think that the staff improperly deferred the showing of adequate parking. We don't think that there needed to be a condition. Staff put a condition that said we had to have a site plan that dealt with parking before we opened the golf course. We haven't shown a clubhouse or any facilities that would require parking, so we think the condition was wrong, but irrespective, the condition certainly allows for a public process to occur. Gould made several claims about a 9-hole golf course, that it was never reviewed or approved, that it creates additional drain on water, and it changes open space. The application didn't include a 9-hole golf course, so this is irrelevant. Landwatch claims we have segmented approvals. Luba and the hearings officer addressed that in the tentative plan, saying I can find nothing in the resort statutes, the code, the CMP, or the FMP that mandates an applicant file all development applications at once. In general, We have lower impacts than allowed. Fish and Wildlife says we have the best wildlife plans ever. We're providing net benefit to fish and wildlife resources. Nobody else has done the level of mitigation that we have. Our impacts are comparing resort versus rangeland, not farming. The resort provides massive economic benefits, 1,400 jobs, indirect and direct, and $20 million in annual tax revenue. The board required this golf course to be built as part of this in the CMP as part of the initial phase. We're still arguing issues that were resolved 15 years ago. Our water permit is valid for 9.28 CFS. There's no change. The final order wasn't issued and it wasn't in the tentative plan record decision. The case is not dependent on the Supreme Court. The Big Falls water is secure, as you yourselves have noted. No wastewater systems are proposed here. There's no issue with our water quality from the site plan standards. There's no surface drainage. We meet fish and wildlife timing actions of the FWMP. There's no parking required. The opponent's pictures show notice was posted in a visible place from the roadway. There's no 9-hole golf course. Tax lot 8,000 is not included in this plan. The problem, just one thing, Appellant Gould disagrees with the laws and does anything to destroy, says anything and does anything. The appellant's arguments fail. The resort certainly meets the burden of proof for the site plan. We would ask that you affirm the administrative decision, strike the condition regarding parking, and issue substantial findings in support.
Okay, thank you very much. See.
And if you've got any questions, both Jan Newman and Liz Fancher are on, or they could do rebuttal afterwards.
Okay, all right.
My thought is rebuttal. I don't have any questions, but that's a good survey of what we're seeing here.
Okay.
Yeah, I had some questions going into it, but you've answered it, most of them, so I want to see what the other side says, and then I might have follow-up questions.
That was speed talk.
What's that?
That was speed talking.
Yeah. It was well presented and a good outline. It was easy to follow.
You must have done this before. Okay.
17 years of practice.
Okay. Nunzi, are you, Ms. Gould, are you going to be presenting, or is?
I think there's some Zoomers. I guess I can't remember your protocol.
Okay, so are you having Jeff Kleinman present for you?
Yes, and others.
Okay, with your 30-minute total? Let me look and see what you said.
I thought you started by saying attorneys to present. That's what Sharon had introduced me to back there with that microphone.
That's all right. That's typical.
Okay, well, somebody gets to use the 30 minutes. So, okay, I just have you. All right, so you're leaving your 30 minutes then to Jeffrey Kleinman, is that correct?
Aren't there two appellants, or just one?
I believe there's two. There's
Okay.
Reed and there's Land Watch.
Do they
Okay.
both get 30, or is it
Which
15?
you've done in the past.
Okay, so, therefore, is Land Watch ready at this moment? Jeffrey, I guess we're going to go with Land Watch, and then we'll go with you.
That's fine. Can you see me on the video?
What did,
We have audio, and then your name is up on the screen.
I'm sorry. Will, I've done this before in the video work. Do you have a way of activating the participant video?
So authorized.
That would be something that'd be controlled at the in the commissioner's room, presume?
Excuse me, down on the left-hand side of Jeffrey's screen, there should be a little video icon, like a camera icon.
It says start video.
Yes, click on that.
That's what you need to do.
Well, there I am.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay.
Okay. So I apologize. I realize you want to start with Land Watch, so please do.
Okay, we're actually going to go with Carolyn because she's now ready, I believe. And then we'll go after her 30 minutes, and you'll get your 30 minutes.
Right, and mine will be split with Mr. Anuda.
Okay. Carolyn.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. I won't be taking 30 minutes. I'm just going to briefly highlight our written testimony, which we submitted this morning, and I hope you have a chance to see. Our major issue is that we don't believe the board has jurisdiction at this time because of the legal matter, which I'm sure Mr. Kleiman will explain in more detail. But when something is on appeal, the issues that are in that case are sort of in suspended animation. And they're interlocked with this case. So really, we can't continue here until we know how the former issues have been resolved. So our position is that the county has to just put this on hold until the Supreme Court makes a ruling, and then after that, if the case is still progressing and goes back to the Court of Appeals, there could be many steps in that proceeding before this proceeding could even go forward. Again, Mr. Kleiman can explain the details of it all to you, but when something is on appeal, this just goes into this. Nothing else can happen on the case until it's been resolved, because otherwise you could be saying something that doesn't make sense in terms of what the Supreme Court is going to say, or vice versa, and there could come to be a conflict. And in order to have clear laws and clear decisions, we have to make sure that cases aren't like that. They don't contradict one another. Our comment about water availability, we don't believe that water availability has been established for this part of the process. Every single phase that happens in this resort has to have the water availability documented. So it's perfectly natural that as water is being requested for these lakes, that during this particular application, once again, water availability has to be established, but it can't be established because there's a contested case going forward with Ms. Gould on whether the water permit has expired, and it's not clear that the fish and wildlife mitigation water is feasible. Its temperature and location have been extensively litigated, and now those are up in the air because the source has changed, and so that can't be shown at this time. The original mitigation water agreement has been revoked, and the current memorandum about water is secret and is not in the record. So for these reasons, we don't think that the mitigation water availability can be shown or has been shown. The landscape and vegetation to be protected in the site plan have not been identified. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's supposed to be views, and certain trees and shrubs have to be preserved, right? That's the whole idea, is that the site will be preserved like a destination resort. It'll be attractive, but we don't know what they are, so we don't know how they're going to be preserved or in what way. So that's just a very basic site plan kind of thing. You got to know what it is that you've got to preserve before you can say that you're going to do it. You can't just say, we're going to preserve it, like preserve what? It doesn't say. So there will be views, and there will be important plants, or maybe, very old trees or something, but unless they're identified, we can't say that they're going to be preserved or preserved adequately. Then finally, we have a comment about one of the major parcels in this golf course is it's called tax lot 7700, and it's not a lot of record. And so we don't believe that the golf course can be approved. This is still EFU land, even though it's a destination resort. And for approvals to go forward on EFU land, they must be located on a parcel that is a lot of record. But tax lot 7700 is not a lot of record. And so while I don't think that there's any problem with that tax lot being used as open space, I don't think something can be constructed on it like a golf course. And so we've put that into our comments, that it's clearly in the county's records its current configuration was created after partition laws. So one could create a parcel by deed up until April 1977, but after that, you can't do that anymore. But this one was created after that. So that portion of the golf course we don't think can be used as a golf course, but again, I think could be included as part of the very high requirement for open space in a destination resort. And with that, I'll close and turn it over to Mr. Clement if that's what you would like to do, unless you have any questions for us.
Do you have any questions?
I have a couple, I think. Hi, good afternoon. I found your letter, I think, from today, which we just got this afternoon, I think, so we haven't really read it. It looks like it covers all those issues. Wasn't, and maybe I should be asking the applicant this, but wasn't one of the reasons this had to be heard now as opposed to waiting for the Supreme Court is because there's a timeline on it? And it has to, or the time's gonna run out while we're waiting for the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I think that that's a matter for debate. I think that, that again, I'm afraid I'm not the expert on this topic, that Mr. Clement could explain it better, but that in light of the circumstances of this appeal and the Supreme Court having accepted appeal, that there won't be any problem, especially if the applicant agrees to toll it. I don't know, though. You'll have to ask him for the details about that.
Because we had another hearing on this, on the Thornburg resort, that I think you were part of that also, where it was it the tentative plan, or?
Yeah,
Well,
Paul was probably representing us.
okay. So that was also kind of a timing issue, that the Supreme Court case is pending, or maybe pending. I don't think at that point we'd heard back from the Supreme Court. I don't remember, but are we just waiting for them, or are we waiting for a certain result from the Supreme Court decision? I guess that's what I'm wondering.
I think whichever way the decision goes, one has to wait until that case, which has everything to do with this case, until that comes back and one knows what the outcome is of that case. We can't proceed with the related issues in this case. So
that's your position. Okay.
Yeah, whatever happens, win or lose for either side, there's legal proceedings to be gone through, including it could be remanded to the Court of Appeals, back to Luba, back here, back up again. I mean, it could be quite a while. So.
Okay. And then I haven't read all what you said about the vegetation and the landscape. Originally, when I read the staff memo, I thought they were talking about vegetation, landscape outside the area of the golf course, but are you saying they're in the golf course as well? That has to be all spelled out?
It says landscape and existing topography shall be preserved to the greatest extent possible. And then in this approval by the staff, it just repeats that. It just says preserved trees shall be protected, but it doesn't say what the preserved trees are, so that's not very informative. We need to say what trees are going to be protected, where are they, what views are going to be protected, where do you see them from, and how will they be protected.
And you're saying that a plan has to show all that?
That's what the plan is for. One of the things about the plan is to demonstrate that the views and the shrubs and trees will be protected to the extent that the county commissioners think is necessary. But unless we know what those are, that the public knows what they are, and you all know what they are, we can't really say that they've been protected because we don't even know what they are.
I guess when I read it, I say when they build it, they're going to have to preserve it to the greatest extent possible. That would be the time it taken up. But going in, it doesn't say before approval, you'll show us which trees are going to be protected. It just says when you do it, they need to be preserved. So it's conceivable that when they start, that argument be raised, that you're not preserving I mean, why isn't it something you do after the fact as opposed to, where is it that creates the obligation that we see that ahead of time?
I think it looks like it's a site plan requirement that existing topography and landscape shall be preserved to the greatest extent possible. So unless there's evidence that that's going to happen, we can't see how that criterion could be shown to be met. And I do think that there seems to be a lot of debate in this particular case about when things need to be shown. in the beginning, like at this point, we could be told it'll be decided later, and later we'll be told that we're making a collateral attack because it wasn't brought up soon enough. So it's our position that it needs to be brought up now, but perhaps it is later. At least we will have preserved our argument.
Okay. I don't think I'd read about the lot of record before, just now in your letter. Staff memo, maybe I did, but we've dealt with this before on other properties and stuff. So you're saying something had to be done to create the lot of record before it can be involved in this
Yeah.
golf course approval?
There's a fairly recent adjustment to the planning code of Deschutes County that requires that all parcels that are EFU or forest be lawfully created before a development can occur on them. That used to just be implied, but then it was made part of the code affirmatively. We've put the code provision here. So this is an EFU parcel, but it wasn't lawfully created, and we're saying that a golf course cannot be approved on it.
Well, yeah. So again, it's kind of a timing issue, I guess. Do they have to do it when the golf course is being approved, or do they have to do it before they start moving dirt, I guess is my question.
There's a quick timing issue. There's the destination resorts, happen in 3 steps: conceptual master plan, final master plan, and now is these approvals. And we think that now is the time for that to be addressed.
Okay.
It would allow the applicant a chance to revise their golf course plan if needed.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions?
No questions.
Okay, all right, so,
Here's my sign.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Carolyn. All right, so now we're going to go over to Mr. Kleiman, I believe?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to put my face too closer to the screen. Thank you very much, Jeff Kleinman, for Annunziata Gould, one of the appellants. My address is 1207 Southwest 6th Avenue, Portland, 97204. With me, sort of, at least on the screen, is Carl Anuda, who I would cede most of our time to discuss the water law issues which are critical here. He's an attorney in that particular area of expertise. Want to thank Will for holding everything together in this pretty trying time. And at the same time, what I want to do now, lest I forget, on behalf of Ms. Gould, is request that at least the written record be held open. And due to the difficulties everyone is having filing and receiving, especially receiving copies of material, the time lag that's now involved, if you would request that the initial open record period be 21 days. Chair and board members, we have submitted a number of materials this morning. You have a short memorandum from me. You have one from Mr. Anuda as well. We supplied a copy of the Supreme Court's notice of oral argument, which will be conducted on September 15, if nothing goes wrong. And I had intended to include in the record the text of our brief in the Court of Appeals, show how we did raise issues relating to water. So those are not resolved, and I frankly attached the wrong document.
Does that sound very good?
It's his microphone.
Can you get a little bit closer to your microphone?
Right.
We're not quite hearing every word.
Yeah, and because I've got the volume on max, best I can do. But anyway, so I had intended to provide the text of our brief in the Court of Appeals to show where we made the water availability argument, and I sent the wrong document. So we'll be providing it later today during the open record period. Briefly again, so that Carl can talk about the water issues in detail. Every time Ms. Gould raises an issue with respect to an application. The applicant and the applicant's attorney accuse her and other opponents of making a collateral attack. And what happens is that instead of proceeding with the phasing that was approved in the final master plan, everything gets chopped up into sub-phases or sub-sub-phases, and every time an issue is raised in one of those sub-phases, the answer is, or the response is, that's a collateral attack, you can't do that now, or we don't have to prove that till later. Then when it comes time in the next sub-phase where they have to prove it, they say, we already proved it. You're making an improper collateral attack, and frankly, that's not the way the law works. So let me specifically address a key condition of the final master plan. The applicant has argued at length that we are misinterpreting or addressing matters that were resolved in the conditions of the final master plan. Am I coming through okay?
Better.
All right, sorry. So condition 10 says that the applicant shall provide at the time of the tentative plat site plan review for each individual phase of the resort development, updated documentation for the state water right permit, and an accounting of the full amount of mitigation as required under the water right for that individual phase. So every time the applicant goes forward with a phase or a sub-phase, they have to make that showing. That's what the condition says, and there was a reason for the county to adopt that condition. So here we have a situation where the applicant hasn't done it and says, hey, you're making a collateral attack. Nonsense. The showing must be made as of the time of the application. This is the application for citing the golf course and the lakes. And the applicant has not shown documentation of the water right permit. Mr. Anuta has provided documentation that they don't have one and may well not get an extension. They also had to provide an accounting for the full amount of mitigation for this phase. Not a collateral attack, it's their burden of proof, and they haven't done that. So I just think the board should recognize that the applicant has an ongoing duty under the final master plan and keeps trying to avoid those ongoing duties or hide the fee under a different shell each time so they don't have to actually make the showing. And that's just wrong. We join in the arguments of Central Oregon Land Watch. I discussed at the beginning of the memorandum we submitted the pending cases, one in the Supreme Court and one at LUBA. And since the golf course and lakes are tied into this phase A1 of the project, really a decision cannot be made in favor of this site plan until the other matters get resolved. To answer the commissioner's question about whether there was something that created a time limit that compelled the applicant to go forward at this time or forfeit something, no. I am not aware of any time limit that would apply to submitting for this golf course and the lakes, just as when they went forward on remand when they shouldn't have. They've taken their chances going forward with this component of the project.
Mr. Kleinman, can I just interrupt you there? I really wasn't asking, was there a reason they had to apply for the golf course back in December? What I was asking was, once a decision was made by the CDD, whether they had to, any appeals had to be resolved or filed by a certain time limit.
Not that I'm aware of. Others might have a more clear answer on that.
I thought that had been something brought up to us about this whole matter, and so, I don't know.
Commissioners, I could tell you that the matter before you presently, the 150 days, I believe, is the first week of September. So if that's
September 6th.
But it was tied into the date they applied?
Yes.
See, with that, and that's what I was trying to, he was,
I'm
I
sorry.
think what.
It would be the date the application was deemed complete.
Yes. So I don't know if there was a window, but once they deem it complete, that starts the clock, and Will could tell you when that was. But the
And I
150
thought
days
that
is
was
September 5th.
one of the factors we had in why we were reviewing it now was that otherwise you've submitted a whole application, you've got approval, but the time runs out. That clock is different than the Supreme Court clock.
Yes.
Isn't that the part of it? And so there is an open question, maybe an appeal, about whether they think we can do it or not, while the Supreme Court case is pending.
Right, I think the position of Mr. Kleinman and his client and Land Watch would be that staff shouldn't have accepted the application in the first place with the Supreme Court matter pending. But this Board of Commissioners somewhat addressed that when you heard the remand back in 2019.
If I may?
Thanks.
Yes.
I don't think we would argue that staff shouldn't accept something that somebody wants to submit. The question is whether it's approvable. You know, the applicant can take the risk of filing the application and going forward, but for all the reasons we've given, the application is not approvable. They went forward and the application must be denied. Not a problem with whether staff accepted it over the counter or deemed it complete. It just can't be approved. So let me just get a point or two so that I can defer to Mr. Anuta and let him get into the nitty-gritty. One of the other conditions of the final master plan was that they meet all fire protection requirements of the Redmond Fire Department. And the requirements were set out in a lengthy comment from the deputy fire marshal. And those requirements have been brushed over in the conditions of approval. There need to be hydrants in front, and those hydrants need to be operating at the time any construction begins. And there needs to be obviously proof of water for those hydrants to function. We also make a reference to ADA requirements that the golf course paths must be paved, which is not a requirement of the staff decision. And we'll supply ADA materials to show that requirement for a public golf course. So I'll just wrap up by saying we agree with the applicant that many issues were fully resolved in the final master plan and in the conditions the county adopted as part of the final master plan. It's the applicant's job, with all that having been decided, to comply with the conditions at the times dictated by the language of the condition, and they haven't done that here. So with that, I'll answer questions or defer to Mr. Anita.
Any questions?
No questions, thank you.
So do you want to let Mr. Anuta?
Well, I have
Or do you
one
have
question. Yeah, Mr. Kleiman, so maybe Mr. Anuta is going to get to this, but with regard to the water issues, which are pretty complicated in this from what all of them that have been raised, is the brief or whatever you're sending us, does it lay out all of those that would affect this, or is there anything else that we should be considering from your perspective?
Mr. Anuta transmitted the primary briefing on that, so I'll let him talk to that if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully that unmutes me.
Here you go.
Yes.
Okay. Members of the commission, my name is Carl Anuta. My address is 735 Southwest 1st Avenue, Portland, Oregon, 97204. I'm here to address some of the water issues. There is a summary document that's about 5 pages and then another 20-some pages of exhibits that I submitted last night. That's probably in the materials in front of you. I will try to just hit the high points of that and then allow you commissioners to review that in more detail when you get to deliberating. But here's sort of the...
Can you hold on a second? So did you guys all find that? It's that
Right here.
packet we got from Will. It's right towards the top of it.
It's on the top.
Summary, it's one of the first ones. And then it looks like maybe the other one's right behind it, you think?
Yes.
Looks like maybe, okay.
There's, Jeffrey Kleinman's is right behind it. To the top 2. Okay, we have it. Thank you.
Great. So here's sort of the background here. The resort is proposing to use water in this site plan, because we're talking right now about the site plan. As you heard, there was a conceptual master plan that was approved, and there was a final master plan that was approved, but now we're at the site plan level where the applicant has to meet the conditions created by those prior plans. And on the water issue, the applicant is proposing water for a golf course and at least 3 reservoirs or lakes that are shown in the site plan. I would also note Mr. Kleinman raised the issue of the fire hydrants, which is another separate condition of the final master plan that has to be met. Although the word fire hydrant appears on the site plan drawing 1.1, there are no fire hydrants shown anywhere that I could find in any of the site plan drawings in front of you. So I wish you luck trying to find that the applicant has met the requirements of the fire code that the chief set, or the deputy chief. On the water issue, in terms of the actual use, in addition to the golf courses, you're going to have to, they have to show that they have the water to create the lakes. They have to show that they have the water to water the roads and do dust abatement. I've outlined in my materials there the extent of their water that they need, which is quite a bit. And those the amounts are drawn not from their site plan, where they didn't really address that in detail. They are drawn from the water management plan draft that the resort filed with the Water Resources Department. And I've attached that as Exhibit 4 to the materials you have. And those figures that I've cited in terms of the volume of water that they're going to use are all in there. Also in there is the 9-hole golf course that Mr. Delashmet told you doesn't exist. It specifically says in the management plan that they're going to build 3 18-hole golf courses and a 9-hole short course and a driving range and a practice area. So, well, Mr. Delashmet is correct that the application in front of you doesn't include a 9-hole golf course. Their own plan that they submitted to Water Resources shows that's ultimately what they plan to do. That's why there's a reference in the appeal materials to a 9-hole golf course, because we are concerned, based on past history, that if we don't raise that now, down the road when they propose a 9-hole golf course, they will claim that we are collaterally estopped and collaterally attacking a prior approval. So that's why that's in front of you now, even though it's not actually referenced in the site plan that has been submitted. Let me also address the issue of the water permit. And this is sort of the proverbial crux of the biscuit. Their applicant, and I need to correct Mr. Kleinman on one point, the applicant does technically hold a water permit. It's just that they can't actually pump any water under it because they haven't used it before the permit expires. And they didn't get an extension. So Mr. Delashman also told you 2 different things. One time he said the Water Resources Department issued a final order extending the permit. And he's correct that they issued a proposed final order. But then he later admitted, which, and I've submitted to you the actual order, they withdrew that order. There is no proposed extension order. There is no extension of that permit legally in place because the Water Resources Department withdrew it and sent the matter to contested case, finding that Ms. Gould had raised substantial issues about whether or not it could legally be extended. And let me give you a sort of a 1.5 minute understanding of why that this is an issue in the water world. And I try not to get into arcane details too much, but basically the fundamental premise of Western water law is use it or lose it. You need to, if you have a water permit, you need to use the water, and if you don't use it within the time allowed by the permit, it goes back into the pool of water available for the next person in line, or technically the next person in time in the priority sequence. Because the state doesn't want people speculating in or holding on to water. So this permit had a specific completion date. And I've noted in the materials that date, which the applicant admits is April of 2018. So the issue in the water world and in the before the water resources was, did the resort, between the time that permit was issued and the time that permit expired, did the resort make reasonable efforts to put the water to use? If they did, they can be entitled to an extension potentially. If they didn't, then the permit has expired.
So, I have a question, Mr. Anuda. So what did you think they should do to put it to use? I mean, they don't have a golf course, so are they supposed to start farming with it, or?
No, they should have drilled the wells or built some of the structures or made an effort to at least start drilling the wells. And those are the exact issues that are going to be in front of Water Resources on the contested case. We believe the evidence there is going to be very clear. They spent a lot of money on lawyers. They spent a lot of money on consultants. They spent a lot of money on financing issues. They didn't spend any money or substantively try to put the water to use, physically build something. And that's what's required by the law.
But if you have your way, it won't ever get built. So why would you put a well in and spend money there? I mean, it doesn't make very much sense to me that it would be a good way to spend your money until you know you can do the project.
But there's a requirement in water law that you make some use or make an effort to make use of the water, and you have to prove that up.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I understand what you're saying. It seems like it's anyway.
Well, the problem you're wrestling with, Commissioner, is not. It's a very real one. Is the intersection between water law and land use law, and it does exist. It's a problem, but it's not something that you can necessarily resolve, and it is something that the applicant will have to resolve with the Water Resources Department ultimately. But my point for you and for purposes of this proceeding is just to make sure you understand they don't have a permit that they can draw water on right now because they admit in their water management plan, they never used any water. And so there's no extension. So the permit has expired. They can't draw water on it. That means they can't meet the condition of showing that they have to prove to you in order to get a site plan. They can't show that they, in fact, have water available to fill the lakes. They don't have water available to irrigate the golf courses to start the grass. They don't have water available for the fire hydrants. They don't have water available for the road and dust abatement. What I would point out for your purposes is that, as Mr. Kleiman also already noted, unlike what Mr. Delashmet said to you, condition number 10 in the final master plan is not just an accounting exercise. It's a substantive condition that says they have to provide, quote, updated documentation for the state water right permit. And right now that documentation shows the permit is expired, there's no extension. So what we suggest is you have to deny it this time. They could always come back later if the extension is granted. In theory, they could come back to you and say, okay, now we've got the water right documentation, now we meet condition 10, now approve our site plan. But you have in front of you a record that shows there's no water available for even one, much less all of the uses that they're currently proposing. And so it doesn't meet the requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions on the water issues. I'll defer to Mr. Kleinman on the land use issues, but on the water issues, if there's questions I can answer that would be helpful, let me know.
I have one question. You mentioned the collateral attack and the reason the 9-hole golf course is mentioned in this appeal. So it's on the record. So, I mean, it sounds like the logic is you're defining this as a future appeal no matter what anyways, as in we want to set ourselves up because when we need to appeal this 9-hole, we want it on the record. I mean, that's kind of what I heard. Can you explain that again?
Yes, we pointed out that the inconsistency between what they represented to the State Water Resources Department, which is that they were going to build 3 golf, not 18 and 1 9-hole plus a driving range and a practice area, and what they're representing to you in the site plan, because we are concerned that if we don't point out that you're not approving a 9-hole golf course right now, that later on it would be claimed that we were collaterally stopped or that it was a collateral attack when they did ask for the 9-hole golf course. They would say,
well, that's the logic right there. So the collateral attack, but that confirms that the plan is to oppose it in the future?
We'd have to see what was proposed then as to whether it could be opposed. We'd have to see what the application showed and whether it met the criteria for approval.
I'm just pointing out the logic of the reason it's here now is so we can oppose it later. That's what it...
So if it needs to be opposed, it can be opposed later. Ms. Gould has been very careful to say all along, all we're asking for is comply with the law. And if the law is, these are the conditions on what it needs to be met for the approval, then that's what they need to do.
Understood.
If the law on the 9-hole is, when we get to that, it ultimately is different, then we may not. It depends upon what the proposal is then.
Thank you.
I believe having a golf course is a requirement of a destination resort in Deschutes County. And I believe we already have, 24 plus golf courses in Deschutes County? I mean, I know we have a lot, is it more or 28, something like that? So I know we have a lot of golf courses here already.
I think a destination resort has amenities.
Recreational amenities.
Yeah, so
Right.
and then a golf course has been
One of
traditionally
those.
the one of them, yeah.
So
Mr. Kleinman, on the water, what's the argument, because you've heard it before, about not seeing the full contract with the Big Falls Ranch, or why do you have a right to see that, and why haven't you seen it, I guess, or?
Well, two-part question, so let me answer it. It's not really that we have a right to see anything. It's part of the applicant's burden of proof. And the applicant says, well, we have a deal. And the deals that we've seen are messed up in a couple of ways. They're very short-term. They're rescindable by Big Falls Ranch. And they're also subject to security interests of other people. For a long time, I would say that probably the senior security interest was the lawyer who saw one of these entities through bankruptcy over at the Thompson firm, Al Kennedy, Janet Newman's law firm. And now we understand, as I referred to in the memo we filed, there is a new lender and everybody else has subordinated. So whatever water rights there might be under the Big Falls Ranch agreement aren't free and clear in any event. So the documentation we've seen does not demonstrate that they have the rights. And they're obligated to prove the rights to meet their burden of proof. And that, for Big Falls Ranch, that goes particularly to the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan, the need for cold mitigation water in Whitefish Creek.
So maybe this goes back to Mr. Anuta, but so you're saying that in a way, it sounds like the only way you would not make this argument is if he free and clear could show you, or the Thornburg could show you that they have there's no other competing interest in the unencumbered water right that's not rescindable, which to me means they'd probably have to pay for it, correct? I mean, so it's kind of like drilling the wells to prove that you're serious about the other water right, getting that. You also have to buy these other water rights or something. I don't know who would give you a water right without money or something.
May I respond to that, sir?
Yeah, sure.
They had to go get the mitigation water somewhere. They claim to have gotten it from the owners of Big Falls Ranch. It's a great mystery to me why that, what should be a very simple agreement, whether it required payment then or payment later, we don't know, we don't care. But why would any party having to make a showing or meet a burden of proof not provide the document? What's so double dark secret about it? Except that it does not clearly provide that right from what we can tell. But that's really our point.
And is that type of water right also use it or lose it, or is that different, the mitigation rights?
I think that, it relates back to whatever rights Big Falls Ranch has, which they in turn can convey. If they have the water, then they can convey it, but we don't know if that is a clear and long-term obligation of the agreement that these folks won't produce it.
If I might just add one point, which is it depends upon the nature of the water right that's contracted for. If the water right is just a permit, there may be some question. If it's a certificated right, then they could contract to make that right available to someone. There may be some transfer issues that would apply depending upon where they want to apply it and how they want to do it. But one of the things that concerns us is that in the early stages of this, the Big Falls Ranch surface water rights were pointed to, and the applicant said, we're going to use those. We'll just put them back in stream. Except that some of those rights have now been transferred into groundwater, so they're no longer available for in-stream. There may be other water rights available through Big Falls that would meet the obligation, but we don't know. And so what you have in front of you is, unfortunately, an applicant saying, trust me, I have a contract. I won't show it to you, but trust me, I have a contract that's good for the right stuff. And I would suggest that as a county body, you can't usually rely for proof on an applicant just saying, trust me, I have one, or I have what's needed. You got to require a bit more than that. So that's why we're concerned here.
Could this is just kind of a procedural thing, as a quasi-judicial body, I guess, could we ever look at an agreement like that in private, in camera, without, maybe there's a reason they don't want to say what they're selling their water rights for, maybe or whatever it is. I mean, is there a way that a decision maker could look at that and have it not be part of a public record, or is that impossible?
Are you asking us that question?
Well, yeah, I'll start with you. I'll ask our legal counsel too. But
I guess county counsel. My understanding is that if you're relying upon something that's submitted to you and it comes before you, that it's part of the record. Yeah. And like I said, what the heck's the secret there? They've been persistent in not producing the document. And if I may, there was a question of Mr. Anuda about whether raising the issue of the 9-hole golf course at this time indicated an intent to appeal it when it shows up no matter what. And that's not really the case. The problem is that there have been, frankly, unjustifiable challenges by the applicant's counsel to issues we have raised, saying that these are improper collateral attacks on something that was already decided. It was tucked away inside something else. So as Carl explained, we're just trying to make sure that we can respond to any such argument in the future should Ms. Gould choose to challenge that element of the project.
Dave, did you have a different answer on the?
No, Adam and I are talking back and forth here on emails, and yeah, we're not aware of any in-camera type process in a quasi-judicial land use matter. I won't say absolutely it doesn't exist, but I'm not aware of it in 26 years of doing this stuff in Oregon, so.
I could just see there might be reasons where somebody wouldn't want to show the conditions of a contract, but the proof that exists.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if it were redacted and you reviewed some sort of a redacted one, that redacted copy would need to be in the record, but I don't know that whatever it is you put eyes on would need to be in the record.
Well, and for deliberations in the future, I guess my point is we've been here before. I think we've seen this in previous hearings, so we can talk about it in the end.
No contract.
Well, an approval for a land use with a water right that's coming from somewhere. You're not going to be able to proceed with your land use unless you can prove it. And this is water. Nobody's going to, put a well in the ground and start pumping water without everything to be in line in the end. So, it's a
egg.
Yeah.
It is definitely a chicken and egg.
Commissioners, this is Adam Smith. I would recommend the same thing. I've seen it before where the vast majority of a document has been redacted, but you can leave the kind of the title of the document, the parties, and the very minimal operative language that shows that there is in fact some sort of agreement on topic, and then redact every single other thing. I would recommend something more along those lines as opposed to an in-camera review. If nothing else, that would really make any subsequent appeal to LUBA quite awkward in trying to figure out how to prepare the record.
Yep. Okay. So that bring it up.
Thank you, Adam. Sharon, how are we at with our time?
I think you want to start calling people in the
Yes.
room. Or
Okay, they're done then? All right.
We also have quite a few people on Zoom.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I believe we're now ready for testimony from the room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you asking for your time with them, Nancy? Okay. Do we have time left?
We're at 45 minutes
Okay. 45 minutes for both of them.
for those two attorneys.
Okay. And Carolyn.
Oh, and Carol.
Well, she was 30 for herself, and then they were 30.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, as a party, Nunzi's party has had 30 minutes plus already.
Right.
So if you choose to give her 3 minutes, that's above and beyond what I think you need to do procedurally, but if you.
okay, so 3 minutes.
Hello, Nunzi Gould, 19845 J.W. Brown Road in Bend, but I actually live in Deschutes County. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I do like to speak for myself and not have third parties represent my opinions. I have participated in the public record through the public process to identify shortcomings in this very long-winded application, for which there were at least 10 years to prove up on the water permit, and the applicant did not do so. I will submit 6 pages into the record, but I just want to give you a brief overview. The ODOT commitments should be recorded in the clerk's office so that in future, as resorts develop, evolve, emerge, and get sold multiple times, the next people at the table would know what that is, and ODOT could collect those monies. We've seen shortcomings after 25 years where monies owed from Eagle Crest still have not been collected. So that's really something in the public benefit to get these things recorded. The access that's described is just an access permit. That's all your commission your staff report says is needed. And actually, the whole idea is that you construct what you're constructing according to the fire department's needs. It's not just the access permit, but it's actually the roadway, because the fire department wants to be able to get in there if, when they're welding for their lakes, there's a fire that ensues, or if one of the construction workers has a cigarette, the fire department can get in there with their rigs. So just having an access permit with a paper permit doesn't meet the fire department's criteria. This is health, safety, life. This is really simple. Additionally, the BLM right-of-way is what governs the access that the fire department is relying on, so it needs to meet both of those. So there's several conditions of approval that just really miss the mark. On page 26 of the findings and decision, let me just read that. It says, adequate water will be available for all the proposed uses at the destination resort based upon the water study and a proposed water conservation plan. We have submitted the water conservation plan. That's where this information is coming from. So the findings completely isn't reviewing the water management and conservation plan. These are yet really basic fundamentals of what has perpetually over these various years been missing. We don't see on the site plan today, this Gulf and Lake site plan, where the rock outcroppings are. One final point, there's discussion about having beach accesses at the lakes. And I'd love to know what specific recreation is in mind, the nexus between beach and lake, what the recreation is at the lake. So with that, my spell check was not working on my document, so I have a couple handwritten in typo errors. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. We understand typos. Thank you. The next person to testify is Thomas Bishop, please. Oh, thank you, Sharon. Thank you.
Yeah, you can hand them.
Yeah, it's just easier for Sharon.
Thanks.
There's one oversized document, but there are only 2, not 3 copies of it, so one of the packages does not have the oversized document.
Okay, I see that.
And when one of these needs to go to you.
Oh, you have to take one. You want to take the oversized one?
She has one already.
Oh, she did.
Copy for the file she already has. I gave to her earlier today.
Okay. You already gave mine? I already have it? Here you go. I hand that back. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. If you want to identify yourself, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Adair and Commissioners. I'm Tom Bishop, a resident of Deschutes County. My address is on my sign-in form. As you are well aware, wildfire risk is of paramount importance. The recent catastrophic fires and the bankruptcy of utilities like PG&E in California have demonstrated this issue requires your very considered attention. You should be holding the developer's feet to the fire to ensure the community will not suffer from taking shortcuts and failing to apply the county code provisions diligently. County staff has given the applicant a pass. You should not. I have submitted to you today my initial written testimony about concerns that most of Thornburg's property has not been annexed into any fire protection district. Please read and consider it carefully. It includes the greater Redmond Community Wildfire Protection Plan, including the area where Thornburg property is situated. It finds the area is at high risk and that there is currently low capability for fire response and a low level of community preparedness. I've also included an update to that as Exhibit 4 of my submission. With my written testimony, I've also provided articles about fires last year and the year before at Eagle Ridge Golf Course, not far away, and at Eagle Crest. They are instructive of the risks associated with Thornburg's proposals. Since electric power could be turned off at times of heightened wildfire risk by public utilities, applicants should be required to provide backup electrical power generators. The staff decision does not require this. You are the stewards for all the residents of the county and future generations. Your photos will remain in the lobby of this building perpetually. Think about whether future generations seeing your photos can be confident that you look out for their interests. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Bishop. Jim Guild?
So I was going to finish or ask a couple questions.
Sure.
So you're saying, I haven't read your things yet, that before the golf course site plan can be admitted, they have to be in the fire district, or would it be something they could do before they start construction?
Well, certainly it would seem grossly imprudent for them to engage in construction or development activity on property that has not been annexed into a fire district. In my letter, I described to you that only 26% of all the Thornburg property apparently has fire protection, has been annexed into Redmond Fire and Rescue. Or if we focus just on the properties that are the subject of the current application at issue in this hearing, only 43% of it apparently has been annexed into the fire protection district. So who's going to take care of their property? They don't seem to be planning to have backup systems do so themselves. And they're not paying fees, the assessment fees for fire protection from the fire district for much of their property. You really need to give this your attention.
So, but kind of like, I don't know if we're here for the other discussions, like the water issue. And so right now, I think it's more or less barren land, and with sage and juniper, at least I think they said they weren't doing any farming. So there's lots of land like that out there that probably isn't in the fire district because it isn't very active. Is that, but you think they should go ahead and just bring that all in before this application's approved?
Well, certainly. Certainly it doesn't seem that they necessarily need to be having fire protection for what their use has been. But with them bringing construction activity onto site, things that could itself cause fires and affect not only their own property, but surrounding properties, some of which have fire protection, some that don't. And the winds in the area, the predominant winds go from west to east, so the city of Redmond is at risk if Thornburg causes a fire to occur. So at minimum, it seems that the county should insist that for Thornburg to be able to proceed to development and new, more intensive uses of its land, it should at least have fire protection annexation into a fire district. And so, as was stated earlier, I think there are many items that the fire marshal set forth in their comments that staff failed to address or to incorporate. This needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you for the packet, too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Mr. Guild? Jim?
Thank you for having your commissioner meeting right now. I don't have any written documentation. My comments are quite simple. I live in Tumalo, and in the last in the last year, at least 6 existing properties in the Tumalo area where we live have had either new wells drilled or wells deepened. We actually know quite a bit about wells that aren't quite deep enough, and have to go and drill a deeper well is pretty complicated and quite expensive. You basically don't get to use the original, usually 6-inch well width. You have to go with something that fits inside that, because the drilling goes down, continues to keep going. In our case, we had a well that wasn't deep enough, and we ended up having sedimentation at a certain depth, and we would have had to have gone deeper, and it was just so expensive that we abandoned that well and went with a deeper well that I haven't had problems. I guess my biggest complaint is that Thornburg had offered up a 2-year or 2-mile distance from their property to remediate for wells that people are having problems with. I don't even know if there's any private wells within 2 miles of this property, so I think it was kind of absurd that even came up as a number. I don't believe any state or federal agency had any input about whether or not there should be remediation of a certain distance other than this kind of obscure 2-mile distance away from where these future wells might be. I think that the lakes are a real issue. Who've lived here forever, or in my case, going on 40 years, but we have soil that is not hard pan. You have to deal with some sort of a permanent base for whatever lake structures you may have, and I don't see that. Is that even been brought up in any engineering design work for water retention capabilities? Is it going to have to be concrete? How do you maintain and then guarantee that it doesn't leak? We have climate change is a consideration that never came up in 2005. We have to deal with this. It's not like some sort of a left-wing conspiracy. We have a real problem in water source, and water shortage is a real major problem. And then my last comment is destination resorts. I think at one time we all who've been in the building business, and Phil knows this about, down in Crosswater and Caldera and Vanderbilt Ranch, these are destination resorts that we at one time thought were the cat's meow, and now they're kind of like, are they really serving a purpose that they originally were brought towards the county to approve? I think that they're kind of glorified private properties that aren't really serving any purpose other than to quite wealthy people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Okay, Sage Dorsey, please.
I'm Sage Dorsey, 67200 Sage Ranch Road, Bend. And our ranch is our only land between us is a BLM stretch of about 1.25 miles. And BLM in this instance is Bureau of Land Management. Last Sunday, I took several aerial photographs of the Deep Canyon Creek, Big Falls Ranch impoundment dams that were supposedly removed last fall, and those impoundment dams are still impounding water on the upper end, and then right down by the river where there's actually an old cement weir. There was a letter from the Tonkin Thorpe law firm dated August 9th, 2019 that says, part of it says, in addition, as part of its agreement with Pinnacle, Big Falls has already removed the impoundments from Deep Canyon Creek and ceased pumping any water from the creek, thus allowing all the Cold Spring water to fall directly to the Deschutes River. That has not happened. Back in June 16th of 2008, a letter from ODF&W stated that those same dams should be removed, and the dam should be removed by the beginning of the irrigation system of 2010. And I think that sort of the recurring theme of this whole Thornburg Resort development has been the water and the mitigation water that the information has been, in my estimation, falsely represented, that the water's available and the impoundments have been removed. And I think if you would talk to any of the ODF&W guys today, saying that 2005, 2008, 2010, and 2020, the Fish and Wildlife and actually in the river, or the Fish and Wildlife situation is vastly different than it was 10 years ago. I mean, this area used to be considered prime winter mule deer habitat, and now the mule deer's numbers have crashed. You can confirm that with Corey Heath or Andrew Walsh, ODF&W, and this process has taken so long that some of the parameters have changed from the early onset. I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask you a question? I'm not quite sure how the impoundments being there or not being there affects water use. I know we've heard about it in another matter, but I'm not quite, I don't remember what
I don't know that it's water flow.
So do the impoundments keep the water from flowing in the creek, so therefore it's not doing something, or what?
I believe that the term impounding is restricting the flow.
And how does that affect this case?
Pardon me?
How does that affect this case today? What are you saying, that therefore something's not being met, or?
I'm saying that the Tonkin Thorpe law firm, who represents Pinnacle Utilities and Cameron and Central Land, stated that the impoundments were removed, and they haven't been.
And you're submitting written testimony today?
Pardon me?
You are submitting written documents today then?
And I submitted them electronically to Will Groves last night.
Okay, all right, we'll get them then.
Well, so clarity, is the impoundment holding back a lot of water, like a acre feet kind of volume, or?
I couldn't tell you that. It's visibly apparent.
Okay. And when you said you had a drone view of it?
No, I flew an airplane.
An airplane, I'm sorry, okay, whatever, yeah. No photos then?
Pardon me?
There wasn't a photo of it, you viewed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So there are two photos.
And the next person is Ambers Thornborough.
Most everything has been brought up of what I was going to talk.
Oh, you just want to identify yourself first, please, for the record?
Thornburg. I've been here for 81 years.
Great. And you live in Redmond, right?
I live within 2 miles of the resort.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
towards sisters. My only question that hasn't brought up, they're talking about so much water usage for the golf course, so much for the ponds. They say nothing of 100+ residents, plus rental stuff. There's nothing said about the water for them. Outside of that, that's about all I can say, and I've sent you this on email, and I'll leave you a copy of it.
Okay, great.
You bet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in today. Now, I think I have something for Cameron, but Dave, he's already testified. I mean, is he allowed to have 3 more minutes?
Well, he would have rebuttal now. He could
Right.
use that himself.
But don't we have to go through the Zoom people too
Right.
before we do that?
Absolutely, yeah, rebuttal will be at the end.
Okay.
To be copied for all of us, because there's only one copy.
Okay, so, yeah? Oh. Okay, we'll get you. It does. We'll work on that.
Well, my name is Dave Arnold. I reside at 19830 Canarn Road. That is in Tumalo, directly south from the proposed Thornburg Resort. And I guess I have a couple of questions after I finish this, but I've been concerned about the water since the first time Thornburg came into proposal. I've testified numerous times in front of you folks and in front of the hearings officer that the water issues are of greater importance to me than the land use issues. That's sagebrush land. That's been that way for eternity. But what I don't understand is Thornburg has an application. They have a permit, and according to the applicant, he is capable of pumping 9.28 CFS of water today. In my conversation with the Oregon Water Resources Board, that is not true. He has to mitigate that water before he can start pumping it. And I can find no documents located within the county's operation or the ORWD, Oregon Water Resources Board, of mitigation documents showing that the Pinnacle, which is the utility that has the water or will obtain the water, has mitigated any water with Big Falls Ranch. In regards to Deep Creek, it was my understanding last year or 2 years ago that they were going to mitigate the water from Deep Creek to groundwater, and Deep Creek would then become flowing into the Deschutes, which ODF and W had asked that to happen so they could increase the water or decrease the water temperature, make it colder water because the water coming out of Deep Creek was colder. I've heard rumors, apparently there's been some testimony given that impoundment has not been removed. I don't know. It's not accessible to the public. That's private land. But what I did find is documents in Oregon Water Resource Board that shows Big Falls Ranch transferred the water rights from Deep Creek to 5 existing wells on their property. And it confuses me. I thought that water was supposed to be mitigated to the Thornburg Pinnacle utilities out there. So if there's an MOU, I haven't seen it. I don't understand how an MOU can exist and how we can give permission to pump water if there's no mitigation documents located at OW, Oregon Water Resource. Acronyms are difficult to come by. There's so many of them in the world today.
There are too many, that's for sure.
And so I guess the question is can the county make a decision on land use laws, but what does the county do in regards to the water laws of the state? Because the county doesn't own the water, the state owns the water. So would the county consider all the testimony given today in regards to the water rights? The permit, or I'm sorry, the application, the permit, I guess, is no longer valid because it's been denied by the state. That's located on Pinnacle's folder with Oregon Water Resources bulleted. The last document entered was extension denied, I believe is what they said in there. So would the county consider just the land use laws, or would the county consider the water laws as prescribed by the state?
Well, so you're kind of leaving a question out there, but I'll give you a little bit of feedback. I mean, this isn't deliberations, and this is a very specific appeal right now. My thought is, and because we've been through this before, and if you've been in the previous hearings on this, water is a reference to the land use, as in the water is going to have to be valid at the time of use. So you're asking a question about what if it's not valid, but that's a future state, and it has to be valid. We have high-powered lawyers, state water system in place. Nobody's going to let anybody use water with that isn't authorized. So it always has to be a reference to a land use. Valid water shall be available when it's needed.
So you would require the mitigation certificate then to prove that he has those water rights obtained from Big Falls, or Pinnacle has those water rights obtained from Big Falls.
Well, as I say, that's a future state. In the future, when the water's being used, it has to be valid.
Okay, but if there's no wells drilled today, and we don't have a mitigation paperwork, and this is according to the local Jeremy Giffen, I've talked with him numerous times about this, and this is what he's indicated to me, is Pinnacle cannot pump water until they have mitigation documents registered with the state of Oregon. Now, at least that's the way I interpret our conversation. So how can you, if you say water and land use are tied together, how can something be approved or be reviewed for approval if all the documents aren't submitted to provide the water? Make that happen. That's where I'm no water expert, I'll guarantee you. I own 10 acres in Tumalo. We raise sheep. I rely on the water to get my pastures through for 6 months. I rely on the water to cut the hay that I need to feed the sheep. I rely on the well water to keep my house and family with potable water. And it scares me that the amount of water, 9.28 CFS per cubic feet per second, is a lot of water. And with the drought going on, the extended drought, I just got notification that our irrigation company is going to drop the water usage for service to us to 70%, with projections of even dropping it more because there's not enough surface water to satisfy our existing needs, let alone future needs. So that's my question is what is considered when you guys sit down to make the decision on this? Where are we at? Where are we going to go? And how much of my input? And my neighbors were going to come in today, but because of the schedule and everything else, it didn't create the opportunity for them to come testify as well. So,
thank you so much.
Anyway.
No, thank you, Mr. Arnold, for coming today. All right, so now we should go to the people on Zoom. I believe, has everyone in the room that was here to testified? So now we may go to Zoom.
I believe the people on Zoom, Commissioner, that haven't already spoken on behalf of any of the appellants.
Do you see anybody?
Would appear to be, I believe Larson has left a chat text that will be put in the record. Apparently she had to leave.
Okay.
And I believe Liz and Janet Newman are part of the applicant's team, so.
For rebuttal.
That would be part of his rebuttal time.
Yes.
I don't know that there's anyone else. Maybe they could identify themselves if there is someone else.
Is there anyone else on Zoom that we see?
Hey.
Stephanie, do you see anyone else?
Oh. God darn it.
We're here now.
Hey, you got a Paula.
Paula?
Hello?
Paula?
Yes,
Are you here to testify now?
I am.
Okay, could you please identify yourself? And I believe we need your address.
Sure. My name is Paula Latassa. I live at 65180 76th Street, Bend, 97703. That is in the Tumalo area. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the appeal for the Thornburg Resort Development Phase A. I'd like to state my full support for the appeals that have been put forward by Central Oregon Land Watch and Annunziata Gould. I think they have hit upon some very critical points, and I don't see that the burden of proof has been shown by the applicant. I'm very concerned about the piecemeal nature of the site plan development, and I don't think it should be approved as it doesn't adequately address all of the impacts. And I think it really relates to what you have said multiple times. I've heard both Phil and Patty say that this seems like a chicken and egg situation. Well, it is, because they aren't producing a full site plan. It needs to be a full site plan. So I'm not going to keep going on that. I'm also very concerned. I don't feel that the board has fulfilled its due diligence in considering Goal 8. So in Goal 8, items 1 and 2 require an inventory of recreation needs and adequate research and analysis of public wants and desires. Can you tell me if this has been done? And that's a question.
Yeah, this is not an adversarial process, ma'am, so this is your opportunity to provide public testimony. The board generally doesn't engage. This isn't a court process. It's a quasi-judicial hearing.
Pardon me, I wasn't trying to be judicial. I'm just asking because it's a big site plan, as Nunzi alluded to, and I have not had time to read it all. All right, then I'll go on. Item 7 requires that priority be given to facilities that meet the recreational needs of persons with limited mobility and finances, and that they are available to the public at nominal cost. And I don't believe that the application meets this criteria. Most of us can't afford to golf. Most of us can't afford a lot of these things when you look at the residents of Deschutes County. Item 8 is also of concern. It requires an inventory of the unique areas, resources, so they can be inventoried and protected, and the application does not appear to do that. What is of biggest concern to me is item number 11, and that states that the carrying capacity of the air, land, and water resources of the planning area should consider as a major determinant that the development not exceed the carrying capacity of such resources. Now, just last week, you guys made a drought declaration because we don't have adequate supply for our farmers in the region. And so I looked into our drought declarations and the history for Deschutes County. And in the last 30 years, Deschutes County has had 9 drought declarations. And the applicant alluded to that this was approved in 2005 by Fish and Wildlife and other agencies. Well, 2005 was a drought year, declaration year, and we've had 3 subsequent drought declaration year. And if you look at the fact that our Deschutes watershed actually is part of a bigger watershed, the Columbia Basin, and we have had in the last 30 years, 16 of those years, at least 2 or more counties have declared drought. So we are not in a good water situation. As the last speaker alluded to, Dave Arnold, he said that he is already receiving notifications that his allotment of water is being reduced. And that's true of farmers throughout the area. We don't have enough water for everybody that's already there. And my last comment is to the applicant who said that his project would not even do as much, I can't remember how he stated it, but it wouldn't have as great of an impact as if he were farming. Well, what I have to say about that is that we can't eat a destination resort, but we can eat food. And those farmers in our area are producing food that many of us eat. And many of us are producing our own gardens, and we need that water for our food that we're eating. And I believe it was Mr. Guild that alluded to, have these destination resorts, are they really serving the purpose that they're intended for? And at this point in time, when we have 13 destination resorts in the area, we do not need any more. We do not need any more housing for the wealthy. We need to be looking at housing the people that are already here that can't even find adequate housing. And I really, really hope that you will look at the fact that we need these water resources to serve the people that are already here before we start approving new developments. And that we also need to make sure that these developments that are being approved are not piecemeal.
Okay, thank you, Paula. Thank you for your comments. Stephanie, did we find anyone else on Zoom? Christine? Oh, I thought somebody said she had to leave.
I did, and now I'm somewhere else and I'm on the phone.
Okay. Well, then, okay, was that the last one then for Zoom? Because we're supposed to follow this in a certain order.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, Christine, thank you. Christine, would you identify yourself then?
Sure, Christine Larson, 20200 Marsh Road, Bend 97703. And I don't have the documents with me, but I looked up this month's, and I typed it in my comments, the degree of drought that we're having right now and what our reservoirs are full. They all are significantly lower than they should be, and that's from this month. And if you go back and look through the history for the last few years that I've lived here, our water table has been low. We have purchased water rights, and we're cut back. Somebody said 70%. We're cut back 60%. We are on a well. We're farther than 2 miles away, and the aquifer is a real concern because the level is so low. And, you know, that's just the same, you know, we're also going to have all those residences with toilets, sinks, bathtubs, you know, I assume there's going to be a swimming pool. All those things are going to add to the shortage of the water that we have. The applicant also said something about the sign not, you know, that sign that was posted. When I saw the sign, I finally pulled over. I had to go down a ditch and up the other side, all sagebrush and everything, and go up and read that notice. Anybody that has ADA challenges, is elderly or not in good shape, it was darn hard to read that notice. And the third subject is we moved to our farm that we do raise hay. We just spent over $6,000 on seeding and fertilizing, only to figure out that we can only use half the land to do the hay because Tumalo irrigation does not offer us enough water that we have paid for, because we have 24 irrigated acres that we've purchased. We can't even do 10 and a half the way it's supposed to be done. And then number 3, we still own our home in Eagle Crest that we moved from years ago and bought our farm. We never have gotten a notice. And we're on Eagle Springs Court, and I don't understand why we have never received notices. Again, I found out about this meeting on next court. So that's probably about it. But I do have the statistics in writing from the June 15th report to the region. And it does mention specifically our boards here.
Oh, Christine, you have kind of faded out and you have had your 3 minutes. If you wanted to submit testimony, that would be fine.
But lots of good information there. Just the very last few statements kind of
Right,
faded
you
away.
just faded at the end. Okay.
So one clarification and thought. So my understanding is for irrigation water for agricultural purposes, the water is free. It's just the distribution and management as an irrigation district of getting that water to the patrons, which are a member of that group. So paying for water means just paying for the distribution of the state's resources of water.
Stephanie, I believe you said there was one other person.
It is. We pay. It's not free. We pay $600 an acre, and we have to pay an annual fee to use that water. Our water is not free.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. Now there's a Deborah that's showing up.
Deborah, please state your name and address, and if you're having trouble with your volume on your phone, let me know.
Sharon, I believe you did capture some chat, though, from Deborah, so perhaps she's left. I don't know.
Did we capture some comments from her?
Yes, she provided some chat that I just saw pop up on an email, so maybe she had to leave.
Do you see it there? Yes.
I mean, there's been a
Okay.
request to hold the record open, so I'm sure that she
Right.
had opportunities as well to get testimony in with the record being held open.
Okay. All right. So there are no additional parties in our system then, I believe?
Can you hear me at all?
There you go. Deborah's there.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Deborah, please identify yourself.
Deborah Medler. I live at 6986 Thunderbird Court in Redmond, Oregon. I have quite a few questions. The first one I have, and Phil, you're going to kill me, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I am presuming that Phil Henderson Construction is not going to do any building at Thornburg. Is that correct?
Probably have to speak a little bit more clearly and slowly. We're all having a hard time hearing you.
Phil Henderson, may I presume that Phil Henderson Construction will never be building at Thornburg? Is that correct?
Well, it depends on, yeah, I don't know. I'm not, my contractor's license is not active currently, so I'm a
Would you
county
agree with me
commissioner.
that that would be a conflict of interest for you to sit on this at all if you're going to ever be working there?
Speculative issues like that into the future would not qualify under any legal decision in Oregon as a conflict of interest. He'd have to be an active builder with plans to build there.
I don't agree with you, and it's an appearance of propriety issue in addition. So that, no, I don't agree with that, and I will be commenting on that in the future. I also believe, though, that Phil Henderson would not work on that just because he's an ethical person, but I just wanted that to be part of the record. Now, the second thing I would ask is this, has there been another water report since 2005?
Oh, so we're taking testimony now. I
Right.
don't know that we're in a spot to answer questions that this
Right.
could be
I
put in
would
the record. But
I would suggest outside of this, if you have questions, you could reach out to Will Groves, the planner, and he could point you to things in the record that might help you locate certain documents.
These questions before, and they have not been answered. I've sent in a written request for those questions, and nothing was answered.
Who did you send that request to?
I sent it to the commissioners and probably I didn't send it to the commissioners. I sent it to the person that was handling the appeal.
Okay, well, we'll reach out to him. Yeah, the commissioners typically don't respond to questions while a matter is open and pending, and they're still the public hearing body, so that's why you wouldn't hear a response from them.
All right, I just have questions, and since you're not answering any questions, I will fade away.
Well, you could certainly submit those in written form if you haven't done so already, or resubmit them, direct them to Will Groves, the case planner, and they will be in the record. And that's important procedurally.
Another water report since 2005? Can you tell me that one?
I turn to Will for that. I don't.
We should check with the Will on that, actually, Deborah. I think that's our chief source of information at this moment in time. So, if you want to copy us at the same time you send your email in to Will, we'll be sure that the question is answered.
And one more thing I would like to add is in the Thornburg report from 2005, they indicated they would need 3 acre feet for the golf course. And the USGA, the Golf Association's most recent documents, say that anything in a desert area is going to need up to 6 feet, so that it in a minimum of 4, but probably more than 4. And so it is apparent that times have changed and that there's going to be more water needed. And since we are having more drought, this is an apparent problem. And that's why I think you need an update of the water report from 2005 to deal with the issues of both the drought and the new USGA recommendations for water for a golf course. And now I'll fade out.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah,
Well,
for
thank
those
you.
comments. We appreciate that. And USGA. Okay. Thank you so much.
Do I need to clarify anything further, Dave?
I don't believe so. I think it's very clear.
Okay. So the oral testimony in the room has taken place. So now we have, I believe it was, we set up, 15 minutes for rebuttal?
Rebuttal, yeah. I would suggest maybe you call Cameron up and then he can decide of his team who he wants to activate.
Hello, Cameron DeLashman again. Let's start with Jan Newman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Jan.
I'm sitting in an office where I was just repainted and moved, so that's why there are boxes stacked up behind me. I just want to quickly hit the high points of the water issues. I understand that you will be keeping the record open, so I will submit further written comments. But the situation on the water is that there is a permit currently in place. And although Mr. Anuta and Mr. Kleinman keep saying that it has been expired, a permit does not expire by its terms. It can be extended, and Mr. DeLashman submitted an extension application prior to the targeted expiration date in April of 2018, and that application was reviewed by the Water Resources Department. The procedural history you've heard is a little bit complicated, but the status right now is that there is a proposed final order issued by the Water Resources Department recommending approval of the extension. And you've seen most recently from December of 2019 that the Water Resource Department has submitted comments directly to the county saying that at this point the permit is valid and in existence and in good standing, and that the mitigation plans, incremental mitigation plans, are also in good standing and have no actual mitigation water is required at this time because no water has been pumped. And it is also true that Ms. Gold has filed a protest against the proposed final order, and the Water Resource Department initially issued a final order approving the extension, and then when the department was sued by Ms. Gold, by Mr. Anuta, they withdrew the final order. And what that means, that does not mean that they denied or terminated the permit. It doesn't mean that they denied the extension. It means that we have rolled back now to the proposed final order state of being, which will go to contested case, and a decision ultimately will be made on that extension. But the permit is not expired, it exists, it's valid, and there is a proposed final order suggesting that or recommending that it be extended. And some of the specific issues that Mr. Anuta talked about he talked about them as if they've already been decided or as if they will be decided in Ms. Gold's favor. That's not a fact, that's a prediction or a desire. And at this point, that's not the state of affairs. So, and this is why Water Resources Department keeps saying there is a valid permit. Even if they had denied the extension in a final order, they would still have to send out a notice of cancellation to cancel the permit. And there's a process for that in the administrative rules in Division 315 of Chapter 690 of Water Resource Department Administrative Rules. And nothing like that has happened. So there is a valid permit in place.
Ms. Newman, can I follow up with that?
Sure.
So you said that he resubmitted for a permit or extension in 2018, and we have a proposed final order. So has that 2 years been the contested case, and there's been a hearing, and those are all through already? Now we're to the final order, or what's?
No, there was a final order issued in, I can't remember the exact date, but a final order issued approving the extension. Then Ms. Gold filed her lawsuits. The final order was withdrawn. So now we're back to having in place the proposed final order recommending approval of the extension. No contested case has been scheduled yet. The Office of Administrative Hearings has been on COVID hold for some months, and that's not going to happen until some point in the future.
Well, how long ago was that case filed?
The
contested case?
It hasn't been referred yet to the Office of Administrative Hearings.
I guess what I'm asking is why did the Oregon Water Resources or whatever pull the final order back then? Had there been a case filed and that's why they pulled it back?
There was a protest filed by Ms. Gold against the proposed final order.
Okay.
Well, on top of that, she also filed 2 lawsuits, one in Marion County Circuit Court and one at the Court of Appeals.
About that?
About that, to force Water Resources to pull the final order and send it to a contestant.
Like a mandamus action or something?
It wasn't a mandamus. It was just they filed 2 lawsuits, and Water Resources made the determination to withdraw the final order and send it to a contested case.
Okay.
Instead of fighting the two lawsuits, they chose to save the legal fees and go to a contested case.
Okay. Then the second part, you made the comment that the Oregon Water Resources had, in the final order they'd proposed, or maybe it's in the one, maybe it's the one that's proposed now, they're saying the incremental mitigation plan is in good standing or something, is what I wrote down. You said, is that the mitigation from the Big Falls Ranch, or is that something else, or what is that?
I was going to mention that point next. There's
okay.
2 different
Good.
issues as far as mitigation goes. There's mitigation that's required for the actual pumping of groundwater when the resort gets to that point. They have to mitigate on an incremental basis. So as they pump groundwater, they have to provide surface water mitigation. That's under the Oregon Water Resource Department's rules for the Deschutes Basin. And they have an incremental mitigation plan that's been approved by Water Resource Department that will kick in when pumping starts. And the other mitigation, the Big Falls Ranch mitigation, is part of the Fish and Wildlife mitigation plan. So that is cold water mitigation for impacts to the fish and wildlife habitat, not for the actual pumping of groundwater for the supply to the resort. And my understanding is that the impoundments have been removed, or at least partially removed, that to account for the fish and wildlife mitigation. The other couple just final comments. A lot of the speakers talked about drought declarations. Of course, there are two different sources of water. The irrigators who are talking about being cut back in their supplies because of the drought declaration are talking about surface water primarily, and this resort is to be supplied by groundwater. So even if this project didn't happen or this pumping didn't happen, that's not going to have a direct impact on either the drought declarations or the irrigation district supplies. And then finally, there are exemptions from the requirement for water rights for emergency firefighting, number one, and also exemptions for 5,000 gallons per day of groundwater, which can be used for construction or other commercial or industrial purposes. So there are other potential means of supplying the construction water and the firefighting water as well. And then finally, when the permits, when water permits are approved by the Water Resource Department, that water is essentially deducted from available water for new permits. So this has already been taken out of the calculation, if you will, and it was many years ago when the permit was first applied for. And I can answer other questions if you would like. I'm sure that Mr. DeLashmutt probably has some of his own responses on these issues as well.
Well, so I guess I got to follow up. So it seems like our obligation is going to be to figure out what the law requires, what extent of water permitting, clarity of permits, clarity of contracts, et cetera, is required to approve a site plan. That's really our technical issue. But what about the arguments about fire water and lakes not holding, I mean, all those other issues have been raised. Are any of those pertinent in your view to the site plan? We've heard some concerns about those.
Can I address that?
Sure, yeah, whoever.
First off, the property is in the Redmond, has been annexed into the Redmond Fire District. It was done in 2006. So I don't know where Mr. Bishop's information is coming from, but that was done, and we provided that as part of the CMP. Secondly, on fire safety, there is no fire hydrants. There's no, Redmond Fire does not require anything until you go vertical with construction. It doesn't, there isn't a fire hydrant requirement or anything. They submitted a whole host of comments that they submit with any application for anything, and it covers the whole gamut. It goes from start to finish. So after receiving some public comments, I spoke to Clara Butler, who issued the comments, and she clarified that nothing's needed now and nothing's required. One thing on the impoundment, so we're not required to do anything right now because we're not pumping any water. We have nothing to mitigate for. But those impoundments at Big Falls, there is a concrete impoundment that they use to hold water in a pond so that they could pump out of it. They have completely stopped pumping out of it, but the beavers go and build a dam there because they're creating their own beach and swimming facility, okay? So they did it there, and they've done it up above as well. And so the pictures that Sage Dorsey has, the beavers have built it's about a 6 foot wide, 6 foot deep, 15 foot wide dam that creates a pond in this upper place. And the other one is a 2 foot wide, 4 foot tall dam that they've created in the impoundment where Big Falls was. Both of those, we will remove both of those, but the lower one had already been removed, but it gets removed, the beavers go back. I mean, it's been removed numerous times since 2018, but They haven't been, they didn't get the memo to leave the dam out, obviously, because they're creating their own swimming hole.
Quick question on that. When a beaver dam does, is there a lot of water being impounded, or is water
Quite a
flowing?
bit. I mean, it's on this upper dam. I mean, they've impounded a lot, and ultimately, I mean, the water leaks through. I mean,
so it moves.
when the spring keeps flowing, the same amount goes in. So it's not an issue of flow; it's an issue of temperature. So when it's impounded, it's the sun heats it up and it's warmer. Okay, so that's why when we're start pumping water, I mean, we will remove those dams. But the net effect of Big Falls doing this transfer from surface water into a groundwater point of appropriation, and Mr. Anuta said that's groundwater. He's false. He's wrong. That it is still considered a surface water right. It's just being moved, the point of appropriation from the creek to the ground, and what it allows us to take all those take the dams out and the impoundments out when we start pumping, so that the spring flows straight to the river far in advance of when it was originally intended to happen.
So are you saying then those, I think you referred to 5 transfers to 5 wells, that's actually done in preparation for being able to use the groundwater on Thornburg?
Yeah, well, it was a joint purpose. It helps us because it allows us to mitigate quicker, to remove the impoundments so that water flows direct to the creek. And at the same time, they already have the existing wells. So, and this has been a 20-year problem of dealing with beavers, where the beavers continue to dam things up. They're tired of having to deal with it, so they moved it to a different point of appropriation, and it serves both of our purposes. I mean, it serves Fish and Wildlife's purpose, it serves my purpose, and it serves Big Falls' purpose. There's, and I don't know if you remember, but this was a primary issue that in the last time that we were in front of you, and the Big Falls water, and there's a bunch of comments how this is secret and we're not showing it, and we haven't provided any accounting, we haven't provided anything. Well, those are false statements. There is a recorded memorandum of agreement for the purchase of Big Falls water that is in this record. It was in the last record. It's recorded with the Deschutes County clerk. So it's not like we're hiding the ball here. It's open. It says point blank that we have a contract to purchase that water. In weighing all of the evidence, I mean, this is an issue in front of that was in front of LUBA as well as you. You said the applicant has shown in its evidence submitted to the record that it's feasible for it to purchase the Big Falls water referenced in the FWMP. LUBA made a similar comment. LUBA, both the hearings officer and LUBA came out and said that we have a valid water rights permit. I can't remember whether it was Mr. Anuta or Mr. Arnold who said if you look at water resources information, they say that we don't have a water rights permit. In your packet, which is page 4 of number 4 exhibits, extension of the water rights permit, you'll see a query, Oregon Water Resources Department water rights information query. Pinnacle Utilities is the owner. The status is non-canceled, and then it gives it lists out the extension that it was the final order, proposed final order was approved. So it states clearly that the water rights has not been canceled. It's not expired. If, as Mr. Anuta said, it was expired, you would expect to pull that up and see expired.
You're on page 7 of 10, where it says the final master plan was granted final approval?
I am
Or is
looking
that
at a sheet, Commissioner, that looks like this.
Okay, over there. All right.
Okay. So, and if you look on the left-hand side of that, midway down, it has water right information. It says status, not canceled.
Right. I see it. It's highlighted.
In addition, you know, we sit here and we argue about whether we got a water rights permit or we don't. The department that is in charge of water rights keeps telling this body that we have a water rights permit. I mean, they do it over and over. I mean, Mr. Nuda and Mr. Kleinman, they all come in and say, no, it's expired. They don't have a water rights permit. Yet the Department of Water Rights keeps issuing statements saying we have a valid permit, we've complied with everything, we're in good standing. The last one that we can, you know, if we satisfy our mitigation requirements in the incremental development plan, we can go ahead and pump 9.28 CFS of water right now up to 2,129 acre feet. And we argue about whether we do or we don't, and the body that is in charge of it is making pretty clear that we do.
So we'll give you enough time to finish what you're doing, because I interrupt. But so I remember we did talk about the agreement on the last hearing we had, and what's in the what's recorded is a memorandum of agreement that it's a summary that says an agreement exists. It isn't the agreement itself. And is that what? I don't know if we have to have the agreement. I'm just saying, is that the difference between what you're saying exists and what they're saying they don't know is what the terms are? Because this doesn't really say the terms. I don't.
If you look on page 1 of 10, like the following page, it does say that
I'm on Exhibit 12, and what are you on?
this is the water from the Oregon Water Resources Department. It says to complete construction from April 3rd, 2018 to October 1st, 2035.
Yes.
Well, that's not this. This is the one with Big Falls Ranch.
Oh, okay, well.
So this is the mitigation one. I was just wondering if that's the difference.
That's the difference.
Okay. The terms aren't public, but the fact that it exists is.
Well, the difference is what the opponents are really driving at is they want us to have the water. Okay, so you know, Mr. Arnold said, well, they don't have any water. Okay, well, I own other water rights, but there's no reason for me to do anything with those right now, particularly when Ms. Gould says she'll oppose any transfer. I mean, anything I do, it's fought over. Okay, so there's no reason for me to come up with other water rights or show things. But the big thing is they just want me to have it. So, you know, water rights are expensive. So the goal is to incur cost and delay. And so, you know, if I come up and say, okay, I have the water rights, now per Mr. Kleinman, Ms. Gould is going to oppose the transfer of those water rights for my mitigation. So, you know, it's.
Yep. I understand what you're saying.
Incidentally, our water rights permit limits our mitigation or our pumping for golf course to 2.4 acre feet per acre. So maybe they're using 6 in Palm Springs, but
can you address either the lot of record issue that was brought up before and the landscape vegetation requirements, or you or somebody that?
Yeah,
your attorneys.
I probably want Ms. Fancher to address the lot of record issue, but the vegetation. So, you know, what was said was on the vegetation. One of the statements, we haven't identified the old growth trees. So let that sink in for just a second. So the standard for us is that we identify every old growth tree. She wants to know, you know, what plants are going to be kept, where they're at, how we're going to keep them. Okay, and in your packet, it's Exhibit P of. I think it's Exhibit P of number 2.
So this is in the packet you gave us today?
Yes. The second part, it's pages out of the wildlife management plan. And it says specifically when we're going to do that. So by the end of the phase, we're going to do that. You know, your comment, Commissioner Henderson, was spot on when you're saying, well, we don't know exactly. I mean, when we're going and building a golf course, so the golf course, we're moving through and trying to, first off, we want to maintain every single old growth tree that there possibly is. They're cool looking. We want to maintain every single rock that there possibly is. I mean, those are natural features that add to the character of the course itself. And in doing that, I mean, we will literally move fairways around cool trees. Okay, so for us to come in right now and say, well, this one we're going to keep and that one we're not, I don't know that that's the case. But it's an unrealistic standard to put on. Nobody has to put down which tree you're keeping and how you're keeping it for a site plan. I mean, we are bound by the requirements of the wildlife management plan to and the CMP to maintain things and to do it in as light a footprint as possible. And we will do it lighter than has ever been done here.
Thanks.
So are we going to hear from Liz then at this time?
Yeah.
That's a lot of record, and I don't know if you also would have an issue related to the Supreme Court argument that's been presented. But if you do, I'll be happy to answer.
Have to speak a little
We can't understand
closer to
you.
a mic or something.
Could you speak a
Can you hear me
little
now?
slower and closer to the microphone, please?
Can you hear me?
Better.
Okay. I try to use my earphones to get better quality. However, the problem with that is that I can't hear you very well. It doesn't work very well on my computer. I apologize. Okay, to answer the law of record question, that's an issue that was just raised today by Central Oregon Land Watch. I briefly went and looked on my computer, and a number of years ago, I filed an application with the county for a lot of record determination, and the particular lot number that's listed is one of the ones that we did a lot of record determination on. That's tax lot 7,700 contains a number of lots of record according to that determination. So I'd be very interested to see what Central Oregon Land Watch has come up with. However, there is a final determination that the county has issued on this particular issue in the past. The county revisited a lot of record status in the tentative plan review and also in the other development permit reviews that it has completed for this property.
So I missed a little bit of that. So you're saying you can produce the lot of record proof or something?
We did go through a process, and so I believe that it covers the land that Central Oregon Land Watch is discussing. The number that was given by Ms. Macbeth is one that I have a record of having a lot of record determination on, a decision from about 2015.
That was the lot of record that turned it into 6 separate lots of record, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the numbers now.
Yeah, it's 6.
Because, yeah, this was just dropped on us today, so I'll put the information in the record following this, but there really is no question that the property will be a lot of record. There are a couple of small, tiny sections of property that are owned by Central Land and Cattle Companies that are not lots of record, that are, because they're too small when they were created, like 7,701, but that's not involved in this project. And the property that's in this project has been determined to be a lot of record, as best I could tell in a quick review while still trying to listen to the testimony that's offered here today. Then on the issue of Supreme Court, basically, what has happened in this case is the opponents are trying to put together 2 cases that are not the same case. So maybe I'll try to speak on the on headphones. Okay, is that better? Can you hear me?
Didn't change.
No.
Test 1, 2.
Okay, can you hear me?
It didn't change, I don't think.
No, it's not any better?
Not really.
Okay.
But we can hear you more or less.
Okay. I apologize. I will super close and see if that helps. And I have a loud voice, so I'm surprised. Okay. Basically, the plaintiffs are trying to put together two cases that are two separate cases, and then apply rules of law that apply to one case when you're involved with a single case. So what they're trying to do here is they're saying, well, we have a tentative plan application, and it's pending on appeal now, and that then that should affect what's happening in the site plan application. And they're applying rules that would apply to the tentative plan review, but that do not apply to the review of the site plan. So the tentative plan review does not currently have any binding impact on your current review. All we have here is a case where Mr. Kleiman lost on the issue of the water permit. LUBA found that condition 10, which is the one that he's trumpeting in this particular case, he's argued that that means that you have to have the water permit and there can't be an appeal or anything else, that that's what condition 10 requires, and that the water permit has expired. Hearings Officer Dan Olson ruled against him on that issue, and LUBA additionally affirmed that decision. So at this point in time, they've lost on that issue. So they're arguing that maybe sometime in the future someone will make a different decision on a completely different case, and therefore you can't consider the same issue in the site plan case. So there is no rule of law that would support that argument. The rule of law that they're talking about relates only within the tentative plan decision, that when a case is on appeal and it's the same case and there is jurisdiction at the higher level, then you lose jurisdiction to issue a decision in that particular case. There are a number of other legal theories, but they're all based on the idea that there's a final land use approval and a ruling and a determination before you would apply the rule of collateral attack or any other legal theory. We currently do not have a decision, so there's absolutely no binding determination related to the meaning of condition 10. The only one that exists is favorable to the applicant. Anyone have any questions?
No. Yeah, I understood what you're saying. You guys have
I'm
questions?
sure it'll be buttoned up tight in kind of a final statement, so
Yes.
understood.
Give us about a 10-page memo
Oh.
on that.
About a 2-page memo.
Got a lot
I
of
give you 2 pages on it. I give you 3 paragraphs, like a half a page.
Okay, great.
Well, Commissioners, there has been a request to hold the record open, so if you're getting ready to wrap
Yes.
things up, we needed to.
We need to do
address
that?
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point in time, are we comfortable then? And I do believe we've had our time for the rebuttal.
Is there anything else that you have right now? I'm just thinking
Yeah.
going to get bounced around a little bit.
Just in closing, the accounting, when Liz is talking about that LUBA, the hearings officer Olson ruled on condition 10, the accounting. So we've provided the same type of accounting that both of them ruled on, and that was what it was at issue with the opponents last time. It's still at issue with them again, but that's the decision that she says has gone our way in 2 different bodies.
By the hearing officer and LUBA?
Yes.
Okay, I did understand that one. Okay. Did you care to make any other comments then?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm done, and we'll submit stuff. There's new stuff that's come in. We'll submit that in writing.
Great.
Okay, all right. So at this point in time, I believe we need to close the oral record and keep the written record open to a date and time certain. Do we have a suggestion? I know they've suggested 21 days. Did you have an opinion?
I wasn't sure if he was suggesting 21 days plus 21 days plus, or is that a 7, 7, and 7?
I'm not sure. I understood him to be asking for 21 as the initial one and then didn't speak to the other two, but I don't know that that would work with the timelines you're working under.
I object to that.
Will's up there. I think he can
Okay, Will?
speak better to it.
So we do have until early September to make a decision here. We do have a request in for 21 and presumably 7 and 7. One of the things to remember is that this is the initial public hearing, so to the extent that the applicant consents to the post-hearing period, it doesn't count against the clock under our rules here. So it's going to be important for you to ask the applicant for what sort of post-hearing period they would consent to.
So, Will, did you say 21, 7, and 7?
That's it's my understanding that the appellants requested 21 days for initial response and didn't speak, as Dave said, to the post-hearing. So I'm presuming that they're requesting 21, 7, and 7.
I'm okay with 21, 7, 7, and 7.
So
Okay.
21 days total. So a 7-day period for the first written record, new information.
You want to do longer? I mean,
Well,
I'd be okay with 14 for the first period, but.
And I'm not clear that.
There's a lot of legal issues here, and we've already got a lot of briefing, but I don't know what to expect.
14?
So Mr. Kleinman's the one that mentioned 21 days, and I'm not, I didn't understand it as a 21-day open record period for new information. I understood it as a standard record period, which is 3 7s, which adds up to 21. So is Mr. Kleinman still available, or I don't know if we would want to.
I am, and the way you heard it the first time was correct. My only suggestion was as to the initial open record period of 21 days. I did not make a suggestion for the follow-on period.
Okay, so you were very, okay.
Gets 7 days.
Yeah,
Now, whenever everybody is done submitting, the applicant has 7 days for final rebuttal argument without due evidence. But my request was 21 days.
Okay. And you've suggested 14 for the initial?
Well, it sounded like the Lashman didn't want to do 21 days, so which I can understand.
14 is okay with us.
What's that?
14 is okay with the appellant.
Okay, so where does 14 put us at? Will, do you know where 14 puts us at?
Yeah, I've got a calendar up. So under the 14, 7, and 7, that would mean that from now until July 1st, we would be in an open record period where people could submit written record materials to me with no restriction on the topic. Typically, and that would have a next 7 days would be in a rebuttal period. That would take us to July 8th. And during that time, parties could only submit those materials that responded to materials that were provided during the first open record period. And then finally, the time from July 8th to July 15th would be reserved for the applicant to make final argument. It's important for parties to know that each of those dates closes at 5 p.m. and that we have had some problems with people sending emails at 4:59 and then not being received timely by the county email servers. So to the extent that you're looking to have a timely submittal, it's important that those be sent at least somewhat in advance of 5 p.m. so that they're received the day of.
Okay. So
Commissioners, if I may, it's important to clarify with the applicant if they're consenting to the 14, 7, 7, or if they're only consenting to 7, 7, and 7. It changes the analysis of the final deadline.
I'll consent to the 14.
You will? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam. Okay, so therefore then we are going to go with initially 14 days, which will end by 5 p.m., before 5 p.m. on July 1st, and then a 7-day rebuttal period ending at 5 p.m. on July 8th, and then the additional final clarification ending on July 15th at 5 p.m. Getting your information in before 4:59. So it will properly arrive in Will's inbox.
That's right.
Okay. So, are we good?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so this hearing is now closed. Can I say that?
Thank you,
It's
everybody,
now
for joining
closed.
us.
What a day.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would ask one point before you close today, the meeting. There was an executive session scheduled. I'm assuming you're not going to get to it at this late hour. That's in a labor negotiation issue that the county's been relatively delayed in.
Right.
And so there is some concern. So if there's any opportunity for the board to meet perhaps on Friday so that that executive session could occur, that would really be beneficial and appreciated by county staff, because we're kind of teetering on that point where.
Okay,
I could meet Friday morning.
early Friday morning?
Yeah, like 8:30 or 9, yeah. I think I've got something
we
at
do that?
10:30.
Okay. We'll meet Friday morning then.
At what time?
8:30.
8:30, that's good.
No, it's executive session. Well, will we need Zoom?
I don't believe you will. It'll
No,
be
they can
executive
be
session
here.
on a labor negotiation.
Okay. Yes, please.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank
And
you
then
very
we have 9 o'clock Monday.
Commissioners, I do have.
One final thing.
Couple
Adam
items.
just emailed me. Did you want to discuss the litigation matter regarding the marijuana tax issue today, or could that happen on Friday?
Do that Friday too.
Friday.
I gotta go to something.
Friday,
I-
okay.
So,
I think I need.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm not available Friday morning. I will unfortunately be out of the office that day, but
well, we'll discuss it without you.
conversation.
That's it with Dave.
I was kidding, but whatever you want to do.
Well, we could, if the board's comfortable pushing it until Monday, we could do it Monday. There's no, the urgency is kind of driven by us, not by any external
Yeah, that's true for
timelines.
that topic.
True.
Yeah, that's fine. Monday for that.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Dave.
Commissioners, I do have two quick things I need to ask you about real quick. We've got a joint meeting with Lapine scheduled for next Wednesday. We won't have a chance to talk about it again, so I just wanted to make sure you were okay with the topics, the agenda topics. I can list them off, or
My brain's
We're not.
dead. I don't know what the topic should be.
well, I've got a draft list here.
I've got to go. I've got to be somewhere at 6, and I got to go home, so you guys can.
Okay.
Sorry.
So what is the topic?
We've got, we need to approve the CWPP, the Community Wildfire
Do
Protection
that
Plan.
jointly.
Okay, we've talked about a master planning effort for the new neighborhood area, county-owned land, to help drive future development there. So that, we think that's important, just to kind of go over the scope with you, both elected bodies. I think we've spoken about this before. The city has asked for an easement for a sewer lift station next to Roslyn School. So that's been a subject of, I believe, of a executive session. So wanted to present that to both bodies. And the only other thing was a quick update on COVID-19, the county's efforts related to that. So we had a couple other things that we were considering, but those, I mean, typically, we're sensitive to not making the meeting too long. So we had initially put on there that refinement plan for Wickiup Junction that's been going on. So that, that's been
No,
removed
they do
unless you really want to discuss that one. And the other one, I can't remember what the other one was. Not sure. So anyway, point is, are those okay that I've mentioned? Or are there any other things that you'd like to discuss with the Lapine Council?
What time is that meeting starting?
Well, no, they moved their council meeting to 4. So it's whenever, we have a long agenda that day, as you know. So I don't know that we have a firm start date yet, Sharon? Do you?
So after their council meeting, is that what it is?
It's after their council meeting, right? So,
So probably 6 o'clock is going to be maybe not even 6, but 6 o'clock be a safe time to
yeah, I think so.
complete here and get there.
So we're driving there.
Yes, it's an in-person meeting. It'll be at the Lapine Senior Center. And we'll note that for sure on the agenda. It'll be 6 o'clock. And so they'll be set up for social distancing and everything else there. So,
I'd like to, mention the refinement plan and maybe in other items list of discussion.
Okay.
referring to the TSP that Deschutes County's going to do. We tried to recruit
Someone for the,
a planning commissioner from Southern Deschutes County. You know, there's like little things we could list off here just for information, just for the greater knowledge base of who's involved down there. I think there's another committee, something recently too.
They were recruiting for bike ped.
Yep. Yeah, so just listing all that stuff off.
Okay. We good otherwise? Okay.
I like it. Yeah, those are good media topics, good reason to get together. We might meet at the senior center or the Park District's larger building, so it'll be a spread out situation.
Yeah, they made the arrangements and they have already booked the senior center.
Good.
The only other thing then, we were talking about urban renewal districts today. As you know, Redmond is also proposing to set one up on the south end of 97. Their urban renewal project manager is going to make a presentation to you the second week in July on the scope and what it looks like, similar to what you've seen from City of Bend in the past. This is sort of they're on a much more accelerated approval time frame than Bend is. And I kind of got on Keith a little bit after that big article came out in the paper about the fact that we really hadn't had a presentation. So they jumped on it. So they're sending their person, and I believe Keith and possibly a counselor or two will may join that presentation. They've also asked for a joint meeting with the Board of Commissioners the following week, presumably just talk face to face. I'd also
what week are we talking? Because we're not going to be here the last week of July. June.
June, yeah, no.
And to the 3rd.
The presentation to you from their project manager person is the second week in July.
Oh, okay, so we're in July.
So then they're proposing a joint meeting on July 14th, the following week, which is a Tuesday evening. However, and it would be that plus an update on the 40 acres, the affordable housing project. However, Redmond Council is meeting virtually, so they're proposing to have a virtual meeting that evening as opposed to meeting in person. Also, we know that evening there's a hearing scheduled in this room that has been booked for a while, and they can't really move it. So you all would either have to meet remotely, meeting in your office or from home.
Yes.
or
Yeah, so the one person that might not like that idea isn't here.
not
'cause
here.
I can do that easy from my place too.
Yeah, my
Well-
Zoom at home works
So
better.
bring it up again next week
Okay,
and
so
we'll talk about
we'll
it.
bring that one up again on Monday. But
Yep.
all right.
He can come here and go to his office.
Yeah, I mean, and.
Yeah, he lives
is
in Bend. He can come
yeah.
to his office and I can, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll bring it up again on Monday.
Good. Is that your list?
Yep.
Well, and
Great.
we're going to do your evaluation again. Well, Tom. All
So
good plans.
meeting adjourned?
We didn't do the Juniper Ridge follow-up either.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
So we'll have to do that one